Chapter 1 System Binding Successfully. Your account 2513 deposited 1 yuan on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is 918.37 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Xu Feng, who was playing games, saw such a message pop up on the phone interface, but he ignored it. Instead, it affected his operation and he immediately swiped away the message. But a few seconds later, the same message popped up again in the message prompt box. Your account 2513 deposited 1 yuan on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is 921.37 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Xu Feng was a little angry. Who is it? It must be a prank. Anyway, I haven't deposited any money into it. No matter what, La Bu has already started the fight. Now is the critical moment for the comeback. We can't delay it because of this little thing. Xu Feng immediately set his phone to Do Not Disturb mode and started operating it seriously. By the time the game ended, it was already 10 minutes later. The Storm Dragon King had fought countless enemies, but in the end, he still lost. Xu Feng angrily threw his phone onto the bed in the dormitory and cursed, "What kind of teammate is this? He can't play well and go back to the factory. Oh, this division is like this, nothing special, just keep playing." The roommate comforted him. Xu Feng frowned. He had played no less than 10 games today, winning one and losing the next. He was really out of ideas and almost vomited from playing. Ding-ling-ling. "Hello, Mom." The cell phone thrown on the bed rang. Xu Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. He quickly picked up the phone and spoke first. "Son, October 1st is coming soon, are you coming home?" My mother's kind voice came from the phone. Xu Feng had already decided not to go back. After all, he had just entered the university campus and had not explored the area surrounding the campus yet. He planned to take advantage of this holiday to have some fun. So I didn't get a ticket to go home. After all, he had been controlled at home for so many years, and Xu Feng finally had a chance to play by himself, so he decided to cherish it. "I'm just going to play here for a few days and I won't go back yet." Xu Feng replied. "Okay then. I'll ask your dad to transfer some money to you so you can have fun there." Xu Feng's mother was not surprised by this answer and said with a smile, "Okay." Xu Feng was very happy. He had been saving money for the past month and was planning to have a good time during the National Day holiday. Unexpectedly, the relief food from above arrived. The two chatted about this and that for a while, then hung up the phone. After a while, I received a transfer notification from my father. "ATM Daddy transfers 1,000 yuan to you. Note, spend frugally, life at home is not easy." Xu Feng smiled. His father had been using this note since he was in high school and has been using it until now. It should have been copied and pasted. Xu Feng certainly knew how difficult life was at home. After all, although his family conditions were not bad and they could satisfy their basic needs of food, clothing, housing and transportation, they were definitely not wealthy. "I didn't intend to ask my family for money." Xu Feng replied, "Got it." Then he turned off his phone. "Have you guys discussed where to go for fun?" Xu Feng asked his roommate beside him. Xu Feng went to a junior college instead of a university. Because he did not study hard in high school, he scored less than 450 points in the exam, so it was not easy for him to get into an undergraduate program. So I chose Terracotta Warriors Province, where it is relatively easier to upgrade from a junior college to a university, and came to CC City to attend a junior college, where the dormitory was for 4 people. So I have fewer roommates. There are only 3 people. No, let's go find a place to drink. The boy wearing glasses next to him spoke. His name is Qin Chang. He was born and raised in the Terracotta Warriors and Horses Province, and his name also has a strong flavor of the Terracotta Warriors and Horses Province. "I know a place that's cheap and has lots of girls." Hearing the word girl, the newt who was playing an open adventure game next to Xu Feng immediately became excited. "Okay, let's go. You didn't hear anything else but the girl, right?" Xu Feng complained. The two-thorn newt chuckled and did not deny it. "Okay, I like the places Qin Chang recommended. The internet cafe I went to last time was awesome. I spent 99 and got 999 free. I even want to hold my wedding there." Zhao Haiquan, who had just come out of the toilet, also heard what Qin Chang said and had no objection. "Okay, Yuan Zhangyang, look for other places that are fun." Yuan Zhangyang is the 2-spined newt just now. Although he is addicted to open adventure games, he is also a casual person and knows some interesting places well. Okay. After receiving the order, Yuan Zhengyang started looking for the strategy on the computer. Chu Feng looked at his plump WeChat wallet and felt relieved. There is still about 1,000 in the WeChat wallet and there is still. Fuck. Looking at the balance in the Huaxia Bank app, Chu Feng couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Qin Chang asked repeatedly after hearing Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng swallowed his saliva and said it was okay. After all, he still didn't know where the money came from. He clearly remembered that when he was playing the MOBA game just now, there were more than 900 in the dialog box that popped up. How come it has reached more than 2,000? That's right. Dialog box. Chu Feng quickly turned off the Do Not Disturb mode on his iPhone, and thousands of messages popped up instantly. Your account 2513 deposited 1 yuan on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is 923.37 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Your account 2513 deposited 1 yuan on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is 924.37 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Your account 2513 deposited 1 yuan on September 27, 2024, and the current account balance is 925.37 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Who transferred this money into my bank card? $1 per second. This isn't some new type of fraud. Chu Feng was a little scared. What if something happens and you end up paying 100 times the price? Then it will explode. Ding. The deposit system has been successfully bound. System Level 1. Get 1 renminbi per second. A cold, mechanical female voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng was immediately shocked. How could Chu Feng, who reads these great novels every day on Tomato, the best novel software in the world, not know this? This is the system. This is the golden finger. This is the tool to change your destiny. This is the standard equipment for the protagonist. I didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to me. Chu Feng could hardly hide his excitement, for fear of showing it. After all, it is said in the novel that if people knew that I had a system, I would probably be captured and studied. You must not let anyone else know that you have a system. Chu Feng hurried to the bathroom, locked the door, and calmed himself. $1 per second, and a day is exactly 24 hours, which is 86,400 seconds, which is $86,400. I am about to reach the peak of my life. Chapter 2 System Tasks. However, the first thing to determine now is the source of funds. If you come from an illegal way and get caught, that's it. Chu Feng imitated the protagonist in the novel and silently asked the system in his heart. System, where does this money come from? Ding. Received the host's inquiry, thinking about it. Ding, all funds come from overseas market financial management, all are legal, please feel free to use them. After hearing the system's answer, Chu Feng finally felt relieved. Since it is legal and compliant, just splurge. During the time when Chu Feng was hiding in the toilet, Huaxia Bank sent hundreds of messages. The current balance has reached more than 3,000 yuan, and is still growing. This speed is really terrifying. 3,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for a college student. After all, going out for fun doesn't cost much. Brothers, it's the National Day holiday, let's go have a good meal together. Chu Feng sorted himself out, walked out of the bathroom, and spoke to everyone in the dormitory. Of course, before I came out, I didn't forget to send a text message to Huaxia Bank. I sent a TD to avoid pop-up messages in the future and being discovered by others. What do you mean by good? Qin Chang asked with a smile. Let's have a barbecue, 1,000 yuan standard. Whatever you want, how about it? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke. I'm telling you, buddy, did you win the lottery? Zhao Haiquan asked in an authentic Beijing accent. Oh, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I am a billionaire. I am telling you. Chu Feng quoted a line from a movie and spoke. To say we are distant is just a joke. This group of people knew that their family conditions were not good, so they had never paid for any of the previous dinners. All of them were paid for by Mr. Jing Zhao Haiquan and Mr. Qin Chang. Of course, Yuan Zhengyang would not be stingy and would occasionally spend some money to treat them to a drink. So Chu Feng feels quite happy in this dormitory. You're a billionaire, and you said so. No need for the barbecue. You can pay for the transportation to everyone during the holiday. Xin Shang said with a smile. He didn't believe Chu Feng was a billionaire at all. He just thought he was asking his family for money and wanted to treat his brothers to a meal. But Xin Shang really didn't want to see Chu Feng spend money, so he simply asked him to pay for tomorrow's car fare. It costs little and you can still feel involved. Brother, don't look down on me. If I say 1,000 yuan, then it's 1,000 yuan. Chu Feng waved his hand and said. No buddy, are you serious? Xin Shang asked with a surprised look on his face. Chu Feng nodded, looking proud, and asked his eldest son to prepare a good meal. If there is a chance, we can arrange foot massage for everyone to enjoy. Of course, it has to be formal. If it is informal, it's not that Chu Feng doesn't want to go, but it won't pass the review. Ding. System task. Before the National Day holiday, I had dinner with a person of the opposite sex. A Mercedes-Benz G63 as a reward. A cold, mechanical female voice exploded in Chu Feng's mind, scaring him. Chu Feng didn't care about his roommate's arguments and quickly said, let's find some fun places, and I'll treat everyone. After saying that, he rushed into the toilet again. What's wrong with Chu Feng? Xin Shang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yuan Zhengyang, who was addicted to open-world adventure games, was wearing headphones and of course didn't hear clearly what Chu Feng said. Hearing Xin Chang's question, he tentatively said, diarrhea, it's normal. Fuck you, is that what I'm asking? Yuan Zhengyang's face was full of question marks and he was a little confused. Xin Shang and Zhao Haiquan explained it to him. After listening to their explanations, Yuan Zhengyang was also confused, not knowing what was wrong with this kid. Chu Feng came to the bathroom and leaned against the wall, carefully thinking about what the system had just said. Dinner with the opposite sex? Chu Feng felt helpless. This may not be a difficult task for others, but for Chu Feng, it is harder than climbing to the sky. I have been in college for more than a month, and I have only spoken to a girl once. That is, no one in the entire dormitory heard about my homework, so I sent Chu Feng as a representative to ask the female teacher. As for girls of the same age, Chu Feng was really embarrassed. Although, Chu Feng is not bad looking, with nice eyes and nice nose. He is not the school hunk with the best looks, but he is probably pretty good in the class. When school just started, a senior student asked him for his WeChat account, but Chu Feng was a little shy and refused. So Chu Feng doesn't even have a female friend until now. His only female friend is Tong Yingying, his high school deskmate, who is now attending college in Qingyao City, Dakong Province. Do I have to go to Bluebird City to find her? No, I still have classes. Then you can only look for it in school. Chu Feng looked at the balance in Huaxia Bank again. It was close to 4,000. This was really fast. After adjusting his mood, he walked out of the bathroom, only to see his 3 roommates sitting in their seats looking at him. If you need anything, tell me. Don't do it yourself. I'll find a place for you. Xin Chang, who was born and raised in CC City, spoke up. Chu Feng was confused. What is going on? That's right, I feel dizzy and hallucinating, right? Yuan Zhengyang agreed with a smile. Screw you. Chu Feng finally understood what the two meant. It seems these people thought they were doing handicrafts in the toilet. Soon, it was time for afternoon classes. Only 2 people from Chu Feng's dormitory came to the classroom, while the remaining 2, Yuan Zhenyang and Zhao Haiquan, were sleeping in the dormitory. So the important task of answering the question fell on Chu Feng and Xin Chang. The 2 sat down in the classroom, and because they arrived early, they grabbed a seat in the last row. This section is a theory, so those who know it know it. It was the most useless class in college. The professor was an old man wearing glasses, and his lectures were extremely boring. Xin Chang simply lowered his head and fell asleep. Chu Feng, who was sitting aside, was still thinking about the mission. After all, a G63 costs more than 3 million yuan, which is enough to cover the money the system gives him for more than a month. You can't give up the opposite sex. The major of computer technology is most in need of girls. There are only 3 of them in Chu Feng's class, which is as rare as giant pandas. But it happened that all 3 girls had boyfriends. If I made a date with them, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stay in this class. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Girls can fish, so why can't boys? However, for girls, the approach to be adopted is to let them take the bait if they are willing. For Chu Feng, it means casting the net. Chu Feng thought that he was not bad looking and was quite attractive compared to girls of the same age. So he simply edited the photos of his abdominal muscles and some handsome photos he had taken before, and posted them on a certain audio platform. In order to complete the mission, you have to sell some of your looks. What we need to do now is not to wait for girls to come to us, but to take the initiative. Chapter 3 First step completed. The so-called proactive attack means proactive attack. The school Chu Feng attends is relatively large in the entire CC city, so it has its own exclusive position on TikTok. What Chu Feng needs to do now is to find some beautiful girls from the same school in the videos under this location, then chat with them first and then make an appointment to have dinner with them. However, this technology still has certain requirements. First, you have to be good looking, and second, you have to be able to chat. Chu Feng knows how to do the first item, but the second one is a bit difficult after all. However, to quote an old Chinese saying, when pursuing a girl, the first thing is to be bold, the second is to be shameless, and the third is definitely to be bold and shameless. Chu Feng specifically picked some girls with good looks under the positioning. Although it is a task, I still have to choose it, after all. Those who understand will understand. After finding one, Chu Feng would first check her homepage to see if she had a boyfriend. He didn't want to be the third party. Although he had no intention of falling in love for the time being, it would always be bad if her boyfriend found out. Then, just send a private message directly. Hello, beautiful lady, my friend has a terminal illness and needs your WeChat number to cure her. I hope you can save her because she is so pitiful. Anyone who surfs the internet frequently will know that this is just a means to obtain a WeChat chat number, and it is definitely not to cure your friend's illnesses. In addition, if girls like the handsome photos Chu Feng posted on a certain audio platform, they will definitely send their WeChat ID numbers to them. Of course, some girls don't open their private messages on TikTok, so don't try to contact them because they don't want to be disturbed. During the entire class, Chu Feng sent countless messages. But the responses were few and far between. A few girls replied, but they just wanted to chat on TikTok. In this case, there is no need to add them. After all, if they don't even want to add me on WeChat, how can you ask them out for dinner? Only one girl responded with a cute little emoticon. Really? .jpg. Well, I will show mercy and save him. Yuchuan Wei Liaohao. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Finally, the first step of the mission had been completed. He first replied with a thank you to the beautiful sister, then copied the WeChat number, opened the WeChat app, and applied to add a friend. I just sent the application and the beautiful sister passed it. Hello, the one whose friend on TikTok is suffering from a terminal illness. Chu Feng edited a paragraph and sent it over. The reply came quickly, how is your friend? Let me save him. Chu Feng chuckled. This beautiful sister was really into the role. I got your WeChat number, he's fine now. That's good, thank me quickly. There was another reply. My friend's benefactor, please give me a note. I want to thank you very much. Chu Feng edited it and sent it over. The other party was very sincere and sent his name. Jiang Xishuan, a very nice name. Seeing that the other party was so sincere, Chu Feng also sent his name. Then Chu Feng would stop chatting. He returned to TikTok and clicked on Jiang Xishuan's homepage, and found that she was the most beautiful one among the group of beauties that Chu Feng had sent messages to. However, beautiful girls on TikTok will beautify their photos when they post them, so no one knows what their real appearance is like. Soon, Chu Feng thought of another trick. I see your IP is also in Terracotta Warriors province, we are so close. This is the art of war. Chu Feng knew that he and Jiang Xishuan were from the same school, but Jiang Xishuan didn't know. Wait for her to tell you the name of her university, and then say what a coincidence. This will definitely make the girl think, wow, this is fate. The distance was shortened in an instant. Yeah, I go to college in CC City. The other party seemed to be free, so he replied quickly. Chu Feng confirmed his future plans and immediately replied, what a coincidence, I also go to college in CC City. Which school are you in? After sending this message, Chu Feng raised a sly smile. Everything is going as planned. I'm at West Polytechnic, what about you? Jiang Xishuan replied. What a coincidence. Chu Feng did not directly tell Jiang Xishuan that he was also in this school, but half revealed it. As for the rest, let Jiang Xishuan guess it herself. As expected, the other party replied, no way? Shocked.jpg. Yeah, I'm also at West Polytechnic. Shu Feng typed and replied with a smile. This is such a coincidence, the handsome guy is next to me? Jiang Sichuan replied. Then he sent another message, why haven't I seen you before? Are you taking photos to trick people? Shu Feng chuckled. It seemed that Jiang Sichuan liked looking at handsome guys. It seemed that she had seen all the handsome guys in the academy. It just so happens that I'm not ugly. Ha, I'm a freshman, and I just got here on September 1st. Shu Feng replied. No wonder. The other party replied. Then you are still a younger brother, call me sister. Jiang Sichuan continued. Shu Feng was very upset. The relationship progressed too quickly, which made Shu Feng a little confused. But adhering to the principle of non-compromise, I still said no stubbornly. At this time in the girls' dormitory, a young girl was sitting on the bed and laughing. What's wrong, Sichuan? You're smiling so happily. Are you missing a man? A girl sitting at the table heard the laughter from the bed and teased. That's right, the beautiful lady sitting on the bed is Jiang Sichuan, who was chatting with Shu Feng. TSK, we caught a handsome guy from our school. Jiang Sichuan said with a smile. Is it true? Let me see. Hearing Jiang Sichuan's words, several people in the dormitory rushed over and came to Jiang Sichuan's bed. Jiang Sichuan was not stingy either. She tuned her phone to Chu Fengfa's work on a certain audio platform and then handed it to her roommate. Oh my god, there are abdominal muscles here. A pure Hulatang provincial dialect came out of the mouth of the beautiful woman who had just sat at the table, which was a bit incongruous. Yeah, so handsome. Another girl with acne all over her face said. Although she has acne, she is still very pretty and is definitely a great beauty. Hey, that's it. Jiang Sichuan laughed proudly a few times and was about to take the phone back when Shu Feng's message appeared at the top of the screen. Unfortunately, it was clicked by the spicy soup beauty. You asked him to call you sister. A sharp explosion sound came out from the mouth of the spicy soup beauty. You two are being a little ambiguous. Go. If I talk about it, I'll let you touch my abdominal muscles. Jiang Sichuan quickly snatched the phone back, a slight blush appeared on her face, but no one noticed. Shu Feng, who was sitting in the classroom, had no idea that a group of beautiful girls had already set their eyes on his abdominal muscles. I'm about to finish class, so let's not talk about it now. Let's talk again when we get back to the dormitory. Chapter 4 tomorrow night. After Chu Feng sent the message, he put away his phone and woke up Qin Chang, who had slept for the entire class. Qin Chang wiped his saliva and said, Is get out of class over? Chu Feng nodded helplessly. This guy falls asleep as soon as the class starts. Fortunately, the teacher didn't call his name. Otherwise, it would be too much for Chu Feng to call 3 names alone. The two of them packed their bags and headed towards the dormitory. Today is Friday, and we will be on holiday starting tomorrow. Although it is not the National Day holiday yet, the tasks issued by the system still need to be completed as soon as possible. Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan in the dormitory have both woken up, playing MOBA game on the bed. Seeing Chu Feng and the other two coming back, he quickly called them to come together. The design of the university dormitories is quite problematic. If there are 4 people in the dormitory, there are not enough people to play games, and if there are 6 people in the dormitory, there will be 1 extra person. It's really difficult to deal with. So every time Chu Feng and his friends played the game, they always had to recruit one. No one knew how strong the team was, but they always encountered the opposing team and lost whenever they met them. Chu Feng logged into his account and suddenly remembered that he could ask Jiang Sichuan to play together. This would be a good way to bring them closer. I just don't know if she wants to play. So Chu Feng switched the page to WeChat and opened the chat box with Jiang Sichuan. Do you play King of Glory? Chu Feng asked. Play, I am the strongest king. Isn't that great? JPG. There is also a cute emoticon package below Jiang Sichuan's answer. That's perfect. We live in the same dormitory. Do you want to come? Chu Feng asked. Come on, play jungle for me, I'll lead the team. Jiang Sichuan replied. I didn't expect that this girl is actually a jungler. I thought such a beautiful girl would be a sweet and soft auxiliary. The two discussed some more and then both logged into their accounts. Brothers, call a wild king to lead us. Chu Feng said to his brothers in the dormitory. Damn, there's a thigh strap today. Yuan Zhengyang, who was very good at open-world adventure games but the worst at playing King of Glory, asked happily at this time. Ha, I'll shock you. Cut. Seeing Jiang Xishuan online, Chu Feng immediately pulled her into the teen room. Seeing Jiang Xishuan's profile picture, Yuan Zhengyang laughed. This guy is just like me, he likes to play female characters. But when Jiang Xishuan's voice came out from everyone's mobile phones, he couldn't laugh anymore. Hello, hello. It is a light and melodious sound. Chu Feng was also shocked by the pleasant voice. She was so beautiful and had such a pleasant voice. Chu Feng was about to start the microphone when he sensed murderous intent. He looked up and saw several people staring at him intently. Ha, what's the matter? Open it. Chu Feng laughed dryly and asked the question even though he knew the answer. What's up? What's up? Who is this? Qin Sheng was forced to hold back the Chinese characters that started with M and ended with I. He never spoke dialect, but he couldn't help it. Ha, a girl I just met today. Chu Feng scratched his head and chuckled. You kid, you're having a love affair behind our backs, right? You can't touch this thing. Zhao Haiquan spoke. Don't talk nonsense when the time comes. After instructing Zhao Haiquan, Chu Feng turned on the microphone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, open it, your voice is so nice. Jiang Xishuan said. Fortunately, Wang Jie's microphone has a noise reduction effect, otherwise the noise from Jiang Xishuan's dormitory would blow up the microphone. Qin Shuin, I love you. Ah, his voice is so nice. When everyone in Jiang Xishuan's dormitory heard Chu Feng's voice, they burst into exclamations. Shu. Jiang Xishuan was so scared that she quickly turned off the microphone and asked everyone to be silent. I waited until there was no sound at all before I dared to open it. Open it, open it. Everyone entered the game. Jiang Xishuan got the mirror, which she was very good at, while Chu Feng got the prisoner. Open. Host, your Lao Jian is indeed very strong, but it still requires too much skill. Can you recommend a simple and powerful hero? Some brothers, some. Every time Chu Feng played Lao Jian, this sentence always came to his mind. The game was enjoyable, but I still won some and lost some. Even so, everyone was still very happy. Then I'll log off first and play again when I have time. Everyone is tired of fighting, Jiang Xishuan said. Chu Feng replied, okay, let's fight again when we have time. After saying that, he quit the game. Tell me the truth, kid. What happened? As soon as the game ended, everyone surrounded Chu Feng and Zhao Haiquan questioned him. What else can I do? I can't tell them that this is a system task. So I could only make up an excuse and said that I wanted to taste the bitterness of love. The roommates joked for a while before giving up. They also asked Chu Feng to introduce Jiang Xishuan's roommates to them after he succeeded. Chu Feng agreed repeatedly. If he wanted to eat the meat, he would of course take his brothers to drink the soup. Although they haven't even started dating yet, who wouldn't want to get close to such a beautiful lady? So Chu Feng also had the idea of wanting to taste the bitterness of love. Suddenly I remembered that I haven't checked my balance for a long time. Chu Feng opened the Huaxia Bank app on his mobile phone, and the numbers inside shocked Chu Feng. At noon today, it was still in the 4 digits. I didn't check it all afternoon and it has already risen to the 5 digits. It was more than 20,000 renminbi. To be honest, Chu Feng had never deposited so much money at one time in his Huaxia Bank card. This made Chu Feng straighten his back. All inferiority complexes come from the fact that one's pockets are not full. One cannot possess 10 million and have inferiority complex at the same time. Although it is only more than 20,000 yuan, it is a huge sum of money for a college student who has not yet entered the society. What's more, as long as the system is there, Chu Feng can get 86,400 yuan every day. This is not a small amount of money. After checking the balance, I saw Jiang Xishuan sent another message. Your mid-lane teammate is so bad, he keeps losing points and I didn't even dare to say anything. Angry.jpg. It was followed by an equally cute emoticon. Yes, he's too bad. I don't even want to play with him anymore. Chu Feng smiled and recovered. The mid-laner is naturally Yuan Zhengyang. He was at most at the diamond level, and was brought to the king level by Chu Feng and his team. So you can't blame him. By the way, when are you free? Let's have dinner together. Seeing that the time was almost right, Chu Feng finally got things on the right track. This is not a topic of conversation, it's my G63. Xu Feng thought. Okay, but it will be tomorrow night. We have a safety class meeting tonight. Jiang Sichuan replied. Yeah, we're opening tonight too. Xu Feng replied. The so-called safety class meeting is just a reminder before the holiday. Tell students that they cannot go swimming in the river and cannot do anything illegal or criminal. Although they are all adults, such news still comes out frequently. Fortunately, Jiang Sichuan agreed, so the G63 has a place to go. Chapter 5, Food Delight. Xu Feng and his friends got another golden shovel. After all, college life is like this. Apart from classes, they have nothing to do every day. As the saying goes, one shovel for one class, for shovels back to the dormitory, this is what it means. But playing openly is not as fun as playing in class. Yuan Zhengyang is from the student union and is also on duty at this time. At first, Xu Feng was also invited to the student union, but when he got there, the student union member who handed him flyers and strongly recommended him to join the student union turned out to be the interviewer. The first thing he asked was, "Why do you want to join our student union?" Xu Feng was confused. "Didn't you ask me to come?" Then he said what was in his mind. Of course, the result was a failure. Yuan Zhengyang, who passed the test, now has tasks every day, either checking dormitories or managing hygiene, and is known as the garbage committee member. After waiting for Yuan Zhengyang to come back, they went to hold a safety class meeting, which was also extremely boring. Fortunately, the beautiful instructor was also young and knew that college students didn't like to hear this, so she finished her talk after a few words, and Xu Feng and the others didn't even finish hitting the target with their shovels. When I got back to the dormitory, there was nothing to do, so I played some games for a while, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Early the next morning, the first thing Xu Feng did when he opened his eyes was to check his balance. Wow, the balance reached more than 60,000 yuan, close to 70,000 yuan. In just one night, I earned more money than my family could save in a year. Xu Feng could only sigh at the power of the system. After all, after tonight, I can get a G63, which is really exciting to think about. Fortunately, I got a driver's license after graduating from high school, otherwise I would only be able to sigh at the sight of cars. Today is another boring day, with no classes and nothing to do. I originally wanted to go out and play today, but Qin Sheng's family didn't know that the very distant relative had passed away, so in order to wait for him, I can only wait until he comes back tomorrow and then go out to play. After all, Qin Sheng is most familiar with CC City, and only Qin Sheng knows where the fun places are. Xu Feng and Jiang Sichuan played a few sweet duo games together, but they felt it was boring. After all, you always win one game and lose one game. I just stopped playing and started spending money. After all, I have money now and can get whatever I want, so why not be extravagant? As for his parents, Xu Feng has not yet figured out a reason to give them money. If he rashly transfers the money, they might suspect that he is doing something shameful outside. Therefore, Xu Feng decided to first develop some industries of his own in CC City, and then tell them about it so that he could transfer money to them with a legitimate reason. After buying all the direct sale skins in the mall and buying many little heroes on the golden spatula, Xu Feng put down his phone. Now he really wanted time to pass quickly so that he could have dinner with Jiang Sichuan early. Of course, it wasn't tea for dinner, but for my own G63. After all, what does beauty matter in front of the G63? Xu Feng asked Zhao Haiquan to help bring food. After eating, he fell into a deep sleep again. When I woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just right, I can go out to eat with the beautiful senior schoolmate. Xu Feng then remembered that there seemed to be nothing delicious to eat near CC Institute of Technology. It's the first time I take my beautiful senior schoolmate out to eat, so I can't go to that fly-in-the-wall restaurant in front of the school. So he called Qin Cheng directly. Although Qin Cheng was attending the funeral, he said that the deceased had a bad relationship with his family and it was just a formality. So Xu Feng didn't feel any psychological pressure when he called. Qin Cheng told me that there is a better restaurant near the school, but the prices are quite high. Xu Feng immediately explained that the high price was acceptable. Qin Cheng guessed it immediately. Was this kid going to take yesterday's Wild King's sister out for dinner? After hearing Qi Chufeng's answer, he gritted his teeth in anger. You deserve to die. Qin Cheng cursed angrily. Xu Feng chuckled, said thank you, and hung up the phone. Sure, Baiwei? Xu Feng murmured, this is the small restaurant Qin Cheng mentioned just now. Xu Feng searched it on a certain audio platform. Indeed, it is quite good. The reviews all say that the taste is good, and looking at the buyers shows, the environment is also good. This is the one. Unfortunately, Jiang Xishuan was playing in Yenta district with her sisters at the time, so they couldn't go back to eat near the school. They had planned to make an appointment next time. But Chu Feng couldn't wait any longer, because that was a G63, no. This meal today must be eaten. So he called Qin Cheng again. Fortunately, Shibayu also has a branch in Yenta district, with a similar environment. Chu Feng immediately told Jiang Xishuan the news, and Jiang Xishuan readily agreed. Chu Feng washed his face and tidied himself up. Then they took a taxi and headed straight to Shibayu in Yenta district. The two agreed to meet at Shibayu. You said that handsome boy is coming too? Jiang Xishuan's sister asked with a look of shock on her face. Jiang Xishuan nodded and said with a smile, yes, let's meet in person to avoid being cheated by photos. The little sister understood, but still a little worried. Aren't you afraid that she will sell us out? Jiang Xishuan pondered for a moment and agreed that there was indeed such a risk. However, can a college student be a human trafficker? Sitting in the taxi, Chu Feng looked at the balance again. As expected, it was already in 6 figures. With a balance of more than 100,000, he could order whatever he wanted in some ordinary restaurants. The taxis in CC province are a bit strange. The drivers always step on the accelerator hard and then immediately step on the accelerator to slow down. The tossing and turning back and forth made Chu Feng, who never gets carsick, also get carsick. Sitting in the car, I felt a little nauseous. It seems that I have to get the G63 quickly, as the taxi ride is really unbearable. Fortunately, CC University of Technology is not far from Shibayu in Yenta district, and it takes less than half an hour to get there. Chu Feng got out of the car and breathed in the fresh air that was no longer flowing, which made Chu Feng feel alive again. I looked around at the door, but didn't see any beautiful woman who looked like Jiang Xishuan on the video. He should have already taken a seat inside. Chu Feng sent a message to Jiang Xishuan, and sure enough, she was in 201 with her best friend. If I had known this earlier, I would have brought my roommate with me. I thought today was a sweet date. But come to think of it, how could others be willing to let me come to a date alone? They must be afraid that I would have bad intentions. After all, we have only known each other for 1 day. Chu Feng walked into Shibayu. The first floor of Shibayu was a lobby with some small booths. The lighting is a bit dim, probably to create a high-end atmosphere. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? The waiter at the door came over and asked. Chu Feng nodded politely to the waiter. Hello, my friend is in 201, can you take me there? Although he has money now, Chu Feng will never look down on others. After all, he has worked as a waiter before and knows how much harm some rude words can cause to others. Yes sir, this way please. Chapter 6 Mission completed, rewards issued. Chu Feng followed the waiter upstairs and arrived at the door of private room 201. He knocked on the door politely, unable to hide his excitement. If I remember correctly, this should be the second person of the same age who has eaten with him, apart from his previous deskmate Tong Yingying. And she is a beautiful girl whose appearance score on TikTok is over 95 points. This was our first time meeting in person. Luckily, I had dressed myself up in the dormitory. The door of private room 201 was opened, and what came into view was a face of indescribable beauty. Her delicate oval face was slightly powdered, but so light that it was almost invisible. Her eyes are very big, and under the light from the corridor, there seems to be some starlight shining in them. Her nose bridge is not high, but just right. There is a little lipstick on the lips, very moist. She is even more beautiful than she appears on TikTok. It is the photos that limit her beauty. Chu Feng recognized at a glance that this was Jiang Xishuan, but he was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. But he quickly came back to his senses. Jiang Xishuan? Seeing that the person looked exactly like the one on the video, Jiang Xishuan also recognized Chu Feng and nodded. Then he invited Chu Feng in and asked him to sit down. This is my best friend, Yao Shaoqing. Jiang Xishuan sat next to her best friend and introduced her to Chu Feng. Yao Shaoqing greeted Chu Feng. Sure enough, a beautiful girl's friends are also beautiful girls. Yao Shaoqing's appearance score is also around 90 points, making her a definite candidate for the most beautiful girl in the school. Chu Feng smiled and greeted. Hello, Chu Feng. I know. Xishuan told me when she came. Yao Shaoqing spoke up. Chu Feng nodded. He was still a little nervous. After all, this was his first time dining with two beautiful ladies. We've ordered some, take a look and see what else you want to eat. Jiang Xishuan handed the menu to Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and ordered another dish. After all, the two of them had already ordered several dishes before, and ordering more might be wasted. Sure Bai Yu is an authentic Chinese restaurant. Although its decoration is extremely high-end, the dishes are not expensive, just normal prices. I don't know what Qin Sheng is thinking. The few of them were chatting leisurely, and they learned from the conversation that Jiang Xishuan was from West Lake Province, and Yao Shaoqing was Jiang Xishuan's high school classmate, also from West Lake Province, Hangzhou. It has to be said that it is quite a coincidence that the two of them could go to the same university and be assigned to the same class. Chu Feng is from Linshui City in Dacon Province, which is not far from Shihu Province, and is definitely closer than here. While they were chatting, the food was soon served. As expected of a restaurant recommended by Qin Chang, the dishes were really delicious. The presentation of the dish was very delicate, and the two beauties took out their phones and kept taking photos. Only after the two finished filming did they start eating. As soon as Chu Feng took his first bite of the food, he heard the mechanical sound of the system in his mind. Ding! Mission accomplished. The Mercedes-Benz G63 has parked at the parking lot in front of the Shibuya Hotel. Please find it by yourself. The car key has been placed in the host's right pocket, please check it carefully. Hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, got it. He felt his pocket and sure enough, there was something heavy inside. I touched the shape with my hand and it was indeed the shape of the Mercedes-Benz car key I saw on the internet. This is the first car in his life, and it was given to him by the system. Ha ha! I love freeloading. It seems that the system has a lot of good things. I should do more things when I have time, try to trigger more tasks, and then get more rewards. After all, although it only costs $1 per second, it will still take more than a month to buy this G63. Chu Feng no longer cared about the car keys in his pocket and continued to eat. After all, the two of them were so good looking that Chu Feng's appetite was greatly stimulated. After a while, they were full and satisfied. After all, this is their first meeting, so Jiang Xishuan and the others must not be allowed to drink, otherwise it would seem that Chu Feng has ulterior motives. Moreover, he has to drive his G63 back to school. There is no way not to go back to school. After all, the funds I have are limited. If I want to buy a house, I still need to save for some time. Of course, Chu Feng paid for this meal. He couldn't let a girl pay when they met for the first time. This made Jiang Xishuan feel a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to treat everyone, but if she had known that Chu Feng was treating, she would not have brought Yao Shaoqing with her. Otherwise it would seem like they are gold diggers who come here to eat for free. After all, a few dishes don't cost much, it's just a token of my appreciation. Chu Feng quickly settled the bill. When the few of them walked out of Shibuya, they instantly attracted the attention of the guests passing by. After all, the two beauties beside Chu Feng were so dazzling that it was hard not to notice them. Looking at Chu Feng bringing two top-notch girls with him, his eyes almost popped out of his head with jealousy. You two seem to have brought me a lot of enemies. Chu Feng scratched his head and teased. The two girls laughed, and Jiang Xishuan said immediately, you should be happy to have dinner with two beautiful ladies like us. That's right. Yao Shaoqing echoed from the side. Obviously, the meal brought the people closer together. Where are you going later? Chu Feng asked. Go back to school. Where else can I go? It's not the National Day holiday yet, and we still have to check the dormitories. Jiang Xishuan spoke. Seeing Chu Feng's confused expression, he was a little confused. Didn't your instructor tell us about the safety class meeting yesterday? Chu Feng had no idea what the instructor said, he only knew that Shovel was out and he was very angry. Hey, I didn't hear it. Chu Feng scratched his head and replied. Luckily you met us, otherwise you would be in trouble. Jiang Xishuan joked. That's right. Yao Shaoqing echoed from the side, just like copy and paste. Then I'll take you back. Chu Feng chuckled, agreeing with Jiang Xishuan's words. This is indeed the case. If they hadn't reminded him, Chu Feng would really like to drive his G63 out for a spin and then find an internet cafe to spend a night. But it doesn't matter. Let us go back to the dormitory. Tomorrow I will take my adopted sons with me and go out to play, driving my beloved little car. Okay, then I'll take a taxi. He just treated us to dinner, so I'll take the taxi. Jiang Xishuan didn't think that Chu Feng was driving, and thought that he was going to take a car back with them. So he took out his cell phone and tried to hail a taxi, but was stopped by Chu Feng. Why take a taxi? It's a waste of money. Take mine. Chu Feng took out the car key from his right pocket and pressed the unlock button. By UBU. Two tiny sounds of vehicles unlocking were heard. The square Mercedes SUV next to it turned on its lights. Chapter 7. I feel a little carsick. The pure white Mercedes-Benz G63 was parked there quietly, its square muscular lines looking extremely strong. Oh, the white one suits my temperament quite well. Chu Feng thought to himself. The two women were immediately shocked by Chu Feng's actions. Although they don't know much about cars, the name of Mercedes-Benz G-Class is well known to them. The lowest equipped G350 is close to 150, so it is obvious that this is not a G350. The two looked at each other. No one had expected that Chu Feng was not only handsome but also so rich. For a moment I was so shocked I couldn't speak. Although both of them live in the urban area of Hangzhou and their houses are not cheap, except for those who are rich, who would spend millions to buy a car. In their minds, a car is just a means of transportation. Let's go, get in the car. Chu Feng opened the back door of the car for the two beauties like a gentleman and spoke. The two were also shocked and got into the car. When the guests saw the scene, they were immediately heartbroken. Sure enough, those who can dine with two beauties at the same time are all rich. I'm going to fight you rich guys. The two men got into the car. The protective film on the seat covers had not been removed yet. It was obvious that they had just picked up the car and came here. After all, the car still has the scent of a new car. Did you just buy this car? Yao Shaoqing asked. Chu Feng nodded and said, yes, I just arrived today. Actually, I'm not lying. Although I didn't buy it, it did just arrive today. After all, we have to thank Jiang Xishuan. If she hadn't agreed to have dinner with Chu Feng, she might not have been able to get Chu Feng's car. After hearing Chu Feng's answer, the two looked at each other again and became a little restrained. The two of them were imagining. This car must have been bought by Chu Feng's family specifically for him to make it convenient for him to go to and from school. From this point of view, this kid is a super rich second generation. Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a car worth several million, was bought by Chu Feng's family as soon as they said so, which is enough to prove the strength of Chu Feng's family. If Chu Feng knew what the two were thinking, he would probably laugh his head off. My family bought it for me? 3 generations of my family have been farmers, and I am a farmer's son. Yao Shaoqing winked at Jiang Xishuan, indicating that Jiang Xishuan should seize this opportunity. She had just noticed that the shyness in Chu Feng's eyes was not acted. It was obvious that Chu Feng rarely interacted with girls. A rich second generation, innocent little brother, handsome and with abdominal muscles. If Jiang Xishuan hadn't known him first, she would have wanted to go right ahead. Jiang Xishuan's face turned red with shame after receiving Yao Shaoqing's look, and she quickly glared at Yao Shaoqing with resentment. You have to seize the opportunity. Yao Shaoqing took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Xishuan, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. When Jiang Xishuan heard her cell phone ringing, she quickly took it out and saw that it was a message from Yao Shaoqing. After reading the message, she gave Yao Shaoqing a shy look. Go away, you haven't even started yet. Jiang Xishuan replied. If you don't do it, I will, rich little brother. If those hungry wolves in school find out, you won't have anywhere to cry. Yao Shaoqing typed quickly and sent it directly to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan hesitated for a while, bit her red lips, and thought about it carefully, and it was true. Chu Feng is excellent in all aspects except his poor grades. After all, people with better grades would not come to this school. But it doesn't matter. What is the purpose of studying? To find a job and make money. But they are already rich, and they are just making a small fortune. And after spending some time with them, I felt quite comfortable. Unlike the group of people in school before, they only thought about eating. Besides, Chu Feng is not famous now. After all, he has only been here for a month. As time goes by, people will definitely discover this piece of fat meat. By then, it will be too late to make a move. After pondering for a while, Jiang Xishuan decided to take the initiative and not let this innocent little brother fall into the hands of others. Chu Feng, I feel a little carsick. Jiang Xishuan rubbed his head and said weakly. Of course, it's also acting. But Chu Feng didn't think so. He had only had his driver's license for a few days, and he had only driven a friend's car once in his hometown, so his driving skills were hard to describe. So he thought that it was because of him that Jiang Xishuan suffered from motion sickness. So I quickly found a place to stop. Come sit in the front. The co-pilot can see the front and it will help relieve the pressure. Chu Feng said gently, with a hint of apology in his tone. Excuse me, I just got my driver's license this summer. Jiang Xishuan waved her hands and said, It's okay. It's also my fault. I get carsick easily. After saying that, he got out of the car, walked to the front right, opened the passenger door and sat in. Seeing this, Chu Feng also lowered the passenger window. After everything was dealt with, the car started moving again. How thoughtful. Jiang Xishuan's phone rang again, and it was still a message from Yao Shaoqing. Yeah, what should I do next? Jiang Xishuan replied and asked. Let me think about it, using Sun Tzu's art of war, seduction. Yao Shaoqing, who was sitting in the back seat, gave a wicked smile and started to tease the two handsome men and beautiful women. I guess Sun Tzu's art of war doesn't have this. Jiang Xishuan's face was full of confusion. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. I guarantee you'll get it in a week. Yao Shaoqing replied. Seeing this reply, a struggle appeared on Jiang Xishuan's face. She knew how to seduce, but how? Should I just say I'm hot and then take off my clothes? But it's not hot here, and besides, wouldn't it be too wild? What to do then? Jiang Xishuan was a little hesitant. Chu Feng, who was concentrating on driving, did not notice anything unusual about Jiang Xishuan, but found that she was playing with her mobile phone. I suggest that if you are prone to motion sickness, you should stop using your phone, or you will get even sicker. Chu Feng reminded. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Xishuan quickly put away her phone and stared ahead. Seeing Jiang Xishuan's leisurely attitude, Yao Shaoqing, who was sitting in the back seat, became anxious. He really wanted to go up himself and take this little brother down directly. Never mind, I'll help you. Yao Shaoqing said to herself. Brother Chu Feng, what do you think of our Xixian? Hearing this, Jiang Xishuan turned around instantly and stared at Yao Shaoqing with her beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Xishuan did not say anything, but questioned through her mouth. Yao Shaoqing ignored Jiang Xishuan and looked at Chu Feng, waiting for Chu Feng's answer. I'm fine, what's wrong? Chu Feng pretended not to understand, but he actually understood it in his heart. Yao Shaoqing wanted to quickly match him up with Jiang Xishuan because he was handsome and rich. Chapter 8 New Mission. My Xishuan is single. Yao Shaoqing said something shocking and directly pointed out the purpose of his visit. These words made Jiang Xishuan terrified. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Xishuan turned around and said in panic. She's drunk and talking nonsense. Jiang Xishuan was so flustered that she spoke without thinking, completely forgetting the fact that she had not drunk any alcohol. This sentence almost made Chu Feng laugh out loud. This silly girl is so cute in her silly way. It's okay. I'm single too. I won't discriminate against your Xishuan. Chu Feng said with a smile. He also felt that Yao Shaoqing's behavior was a bit abrupt, which made Jiang Xishuan a little embarrassed. One sentence instantly made the awkward atmosphere disappear without a trace. Yao Shaoqing also knew that she seemed a little anxious just now and forgot to consider Jiang Xishuan's feelings. So she immediately pouted and said, That's good. If you dare to discriminate against my Xishuan, I will not forgive you. Don't worry. Chu Feng concentrated on driving and spoke casually. Jiang Xishuan finally felt relieved when she heard Yao Shaoqing say this. However, Chu Feng's younger brother is also single, so he still has a chance. Chu Feng had no idea that his words just now were also carefully considered. One reason was to stop Jiang Xishuan from feeling embarrassed, and the second was to let these two beauties know that he was still single. When masters fight, every move is deadly. Yao Shaoqing is not quite competent as a military advisor. Chu Feng discovered that his emotional intelligence was quite high, especially when he was with girls. Although this crisis was resolved, Jiang Xishuan's heart was still beating fast. She knew that Chu Feng's words just now were meant to help her out of the predicament. Now, there is one more thing added to Chu Feng's list of advantages: high emotional intelligence. In Jiang Xishuan's eyes, she really couldn't find any flaws in Chu Feng. But I couldn't help feeling a little worried. Since he had no flaws, there would definitely be a lot of people who liked him. Even if I really got together with him, what if he became unfaithful again? What if someone else has already achieved it before you? No, I really have to strike first. But she really couldn't seduce someone, so what should she do? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, we were almost at the school gate. It's too late, let us go back to the dormitory. By the way, are you guys free in the dormitory tomorrow night? Shu Feng asked. Yes, what's the matter? We were supposed to play mahjong tomorrow. Jiang Sichuan spoke. Can we hang out with our roommates tomorrow? Let's have a social gathering and get to know each other. Jiang Sichuan pondered for a moment and said, I'll go back and ask my roommate. Shu Feng nodded and replied, yeah, it's okay. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Jiang Sichuan nodded. In fact, she also wanted to agree directly. After all, everyone in their dormitory was still single. Holding a social gathering would increase their chances of finding a partner. Even though the girls in their dormitory always talk about vicious things, when it comes to making friends with boys, they run away faster than anyone else. Organizing a social gathering would be a good choice. We're here. You guys go back first. I'll go park the car. When we arrived at the school gate, it was already 9:30 in the evening, and there was still half an hour before curfew. In order to save the two beauties a few steps, Shu Feng decided to let them get off the car first while he went to find a place to park. Okay, then you should be careful. Jiang Sichuan gave instructions, then took her things, opened the car door with Yao Shaoqing, and got out of the car. Shu Feng found the parking lot in front of the school and parked his Mercedes-Benz G there. Sitting in the car, Shu Feng checked the balance. The number had reached a huge amount of 130,000. Shu Feng smiled silently. Today is so tiring. I have to make money, buy a car, and buy a house. Did you listen to what people say? What the hell did you do to make you feel tired? But speaking of earning money for a house, it is true. Just now, the system quietly issued him a task. Invite Jiang Sichuan to the dormitory to hold a social gathering, and reward her with a luxury house on the top floor of Building 2, Number 9, Zhengda. This was the real reason why I invited Jiang Sichuan to my dormitory. Of course, if it worked out, wouldn't those roommates call me godfather? Shu Feng just searched on a certain audio platform and found that Zhengda Number 9 is the property with the highest unit price in the entire northwest region, at a full 100,000 renminbi per square meter. Wow, that is equivalent to what I earn in a day, but what I earn in a day can't even buy 1 square meter. The top floor of Building 2 is the tallest building in Building Number 9, which is 1,049 square meters. Wow, it's directly in the 9 digits. I would have to go without food or drink for 3 years to buy this with the money I earned using the system. I have to sigh at the generosity of the system. Once Jiang Sichuan agrees, this mansion will be yours. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Shu Feng got out of the car, locked it, and walked towards the school dormitory. It's still too troublesome. I have to write an application to the counselor and park my car in the school, otherwise it will be too tiring to walk back. But this will have to wait until the National Day holiday is over. I guess all the counselors have gone home now. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw 3 roommates playing ranked games. Shu Feng silently returned to his bed, feeling isolated. What should he do? Ask for help online. After the 3 of them finished fighting, they invited Shu Feng to fight with them. If I don't fight, you will isolate me. This sentence left the 3 of them confused. You bastard, you went out to have dinner with your sister, leaving us alone in the dormitory to play games, and you even accused us of isolating you. You have to be considerate. Zhao Haikuan still spoke an authentic Beijing accent, speaking with great earnestness. Qin Shang, a man from the northwest, is not so civilized. He opens his mouth and hears birds singing and flowers blooming. It won't pass muster. Shu Feng felt a little embarrassed. Our roommates have agreed. Where are we going tomorrow? Just then, Shu Feng's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, and was immediately overjoyed. My 9-figure mansion. Ding! Mission completion rewards have been issued. The fingerprint and iris of the door have been entered, the password is the host's birthday, and the house deeds are in the drawer of the bedside table in the master bedroom. Please check them carefully. A cold mechanical voice rang in my mind. Shu Feng said that he had never missed a voice so much. Seeing that Qin Shang was still talking non-stop, Shu Feng stood up from the bed with a smug look on his face. I declare a social gathering tomorrow night. Let's go. Shu Feng raised his voice, a smug look on his face, looking down at his adopted sons standing on the ground. But some of them didn't feel particularly cold. What kind of social gathering is this? I'm not going. That's right, How come you're the only one who received the notification and I didn't? Yuan Zhengyang spoke. As a member of the student union and the school's lackey, he has always been the one to get first-hand information. Chu Feng finally understood that these three idiots thought it was organized by the school. So Chu Feng told them the story and explained it to them. Chapter 9: Leaving School. Godfather, I spoke too quickly just now. Please let me go. Zhao Haiquan, who had strongly opposed just now, had changed his expression. He climbed onto Chu Feng's bed, hugged Chu Feng and begged. Godfather, I will wash your socks for a month, please let me go. Yuan Zhengyang also climbed onto Chu Feng's bed and begged. Please let me go. Xin Cheng's reaction was even more dramatic. He knelt on one knee, holding the huazi he had just bought in his hand, and begged Chu Feng. Okay, let's go, together tomorrow. Chu Feng had no choice but to agree. Yuan Zhengyang happily kissed Chu Feng. Chu Feng covered the place where Yuan Zhengyang had kissed him, looked at Yuan Zhengyang in disbelief, and asked in shock, have you become stupid from playing open-world adventure games? Hey. Yuan Zhengyang jokingly cast a wink at Chu Feng and then got out of bed. This made Chu Feng a little scared. Could this guy be? Several people discussed the location and asked Zhang Xishuan's dormitory, and decided to hold tomorrow's social gathering at the live house bar. After all, we are all adults, so there is nothing wrong with drinking a little. Besides, there are many people here, so that kind of situation will not happen. Zhang Xishuan still trusts Chu Feng's character. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Feng lay on the bed, said goodnight to Zhang Xishuan, threw down his phone, and fell into a deep sleep. The three roommates were still playing games. In a daze, Chu Feng heard several people being shocked by something, but he didn't pay attention to it, turned over and fell asleep again. The next morning, when Chu Feng opened his eyes, it was already 8:30. My roommates are still sleeping, probably because they played too late last night. Chu Feng still opened the Huaxia bank app and checked his balance, which was 170,000. In the time it takes to sleep, I earned another 40,000 yuan. After washing up, I lay on the bed and watched a certain audio app. As for those super rich novels on Tomato Novel, Chu Feng no longer read them. In just 2 days, Chu Feng has become a winner in life. A 9-digit mansion, a $3 million car, and a growing bank account that he couldn't spend in a short period of time. Reality is much more interesting than fiction. It was almost 10 o'clock when the three roommates slowly woke up. After they washed up, it was already 11:30. They agreed to go out for some fun first and then go to Live House to meet up with Zhang Xishuan in the dormitory in the evening. Because there was a social gathering tonight, everyone was dressed neatly and presentably. Most of Zhao Haichuan's bare face cream was also divided up by several people. They took it with them and planned to apply it again before going to Live House. Several people arrived at the school gate, and the three of them looked at Chu Feng together. Chu Feng looked back at the three people in confusion and scratched his head. Let's go, what are you standing there for? Seeing the three people still standing at the door, Chu Feng couldn't help but urge them. Didn't you say you'd pay for the taxi fare? Hurry up and get a taxi. Zhao Haiquan said. Chu Feng then remembered that he was supposed to pay for the entire bill as agreed upon the day before, but his roommate didn't let him, so he let him pay for the entire taxi fare. Why take a taxi? Take mine. Chu Feng took out the car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of the three people. The three-pointed star emblem is particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. For a moment, all three of them were shocked. No, man, where did you get it from? Zhao Haiquan asked. What model of Mercedes is this? After all, most Mercedes-Benz car keys look similar, and only special models have different car keys. So Qin Shang, who has always liked to know about cars, was also a little confused. Never mind, just follow me. Chu Feng took the lead and walked towards the door, and everyone followed closely, wanting to see what Chu Feng was up to. Holy crap, there are people in our school who drive a G63? Qin Shang couldn't help but sigh when he saw a Mercedes-Benz G63 parked quietly in the parking lot next to the hotel outside the school gate. If I were to drive this, I'd be so happy. Qin Shang couldn't help but walk forward and touch the car. G63 has two most popular colors, one is black and the other is white. Black looks more business-like, so many young people choose white, which is clean and domineering. By UBU. Two pleasant sounds of vehicle unlocking were heard, and Qin Shang was so scared that he immediately jumped away from the front of the car. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Chu Feng pressed the unlock button, and when he saw that no one moved, he urged them. Lao Qin, do you have a driver's license? If you do, you can drive. But no response was received. The three roommates all stood there in a daze. G63, yours? Chu Feng nodded. No, buddy, you don't come from a normal family, do you? Chu Feng nodded. It was true that he came from an ordinary family, but he couldn't stand the system. Get in the car first. Chu Feng asked everyone to get in the car. After all, there were many students at the school gate, and Chu Feng wanted to keep a low profile. The crowd stopped asking questions for the time being and got into the car first. Qin Shang also learned to drive during this holiday, and his driving skills are just average. Although he didn't dare to drive, he couldn't help it and sat in the driver's seat. Chu Feng sat in the passenger seat. Seeing that the plastic film inside the car had not been removed, Zhao Haiquan asked, "Did you buy this new?" Chu Feng nodded. No, buddy, did you win the lottery? Qin Shang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, asked. Chu Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he had to brag to his dad first. My father at home thinks it's inconvenient for me to go to school, so he bought me a means of transportation first. Chu Feng replied. This answer truly shocked everyone present. Judging from Chu Feng's previous performance, he is indeed not a rich man, and all his food and drink are provided by Jian. I really didn't expect Chu Feng to make such a big splash. In fact, there were still some big loopholes in the lie Chu Feng told. After all, children from wealthy families all go abroad to study, so who would want to go to this crappy college? But everyone was so shocked that no one expected this. Qin Shang stroked the steering wheel with a look of intoxication on his face. He never thought that he would be able to drive a G63 in this life. It was all thanks to Chu Feng. Mr. Dog, I'm going to eat you out of money today. That's right, spit out everything you ate from us. Several people clamored for Chu Feng to treat them, and Chu Feng accepted all the offers. As he said, how much money can a college student spend? Having said that, the few of them would not go too far. At most, they would let Chu Feng pay for tonight's social gathering, and the rest would still have to be paid in 50%, otherwise it would easily hurt their feelings. Everyone still has a sense of propriety. Wait a minute, what's your license plate number? Zhao Haiquan suddenly asked. Chu Feng scratched his head. He really didn't know this. I originally wanted to find the driving license in the car, but Zhao Haiquan had already got out of the car, walked around to the back of the car, and took a picture of the license plate number. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will sell it to you? Chu Feng asked with a smile. Zhao Haiquan remained silent and was operating something on his mobile phone. Qin Shang seemed to remember something. He turned around, pointed at Zhao Haiquan, and was speechless for a long time. Zhao Haiquan switched the page of his mobile phone to the school forum and handed it to Chu Feng. Do you think this is your car? Chapter 10 Rumors. Chu Feng took the phone, and what came into view was a large picture. It was the white G-Class that Chu Feng was driving now. The license plate number was covered, but not completely, and half of it was still exposed. It just happens to be reminiscent of the letters and numbers on a license plate. The scene in the picture was Jiang Sichuan getting off the car. The black single-sided film on the driver's seat made it impossible to see Chu Feng on the driver's seat. Chu Feng remembered that Yao Xiaoqing had not gotten out of the car yet. So, in the entire picture, there was only a white G-Class and Jiang Sichuan who had just got out of the car. And the captions are somewhat unsightly. The tourism department is covered with flowers. And below, Jiang Sichuan's real name and family situation were also revealed. It was accurately pointed out that Jiang Sichuan's family conditions made it impossible for her to afford such a good car. Then they spread a rumor that the person driving the white G-Class was a man over 50 years old. The post was posted last night when Chu Feng was sleeping, but in just one night and this morning, it had already reached the top 10. The heat is high. After reading it, Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly. He is really good at spreading rumors. He dares to spread rumors here without even seeing anything clearly. Also, when he sent Jiang Sichuan back to school yesterday, he looked around and made sure there was no one around, so he let Jiang Sichuan get off the car without worrying about being misunderstood. After all, a luxury car was parked at the school gate and a beautiful woman got out of the car. Anyone who thought about it would have this idea. Who is this girl? Seeing the smile on Chu Feng's face gradually freeze, Qin Shang also felt that something was wrong, so he opened his mouth and asked. They were just watching it for fun last night, but they didn't expect the real person was right next to me. After all, before today, no one could connect this poor boy Chu Feng with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This is the Wild King's sister from that day. Chu Feng said in a low voice with a serious face. This post was so popular, Jiang Xishuan must have seen it, but why didn't she call? After hearing Chu Feng's answer, the expressions of several people became serious. This is my future sister-in-law, and yet someone dares to spread rumors. Damn it, I'll ask my friend and find that person for you. Qin Chang was also a little angry. He was born and raised in CC, so he had many friends in school. If he did a human search, he would probably find them quickly. Damn it, I found my buddy and killed him. Zhao Haichuan's temper flared up and he started spreading rumors about his buddies. Don't worry about this matter for now. I'll deal with it first. If there's no other way, you guys can go ahead. Lao Qin, drive first. The anger on Chu Feng's face disappeared and turned into calm. The first thing he had to do was to find the administrator of this forum and delete the post. We can't let this post stay there like this. It's too popular and it's having a huge impact on Jiang Xishuan's reputation. Okay, if you have anything to say, just let me know. Qin Cheng noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he spoke in Zhao Haichuan's authentic Beijing accent. Chu Feng nodded, chuckled, and didn't respond. Instead, he concentrated on operating his phone. The forum administrator's WeChat account is right below the post, so it's not difficult to find. Chu Feng copied the number into the search box of WeChat. Seeing that the number seemed to be a phone number, he simply dialed it. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. If it is delayed any further, the impact will be too great. I don't know what this administrator was thinking, he actually reviewed this kind of post. Hello, are you the forum administrator of West Polytechnic Institute? The call was connected quickly, and Chu Feng spoke first. Yes, what's up? The administrator didn't expect that someone would call him, as they had only communicated via WeChat before. He was confused for a moment, but quickly adjusted himself and replied. The 7th post now is about my car. Jiang Xishuan is also my friend, and I am a freshman at CC Polytechnic Institute. The post is seriously inconsistent with the facts and is a rumor. Please delete the post. Chu Feng did not give the administrator a chance to interrupt, and a long string of output was directly transmitted to the administrator's receiver. Before the administrator could reply, Chu Feng continued, if you don't believe me, I can send you my driving license and my student ID through WeChat. I believe it, I will delete it right now. The administrator knew that the other party would not joke about this kind of thing, so he agreed immediately. He knew that this matter would definitely arouse discussion among students, the popularity of the post would definitely increase, and his advertising income would definitely be a lot, so he approved it. I didn't expect the popularity to rise so quickly. This is how the world is. No one pays attention to good things, but people rush to report gossip like this. Wait, hide first. I'm going to call the police. When the time comes, please provide the original poster's account and real name authentication information. Chu Feng continued. This kind of thing is already illegal. It would be fine if he just took the video and fantasized about it, but he also posted it online. This is nothing more than spreading rumors, and he must be punished by law. Okay, no problem, but I think you need to post a message to clarify, otherwise. The administrator suggested. Chu Feng certainly knew that if this matter was not clarified, there would definitely be some people who wanted to watch the fun and say something unfavorable like the financial backer behind Jiang Xishuan had made a move. Okay, thank you. Although the administrator is not a good person, he is still needed now, so it is better to be polite to him. Chu Feng thanked him and hung up the phone. Then he called Jiang Xishuan through WeChat. Hey, brother Chu Feng, what's wrong? The call was connected quickly, and Jiang Xishuan's somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the line. You've read the post. Chu Feng didn't have time to chat with Jiang Xishuan, so he got straight to the point. This time I called to ask Jiang Xishuan's opinion on how to clarify this matter. After taking a look, I'm going to call the police. Jiang Xishuan forced a smile. This post also had a significant impact on him. Everyone in their dormitory expressed their support for Jiang Xishuan online, but the popularity was not high and the posts all sank to the bottom. If you call the police, I won't. We need to post a clarification post, otherwise the impact will be huge. Chu Feng continued. The other party was silent for a while, obviously not knowing how to clarify. Then just leave it to me. I'll send my car keys and driving license, as well as my student ID, to clarify things. Jiang Xishuan thought for a while and said, "It won't affect you." Hearing Jiang Xishuan's words, Chu Feng felt a little distressed. If he hadn't insisted on experiencing the G-class he had just obtained last night, this situation would not have happened. Overall, it's my own fault for being too careless. I didn't expect that Jiang Xishuan is still thinking about herself now. She really does. I'm crying to death. What impact can it have? This is my fault, and I deserve it. Chu Feng replied. Then he thought about it again and said, "Is it okay if I say you are my girlfriend?" Chapter 11 Clarification. Chu Feng thought about it and decided that if they were just ordinary friends, going out in the middle of the night would be too ambiguous. At that time, there would definitely be people who would say that Jiang Xishuan was being indecent again, and so on. It would be better to just do it in one go. As for Jiang Xishuan's future partner, Chu Feng is confident that he can win her over directly. "Yeah, okay, it's okay," Jiang Xishuan replied. She also knew the interests involved, and she also had a good impression of Chu Feng. Chu Feng is handsome and rich, while I only have good looks. In the final analysis, I am still marrying above my station. Since Chu Feng didn't say anything, of course I agree with it. It's settled then. Chu Feng made the decision immediately. Aha! After hearing Jiang Xishuan's confirmation, Chu Feng hung up the phone directly. He was in a hurry and wanted to clarify the matter as soon as possible so that the situation would not be too serious. So I logged into my account on the campus forum and started editing the post. I took out the driving license from the handrail box, took a photo, erased the key information, and uploaded it. Then I took out the student ID, also erased the key information, and of course, my face. After all, he doesn't want to be too ostentatious. Then start editing. Clarify. I am a freshman at CC University of Technology. I am the owner of the white Mercedes-Benz in the post, and Jiang Xishuan is my girlfriend. It's an honor to have so many people witness our love. But at the same time, I am very angry that someone would spread such rumors. Is it because they cannot afford a nice car and feel inferior, or is it because they cannot find such a beautiful girlfriend and are jealous? My driving license and student ID are posted below. Everyone is welcome to come and check out their counterfeits. Also, rumormongers, we have reported this to the police and the law will punish you. I finished typing and editing in one go and clicked publish directly. I contacted the administrator on WeChat again and asked him to review it quickly and push the popularity up. The administrator was also very tactful and approved the post directly and chose to pin it to the top. For fear that someone might not see it, he pushed the message out. Everyone who has the Campus Forum app on their mobile phone received this push message. He's handsome, bro. Zhao Haiquan was also the first to see this post. He couldn't help but give Chu Feng a thumbs up and praise him. At this time in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xishuan was constantly refreshing the campus forum. He was really scared by public opinion. Last night when I went out to a small supermarket to buy instant noodles, people were pointing and talking. Fortunately, Yao Shaoqing was there to explain, otherwise no one in the dormitory would believe her. After a while, a pinned post appeared on the post. Clarify. Aw, little brother is so handsome. Yeah, people like this deserve to be arrested. My roommates also received this message. I couldn't help but sigh. And Jiang Xishuan's pretty face also had a hint of blush. So embarrassing, he actually said I was his girlfriend, I'm not. The post was quickly pushed to the top and received a lot of comments. Fuck, my goddess was taken away by you? Tonight at 6 o'clock, in the back playground, bring your brothers and fight. I want to fight for my goddess. No, buddy, my defense is broken, I am really inferior, I am really jealous. You drive such a nice car, and you still want to compete with us for the goddess. But all the people commenting under the post are boys, and it is obvious that boys are all righteous about this kind of thing. In contrast, looking back at the previous rumor posts, all the comments were from girls. She lives just upstairs from our dormitory. I already knew she was that kind of person. She has a foxy face just to seduce men. TSK, she's pretty and sexy, men must like this. It's all jealousy and rumors, really. Women as safety. Zhao Haiquan also replied to these posts. It's full of sarcasm. Chu Feng also saw the comments under the post. Overall, the effect is good. I didn't expect Jiang Xishuan to be so popular in school. I guess I got a great bargain. Fortunately, he covered his handsome face with mosaics, otherwise, he would have been attacked by this group of people. Of course, this is also a joke. Next, it's the police's business and has nothing to do with me. Several people were in the car, playing music and smoking cigarettes. Although Yuan Zhengyang doesn't smoke, he has no choice but to open the window and try his best to avoid secondhand smoke. Chu Feng also smoked relatively less. Can smoking be addictive? I smoke every day and I don't seem to be addicted. I'm talking about people like Chu Feng. You bastard, you're trying to please me again. Zhao Haiquan quickly took back the lighter that Chu Feng almost stuffed into his trouser pocket. Chu Feng is famous for his love of lighters. In fact, Chu Feng had no choice. It was all a subconscious action. The good guy would give the lighter back to the other person after lighting the cigarette. This is the one that makes smoking uncomfortable. Thumbs up. Let's go, Guide Rod. A few people drove towards a billiard hall in Jishang village, where the service was really amazing. As soon as you enter the door, there are hot towels for hand wiping, tea is provided non-stop, players are arranged, and hand cream is provided before you leave. This set of services only costs 20 per hour. This is the only thing I can resist. Thumbs up. Although Chu Feng is rich now, he can't waste money. Obviously the goods are of good quality and the price is low. Who would spend that money to go to an expensive place? Isn't that? After they arrived at the place and played billiard for a while, Xin Cheng started to complain that he was hungry. The few of them had to leave this place temporarily and find a restaurant to eat first. Xin Cheng recommended a small restaurant that serves the best mutton soup with steamed buns, a specialty of the Terracotta Warriors and Horses Province. A few people tasted it and found that it was true. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chu Feng was ready to go back to school to pick up Jiang Sichuan and the others. After all, everyone has a car, so who would let a beautiful woman take a taxi? Jiang Sichuan said that her two roommates went out to play, and it was just her and Yao Shaoqing, so they could fit in one car. Seeing that the three grown boys had nowhere to go, Chu Feng wanted to take them to the mansion he had just acquired to wait for a while, but it was a bit far, so he had to give up. A few of them found an internet cafe nearby. Although everyone has a computer, they all feel that their own computers are not as fun as the ones in the internet cafes. Xin Shang wanted to go back with Chu Feng because he knew the way and could show Chu Feng the way. Chu Feng was somewhat helpless. This boy's intentions were really clear to everyone. How could I not know why you followed me? But Chu Feng really wanted the beautiful sister Jiang Sichuan to sit in the passenger seat so that he could get some of her fragrance. If Qin Shang went, he would definitely sit in the passenger seat. He couldn't sit with Yao Shaoqing. It's a bit embarrassing. Besides, it was smelly and hard, and Chu Feng really didn't want him to sit in the passenger seat. How could his roommate be as fragrant as his future girlfriend? Chapter 12 Holding Hands. Chu Feng immediately rejected Qin Shang. Qin Shang was so angry that he cursed Chu Feng for being a man who only had women but no brothers. Chu Feng smiled indifferently, revealing an expression that asked for a beating. Come and hit me if you can, buddy. Qin Shang forced himself to hold back. After all, tonight was Chu Feng's group's game. Chu Feng said goodbye to the three people who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe, got in the car, and drove back to school to pick up the beautiful senior schoolmate. There were no surprises along the way. They arrived at the school smoothly, picked up Jiang Sichuan and the other person, and headed towards the live house. Qin Shang and the other two were notified on the way. There was no other way. The car only had 5 seats and couldn't move, so the three of them had to take a taxi. Jiang Sichuan's roommates were also notified by Jiang Sichuan and took a taxi to the live house. Is everything settled? Chu Feng asked. Of course, the matter refers to the rumor that was spread today. Yeah, that guy is our classmate. He was taken away by the police. I heard he's going to be expelled. Jiang Sichuan replied. This incident made her very angry. She had a good relationship with the boy and seemed gentle and polite on the surface. She didn't expect that he would do such a thing behind her back. Moreover, Yao Shaoqing also got off the car. He must have seen it, but he only talked about Jiang Sichuan. It's obviously a deliberate rumor. Jiang Sichuan didn't know how she had offended him to make him treat her like this. It's really inexplicable. It's good that it's resolved. Let's go relax tonight. Chu Feng said. After this clarification, no one will say anything bad about you anymore. You can ride in my car with peace of mind from now on. Chu Feng said with a smile. TSK, I don't want it. Jiang Sichuan pouted proudly. You kid, don't get on yet. There are so many girls who want to sit but can't. Chu Feng didn't indulge Jiang Sichuan and spoke. Humph, you want them to sit. Jiang Sichuan's words made Chu Feng feel inexplicably cold. Women are like this, they don't care what you say, they only hear what they want to hear. For example, in the sentence just now, Chu Feng didn't know how to tell that what he said meant that he wanted other girls to sit. But Jiang Sichuan extracted it from it. How strange. If you don't want to sit, I'll have to let someone else sit. Chu Feng said with a smile. The meaning is very clear, I am a popular commodity, you have to seize the opportunity, otherwise, others may surpass you. Jiang Sichuan also understood the meaning of Chu Feng's words and retorted, Humph, I can ride in whose car I want to ride. The meaning is equally clear, I am also very popular, you have to seize the opportunity, otherwise I will find someone else. Chu Feng believed this. Jiang Sichuan is so beautiful that it is no exaggeration to call her the school belle. Plus, judging by the comments under my clarification post today, she is indeed more popular than me. What a group of hungry wolves. Ha ha, but everyone in school knows you're my girlfriend now. What should I do? Chu Feng spoke in a mean tone. You. Jiang Sichuan glared at Chu Feng with gritted teeth, and then said, You keep saying that you are doing this for my own good, but it turns out you want to force me to abdicate. Humph, you bad guy. The shy tone, coupled with the word bad guy, made Chu Feng's heart melt. I really want to have an intimate relationship with this beautiful sister. But eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Jiang Sichuan is still in her sophomore year, and I am only in my freshman year. There is still a lot of time, so there is no need to rush. Jiang Sichuan will be taken down sooner or later. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, my rumored girlfriend. Chu Feng said with a smile. Snort. Jiang Sichuan snorted softly, then turned her head away and no longer looked at Chu Feng. Yao Xiaoqing, who was sitting in the back row, looked confused. If I remember correctly, these two are not together yet, so why is the car full of the smell of dog food? What a sin! If I had known this would happen, I would have taken a taxi. The car was driving very fast and soon arrived at the door of the live house. Chu Feng parked the car in an open-air parking lot, opened the door and got out. At this time, there were some fake socialites waiting in the open-air parking lot. Whenever they saw someone with a nice car, they would go up and chat with them. After all, this live house is a relatively high-end venue. Although there are some poor people coming and going, there are also many who drive luxury cars. Therefore, fishing for Kaisi here is also a good choice. Chu Feng, who had just got off the car, was being targeted. Although what I wear is not a famous brand, but it is a G63. Coupled with Chu Feng's extremely handsome face, he immediately became the focus of attention of all the ladies. For a moment, everyone wanted to come over and chat. But at this time, the passenger door opened. Jiang Sichuan got out of the car. She was wearing a hot girl short t-shirt today and a pair of shorter denim hot pants, revealing her pair of round, white, long legs. While in the car, Chu Feng couldn't help but secretly take a few glances. Such a good figure, coupled with a small face that seems to be carefully carved. This immediately put an end to all the fake socialites. Compared with Jiang Sichuan, everyone was like starlight, not daring to compete with the bright moon. In addition, Yao Xiaoqing, who was as beautiful as Jiang Sichuan, walked down from behind, and everyone was suddenly struck by lightning. How to compare? Appearance? Body? There is no one that can compare. Let us go. Let us go. The three of them walked out of the parking lot, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, it is rare to find such good-looking college students. At this time, Qin Chang and his two companions also arrived. When they saw these two beauties, they were so fascinated that they couldn't open their eyes. Jiang Sichuan and the others knew each other, after all, they had just been on the hot post on the forum. But I didn't expect her best friend to be so beautiful. Hey, hold it in, your drool is dripping down onto the floor. Chu Feng felt so embarrassed when he saw how these people behaved, and couldn't help but speak out to remind them. The three of them came back to their senses, and Qin Cheng smiled and said, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Sister-in-law and this beauty, please forgive me. Qin Cheng was not at all stage frightened. The word sister-in-law made Jiang Sichuan's pretty face turn red like an apple. Don't talk nonsense, it hasn't come to that yet. Seeing that Jiang Sichuan was a little shy, Chu Feng quickly came out to help. Hearing this, Jiang Sichuan looked at Chu Feng with gratitude. However, the warm touch in her palm surprised her a little. Chu Feng, this bad guy, actually dared to hold my hand. That's right, at this time Chu Feng had already grabbed Jiang Sichuan's jade hand. Now, the nature of the words just now is changed, from a denial at the beginning to a declaration of sovereignty. Jiang Sichuan's face turned even redder and her heart began to beat like a frightened deer. For a moment, I couldn't break free. Chu Feng showed a sly smile in his heart, holding hands successfully. It's also the first step. We are already holding hands, so how far can a hug be? Isn't kissing close enough? Well, what's not yet? I've been thinking too much. Let's go. Chu Feng held Jiang Sichuan's hand and walked into the door of the live house first. Seeing this, Brother Sanju looked at each other and showed an expression of I understand, then immediately followed Chu Feng's pace. Poor Yao Shaoqing followed Jiang Sichuan with a frustrated look on her face. Several people came to the live house. Chapter 13 Little Dragon. A few people booked a booth, and the waiter told them that this booth required a minimum consumption. Chu Feng was shocked. This is also Chu Feng's first time to come to a bar. I heard that the things in this bar are very expensive. Although there are nearly 200,000 yuan in my phone, I still feel a little uneasy. Chu Feng quickly asked how much the base price was, and the waiter said it was 12.99. This made Chu Feng breathe a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't 200,000. Jiang Sichuan's other two roommates have also arrived. Jiang Sichuan introduced Chu Feng and the others. This is Fan Ximin, and this is Tang Ruoxue. Jiang Sichuan pointed at the two roommates who had just come over and said. The two roommates also greeted Chu Feng and the other three enthusiastically. Fan Ximin is a slightly plump girl with a chubby face, but she is also very beautiful. Tang Ruoxue is tall, and with high heels, she is almost as tall as Chu Feng. Chu Feng also introduced himself to his roommates. I scanned the QR code on the table and ordered some drinks. After all, there are a lot of people this time, and ordering less will make you appear more modest. Anyway, if you can't drink it, you can save it. It's no big deal. After all, the most important thing is to have fun. How about a little dragon to shake things up? Chu Feng looked at Qin Cheng on the side and said in a low voice. No, buddy, you are really rich now. I will follow you and enjoy the good life in the future. Qin Cheng had heard of Little Dragon, 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, and then there were different foreign liquors and beers, all served together, and beautiful women lined up to serve the wine. It was really a full-on card game. But the price of 38,888 makes many people feel discouraged, and Qin Cheng just wants to drink but can't afford it. Chu Feng searched the mini program for a long time but couldn't find the Little Dragon set. Qin Feng said that he had to find the bar's marketing or manager to make a reservation. After that, he took Chu Feng to find marketing. Although he is not a rich man, he often hangs out in places like this, so he added some marketing for this kind of bar, that is, selling alcohol. If nothing else, buying wine from them is cheaper. He contacted someone on WeChat, and he happened to be at the door. So he hurriedly took Chu Feng over there. Wait a minute, let's go order some drinks. Chu Feng threw down a few words and followed Qin Cheng out. Isn't it possible to order here? Fan Ximin said, pointing to the QR code on the table. Maybe they went to find marketing, and it can be cheaper. Tang Ruoxue took over the conversation. Cut. Fan Ximin glanced at Jiang Sichuan with some disdain, then rolled her eyes. Obviously, Fan Ximin and the others still had some doubts about Chu Feng's identity as a rich second generation. They also read the posts on the forum. Who knows if it's P. Anyway, my roommate can't live better than me. Anyone who lives a better life than me must be fake. Because the light was dim, Jiang Sichuan couldn't see clearly and smiled at Fan Ximin. After a while, Chu Feng came back, sat in the booth, scanned the QR code with his mobile phone, and handed it to Jiang Sichuan. Take a look at what snacks you would like to eat and order whatever you like. I have already ordered the wine. Jiang Sichuan took the phone and searched through it casually. Apart from anything else, the snacks at this live house are really expensive. A serving of French fries costs $68. Although Jiang Sichuan is not a poor child, she was also shocked by the price. She didn't know where to start. Although she knew Chu Feng didn't need that much, she still felt reluctant. He simply handed the phone to Yao Shaoqing. Yao Shaoqing had no more worries and ordered a serving of French fries and a serving of popcorn chicken, then gave them to Fan Simin and the other person. The two were veterans of the nightlife scene and were not surprised by the prices. They ordered waffles, chicken nuggets, and potato grids. Indeed, with 8 people, anything less would not be enough. He handed the phone to Chu Feng, and Chu Feng added something else based on what he had just said. The snacks came quickly, but the wine was a little slow to arrive. What kind of drink did you order? Why are you taking so long? Fan Simin was getting a little impatient waiting. Little dragon suit. Chu Feng answered truthfully. But the livehouse music was too loud, and Chu Feng was sitting opposite Jiang Sichuan, so he couldn't hear it clearly. Just as I was about to ask again, I heard the music suddenly become smaller. Thank you, Mr. Chu from table 010 for spending 38,888 in my store to buy a set of little dragons. On behalf of all the staff in my store, I would like to thank you for your visit. The DJ roared heart-wrenchingly, and his rough voice spread throughout the lighthouse. In an instant, the whole bar was boiling, and reflective atmosphere paper floated up, like a golden rain. The scene at Chu Feng's table suddenly appeared on the big screen. Chu Feng searched for the camera for a long time but couldn't find it, so he simply greeted the big screen. Oh my god, this is so handsome. And so rich. I love it. Chu Feng's face was projected onto the big screen, immediately causing bursts of exclamations. Fan Simin, who was sitting opposite Chu Feng, had a look of shock on her face. This guy actually ordered the dragon set. Even though it was a small dragon, the price of 38,888 was something she could never afford. Although 38,888 doesn't seem like a lot, it's rare to spend so much at one time in a bar. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to play like this. Immediately afterwards, waiters dressed in sexy bunny girl costumes lined up and walked towards Chu Feng's table, holding glowing light signs in their hands. The light signs are in the shape of spades on playing cards, colorful and very beautiful. Below the light sign are spade champagnes of different colors. Chu Feng had never tasted champagne before, and he was vaguely looking forward to it. The bunny girls came over here one by one, put down the wine, and cast a coquettish glance at Chu Feng. No wonder rich people like to spend money in bars, this is really a generous gift. When a person stops pursuing material things, he begins to pursue spiritual things. After going through this whole process, with the DJ broadcasting and the girls serving wine, my spiritual world was greatly satisfied. These seductive looks made Jiang Sichuan inexplicably angry. She was originally sitting next to Chu Feng, and when she saw this situation, she simply stopped pretending and leaned her head on Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng felt the weight on his shoulders and turned his head to take a look. The delicate face was very close to Chu Feng's face. The warm breath sprayed on Chu Feng's face, making Chu Feng drunk before he even drank. My heart was beating so fast as if it was about to jump out of my chest. But then he burst into laughter again. This beautiful sister is asserting her sovereignty. Jiang Sichuan leaning on Chu Feng also calmed down the beauties who were eager to make some moves in various places. After all, Jiang Sichuan is so beautiful. Chapter 14 Purpose. Why are you laughing? Jiang Sichuan saw Chu Feng smiling, so she asked. Fine. After saying that, Chu Feng raised his hand and stopped looking at those sexy bunny girls. Instead, he looked at Jiang Sichuan and touched her little head. So cute. The 3 roommates on the side showed pig-like expressions again, and their saliva was almost flowing out. A group of college students had never seen such a scene before. Are you using this to test the cadres? Fan Simin took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. She also didn't expect that Chu Feng would turn out to be a little dragon as soon as they met. This immediately made Fan Simin look at him with higher regard. Still quite rich. She was taking photos at the beginning, but in the end, she just started recording. This is a little dragon set, an important material for the circle of friends, it must be photographed well. Chu Feng had never seen such a scene before, but fortunately he resisted the urge to take pictures. Otherwise, it's too low class. After a while, the wine was served, and the bartender came over and looked at Chu Feng. Hello, can I open the wine for you? Chu Feng was puzzled. You want all of them, but you don't want to open them for me? So he nodded, open. When the people around saw the bartender pouring wine for table 010, they immediately became excited again. You know, many people want the dragon set just to show off. If they don't open it this time, they can save it first and come back next time and still have the same process. Spend once, pretend twice. Chu Feng is not here to show off. After all, there are so many girls here, and they are all very beautiful. He doesn't need to show off to attract beautiful girls. Have fun, everyone. If you have any questions, call me again, I'm not far away. The bartender opened all the bottles, said something, and left in a hurry, fearing that he would disturb everyone's fun. Chu Feng nodded. Then he poured Ace of Spades for everyone. After all, this bottle cost nearly 10,000 yuan, so let us try it first. He raised his glass and said to everyone, I declare that the social gathering is officially open. The joking tone immediately caused a frenzy, and everyone drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Chu Feng carefully tasted the Ace of Spades in his hand. The taste is hard to describe. Why is this wine so expensive? It's a bit unpalatable. No wonder those rich people like to use it to wash their hands. Such a bad tasting wine makes their hands sticky. Hey, this wine tastes terrible. Still couldn't help it, Chu Feng complained. Hasn't junior brother Chu Feng ever drunk it? Fan Ximin asked first. Chu Feng shook his head and answered, No, my dad didn't allow me to go to the bar before. He's still a good kid. Fan Ximin teased when she heard Chu Feng's answer. This kind of little boy is the easiest to deceive. I knew it was going to snow. Zhao Haiquan couldn't help but complain. Fuck you, where can I find snowflakes for you here? Chu Feng was amused by Zhao Haiquan's words and scolded with a smile. Seeing how relaxed they were, the girls were no longer reserved. I started playing together and toasting each other. See Shen, this boyfriend you found is really good. Fan Ximin teased with a smile. Zhang Xishuan's ears turned red after hearing this. No way, I haven't agreed yet. Zhang Xishuan glanced at Chu Feng with some pride and said with a pout. Then I'd beg you to agree. Chu Feng was about to ask, but was interrupted by Fan Ximin. Then come and chase me. I agree. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole table fell silent, and everyone looked at Fan Ximin without saying a word. Oh, I was kidding. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained. Chu Feng ignored Fan Ximin and looked at Zhang Xishuan affectionately. Then I beg you to agree, will you agree? Being stared at by Chu Feng, Zhang Xishuan was speechless for a long time, her heart pounding, and she spoke in a somewhat bewildered manner. What are you doing? Then he looked at Chu Feng with some resentment, then turned around and wanted to find Yao Shaoqing to have a drink. But when I looked back, where was Yao Shaoqing? He glanced around and found that Yao Shaoqing had run to Qin Cheng's side and started playing 15-15, a drinking table game at some point. The two of them went to have a drinking contest. Qin Cheng also noticed this scene and said with a smile, These two people are having an affair behind our backs. Zhang Xishuan was so amused that she covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a cheating affair. Come on, let's play dice together. Chu Feng suggested. But Zhang Xishuan doesn't know how to play. Although Chu Feng didn't know how to play before, Qin Cheng has been teaching him in the dormitory, and now he is also a high-level player. So he began to explain patiently to Zhang Xishuan. After a while, Zhang Xishuan learned it. Joined the battle of two men and two women. Several people were toasting each other and were already slightly tipsy. Brother Chu Feng, I want to go to the bathroom. There are a lot of people here. Can you accompany me? Fan Ximin spoke with some embarrassment. Chu Feng frowned. What is this woman going to do tonight? Is this guy trying to snatch me from Zhang Xishuan? I am really speechless. Are you doing this for money without considering the feelings of your roommates? Chu Feng looked at Zhang Xishuan helplessly, and Zhang Xishuan also looked a little embarrassed. It was just a test just now, but now it has been made clear. Let my future boyfriend accompany you to the toilet? What about after going to the toilet? When will you be back? Or go directly to the hotel? Zhang Xishuan frowned. Come on, I'll go with you. Zhang Xishuan said, with a hint of anger in her tone. Without waiting for Fan Ximin to refuse, Zhang Xishuan stood up. However, it is true that there are a lot of people here, and they are a mixed bunch. Chu Feng was really worried about the two girls going to the toilet by themselves. He immediately expressed his willingness to go with them. Of course, the main thing is to protect Zhang Xishuan. As for that woman Fan Ximin, it doesn't matter. Zhang Xishuan nodded, and at the same time felt extremely safe. In this case, Fan Ximin had no choice but to agree. On the way to the toilet, Zhang Xishuan was held by Chu Feng's hand the whole time. Of course, she would not struggle to break free. One reason was that there were too many people around and she might get lost easily. The other was that she wanted to do it for Fan Ximin to see. After all, I still have nearly 2 years of college life to go, and I have to live under the same roof with Fan Ximin for 2 years. It is definitely not a good option to break up now. She can only give up when she realizes the difficulty. So before entering the bathroom, he hugged Chu Feng for a while. Chu Feng was so happy that he even said how wonderful this social gathering was. The two entered the toilet, and at this time Chu Feng also felt a little bit of the urge to urinate. I quickly went to the toilet to relieve myself. At this moment, there was a thin young man in the toilet, standing at the door of the toilet cubicle, as if he was waiting for someone. Chu Feng ignored it. He came out after using the toilet and waited for Zhang Xishuan and the others at the door. After all, we can't let others wait for us. At this time, the thin young man also came out, followed by a drunk and slightly strong young man. He came up and hugged Chu Feng. "Dude, do you believe in love?" Chapter 15 Truth or Dare. The strong smell of alcohol hit Chu Feng in the face, forcing him to cover his mouth and nose. The burly young man hung on Chu Feng like a puddle of mud, making Chu Feng unable to move. Seeing this, the thin young man immediately stepped forward and supported the burly young man. "Oh my, what are you doing? I told you, I don't believe it anymore, okay?" The thin young man's tone was full of helplessness. He leaned the burly young man against himself. Suddenly I was overwhelmed and could hardly breathe. "Sorry buddy, my buddy is heartbroken and has too much to drink." The thin young man nodded towards Chu Feng and apologized with a smile. It's okay. I understand." Chu Feng waved his hands indifferently. He was just heartbroken and drunk. It was normal. "I'm not drunk, give me another one." The burly young man waved his hand weakly and almost knocked the thin young man down. Seeing this, Chu Feng asked, "Shall I help you carry him back?" The thin young man waved his hand. "No thanks buddy, you are the one who ordered the Shunlong suit just now, you look familiar." Chu Feng nodded. He didn't expect that this thin young man had a pretty good memory. More than half an hour had passed. "Okay, let's drink together sometime." The thin young man waved his hand and left with the burly young man. At this time, Zhang Xishuan also came out with Fan Ximin. The two of them were chatting and laughing, and it was obvious that Zhang Xishuan hadn't said anything just now. As per convention, Zhang Xishuan still held Chu Feng's hand, which made Fan Ximin feel a little uncomfortable. The two returned to the table. "I don't know who suggested playing Truth or Dare, but we've been playing it for a long time now." Ding! System task. Join the game of Truth or Dare. A Ferrari 488 Spider is awarded. The system prompt sounded in his mind, making Chu Feng feel excited. Even if the system didn't say it, Chu Feng would join in. This is a good opportunity to get closer to the beautiful senior schoolmate Zhang Xishuan. So, he pulled Zhang Xishuan to sit down and play with them. A reminder sound indicating that the task was completed also came from my mind. Ferrari 488 Spider, got it. System, you are really too generous. The car he bought was worth nearly 4 million yuan. It is now parked in the parking lot of Zhengda number 9, and the key is still in Chu Feng's pocket. Soon, Zhang Xishuan lost the game of rock paper scissors. She chose the truth, and Yao Shaoqing quickly asked, "How many boyfriends have you had?" Wow, this is a big news, you have to listen carefully. Chu Feng quickly sat forward. In fact, he also knew that the two had known each other since high school, and they even knew each other's moles on their bodies. How could Yao Shaoqing possibly want to know how many boyfriends Zhang Xishuan had had? "I just want Zhang Xishuan to tell Chu Feng. I've never been in love." Zhang Xishuan answered truthfully. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, since Yao Shaoqing asked, it must be for Zhang Xishuan's own good. If Zhang Xishuan had had many relationships before, Yao Shaoqing naturally would not ask. But I have never dated a beautiful woman like this. It was quite beyond Chu Feng's expectations. I can testify to that. Seeing everyone's look of disbelief, Yao Shaoqing quickly jumped out to prove it. "Then why are you asking?" Tang Ruoxue said with a smile. Am I not asking this on behalf of someone?" Yao Shaoqing looked at Chu Feng meaningfully and spoke. She knew that this little trick could not be hidden from Chu Feng, so it was better to be sincere. "Oh." Everyone immediately started to make a noise. Zhang Xishuan glared at Yao Shaoqing shyly, then lowered her head with a smile. After a while, Zhao Haiquan also lost and chose truth. Qin Cheng started to be mean. "What color are your underwear?" Zhao Haiquan? Is it necessary to play it so big? But under the pressure of playing, I had to answer truthfully, black. No. Xin Chang said this with a sincere look on his face. Zhao Haiquan widened his eyes. Do I have to take it off to prove it? If you can't prove it, then drink it. Xin Chang blinked his big eyes and continued. I have witnesses. Zhao Haiquan had no choice but to ask Chu Feng and Yuan Zhangyang for help. After all, his underwear was all black, and they all knew it. Even Xin Chang knew that Xin Chang was deliberately trying to mess with him. But after looking around, Chu Feng and Yuan Zhangyang both smiled and shook their heads, obviously not wanting to testify for Zhao Haiquan. The girls on the opposite side were also covering their mouths and laughing. In fact, girls, like boys, have emotions and desires, so they wouldn't mind making slightly sexual jokes occasionally. It can also bring people closer together. So, men, please find a notebook and write it down. But it can't be open too much. What if Zhao Haiquan takes off his pants today? I'm afraid the girl will drop her head in a second. Zhao Haiquan also knew this, so he could only drink a cupful of hatred and said harshly, just wait for me. Chu Feng and the other two said, it doesn't matter. The game is still proceeding in an orderly manner. As expected, Chu Feng also lost. In order to save face, he chose to take a big risk. I hope you guys won't ask about the color of my underwear. You have come to this day too. Zhao Haiquan spoke viciously. Chu Feng laughed awkwardly, knowing that he would have testified for Zhao Haiquan just now. When will the cycle of revenge end? Chu Feng smiled meaningfully. Do you like Senior Jiang Sichuan? Before Zhao Haiquan asked, Xin Chang was the first to speak. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Lao Qin, you understand me. This is a wingman. The blunt confession seems a bit formal, so it would be better to express my feelings directly here, and then make a formal confession later, so that Jiang Sichuan can at least be mentally prepared. Chu Feng didn't even think about it and answered directly, I like it. I like it very much. This sentence immediately ignited the atmosphere of the entire table. Wow! The crowd started to cheer loudly, causing people at the next table to turn around and watch the fun. Xin Chang and the other two wanted to stand up and cheer, while the girls covered their mouths with their hands and smiled like aunties. At this time, Jiang Sichuan no longer avoided it, staring straight at Chu Feng. Although her face was still flushed, she still said, I like you too. Ah! The atmosphere was pushed to a climax, and Xin Chang screamed heart-wrenchingly. Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhangyang also joined the battle and roared together. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. After a while, no one knew who took the lead, but everyone started shouting in unison. The people at the next table didn't know what was going on, so they stood up, came to Chu Feng's table, and shouted along with the others. Kiss one, kiss one. Chu Feng glanced around helplessly. What the hell are these people doing? Jiang Sichuan's face turned red. She leaned on Chu Feng's shoulder, not daring to look up at others. Chapter 16 Settlement of Accounts. Oh, okay, stop it. We are not together yet. Chu Feng said to the people around him. Although I really don't want to spoil everyone's fun, this kind of thing can't be rushed. After all, it was only the third day since we met, and to be honest, it was still too fast. Chu Feng couldn't tell clearly whether he liked Jiang Sichuan as a person or was just attracted by her beauty. Jiang Sichuan was the same, and she also couldn't tell whether she had a crush on Chu Feng or something else. It is possible that Chu Feng is too outstanding and is afraid that someone else will get there first. Or maybe Yao Shaoqing has been trying hard to bring them together these days. What are my feelings towards Chu Feng? Do I really like him? At this moment, a warm breath reached Chu Feng's face. Before Chu Feng could react, he felt a damp heat spreading across his face. Jiang Sichuan, this is. Kissed your own face? Chu Feng looked back at Jiang Sichuan in disbelief, only to see that Jiang Sichuan was still lying on Chu Feng's shoulder like before. His face was red all the way to his ears, but it was hard to see under the colorful lights of the bar. Ah! Suddenly, there were waves of wolf howls all around, and the atmosphere reached a climax again. Let us congratulate Mr. Chu at table 010, may lovers finally get married. The DJ on the stage also noticed this scene, and he turned down the music volume and shouted at the top of his voice. The atmosphere group also began to continuously scatter atmosphere paper into the sky. Suddenly, the surroundings became a golden ocean. It shines brightly under the light. Then, the music became more powerful, and some young men and women, under the influence of alcohol, began to dance to the music. Are you satisfied now, brotherly? Give everyone at the next table a bottle of Ace of Spades to cheer them up. Chu Feng was also very happy when he saw this. He had completed his confession and kissed her, and then, they confirmed their relationship. Of course, a relationship cannot be confirmed in this kind of occasion. Naturally, one should wait until a quiet place, have a heart-to-heart talk between the two, and then confirm the relationship affectionately. Otherwise, the girls will be very disappointed. This social gathering was not in vain. Such a good thing naturally requires the people around Daisheng to celebrate together, so Chu Feng immediately called the bartender over and served a bottle of good wine to the tables of people who had just come to watch the fun. One bottle is 8,888, and there are 4 tables in total, so it's not much, just less than 35,000. I earned it back in less than 10 hours. The people who came to watch the fun didn't expect that they could get a bottle of Ace of Spades for free just by joining in the fun. What's the difference between this and giving away eggs in a supermarket? They immediately raised their glasses and expressed their gratitude. Chu Feng also raised his cup. Have fun. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Only after everyone had dispersed did Jiang Sichuan dare to raise her head. Everyone knew that Jiang Sichuan was a little embarrassed, so she cleaned up and continued with the truth or dare game. Having achieved his goal, Chu Feng naturally had no need to continue playing. Jiang Sichuan raised her head and met Chu Feng's gaze head-on. Tell me, how should we settle the account for the kiss you just gave me? Chu Feng asked with a smile. The blush on Jiang Sichuan's face had not yet faded, and she looked at Chu Feng with some annoyance. She didn't know what happened just now. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol that made her a little bolder. Or maybe the atmosphere was right and I couldn't help it. Jiang Sichuan didn't know either. Now that you have done it, you must face it bravely. Or you kiss me back. Jiang Sichuan said somewhat angrily. This was exactly what Chu Feng wanted, and he said, you said it. Then, he kissed Jiang Sichuan's red lips. Looking at Chu Feng's face so close to her, Jiang Sichuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. For a moment, her mind went blank and she forgot to breathe. Of course, Chu Feng only pressed his tongue on those red lips for a while and did not stick out his tongue. After all, this was a sneak attack. If the girl bit his tongue, who could bear it? After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Sichuan was still immersed in the shock and excitement just now and had not reacted. His eyes were fixed on Chu Feng. My first kiss has gone just like that? Why are you like this? After Jiang Sichuan reacted, she raised her hand and started hitting. Chu Feng looked innocent. You asked me to kiss you back, and you hit me when I kissed you back. Really? A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. But these words were not spoken. I was afraid that Jiang Sichuan would hit me harder. Chu Feng found the right moment and hugged Jiang Sichuan into his arms. He hugged her very tightly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Sichuan would run away. If it were in the past, Chu Feng might have felt inferior because of his average family conditions. So Chu Feng didn't dare to fall in love, for fear of delaying the girl's future. But it's different now he has a system. In one day, his wealth increased by 80,000 yuan, he had 2 luxury cars worth more than 3 million yuan, and a 9-digit mansion. He really wanted to take good care of the girl in front of him and raise her like a little princess. So, this is a sincere move. Even though we've only known each other for 3 days. The two hugged for a long time before Chu Feng let Jiang Sichuan go. Jiang Sichuan also enjoyed the feeling in Chu Feng's arms. There is an inexplicable sense of security. A few people nearby clinked glasses and played for a long time, and the social gathering was coming to an end. They were all very reasonable and almost none of them drank too much. Only Yuan Zhangyang was a little confused. After all, his alcohol tolerance was still a bit low. Let's go, let's change the scene. Chu Feng asked. It's obviously too boring to just hang out in the bar after finally getting out. Besides, Chu Feng was a little hungry after drinking. Before Chu Feng had time to eat the snack, it was divided up by several people. However, with beautiful girls around, several boys tacitly refrained from smoking. After all, they were no longer at the age where they could act cool by smoking. At this time, Chu Feng was craving for a cigarette, so he dragged Qin Cheng to the bathroom to smoke. Anyway, Yuan Zhangyang and Zhao Haiquan are at the table, so there is no need to worry about safety. Moreover, there is a bartender watching nearby. He is the god of wealth. If you come back after serving him well, your commission will increase rapidly. The two were smoking in the bathroom, and halfway through, the door was pushed open. Dude, do you believe in love? Chu Feng felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar. Sure enough, it was still that burly young man. The thin young man followed behind him. Damn, man, what a coincidence. Chu Feng saw the thin young man and greeted him. Damn, man, this is fate. The thin young man threw the burly young man into the toilet box and let him vomit. He leaned against the door, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. I heard that your confession was successful? The thin young man asked. Chu Feng nodded. It was true that news spread quickly these days, although this was also due to DJ's contribution. Congratulations, add me on WeChat, let's have a drink together when you are free. Chapter 17 Evil Wingman. The thin young man took out his mobile phone, switched the page to the QR code, and showed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng also felt that they were destined to be together, so without saying anything, he scanned the code and added the person as a friend. Okay, let's drink together sometime. I'm leaving now. Chu Feng had finished the cigarette in his hand, and Qin Chang had been waiting for a while, so he spoke. After all, Qin Chang smoked very fast, one puff after another without stopping. Okay. The thin young man waved his hand, and then he played with his mobile phone at the door of the toilet cubicle, looking a little bored. Chu Feng and Qin Chang left the toilet and returned to the table. Let's go, have you decided where to go? Chu Feng asked. He was not familiar with CC City and he didn't have much money, so he didn't know which places were fun. Well, Ruoxue and I have something else to do, so we may have to leave first. Fan Ximin said with a slight apology. The purpose of her coming this time was to see if Chu Feng had money. If he did, she would take Chu Feng down before Jiang Xishuan succeeded. The second thing is to look at Chu Feng's roommates. Are there any roommates of Chu Feng who are both rich and good-looking? Obviously, no. Besides, Jiang Xishuan and Chu Feng are now married, so why am I still here? Are you looking for trouble? So I have to leave first. No more fun? Jiang Xishuan asked. Well, shall we go first? Fan Ximin chuckled and spoke. A few people said goodbye hurriedly and sent the two away. The gender ratio is a bit unbalanced now, with 4 men and 2 women. Seeing that Qin Chang and Yao Shaoqing who was present were also having a great time, Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhangyang decided not to be a lightbulb here and chose to find an internet cafe to sober up first. Then, to have fun all night, I went to the internet cafe that Qin Chang had recommended before, where you can get 999 for free if you charge 99. Chu Feng still wanted to keep them. After all, his mansion at Zhengda No. 9 was 1,049 square meters, which was enough for each of them to have a room. But the two of them still wanted to play on the computer for a while, so as not to disturb the fun between the two young lovers. After seeing the two off, Chu Feng asked, how about we go to another place to drink or what? Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan, who thought for a while and said, I'm a little hungry. Yao Shaoqing and Jiang Xishuan were busy with the post at school all day and didn't have time to eat. I was just immersed in the gentleness of the moment, so I didn't feel hungry. This feeling slowly emerged as the show ended. Let's go pick it up at the beach. Chu Feng suggested. Although it is not too late, it is only around 10:30 and many businesses are still open. But, the bar and the beach pickup require a set meal, and Chu Feng also wants to experience it, although he may not be able to eat it tonight. Do you want to eat this, kid? Chu Feng's little thoughts were revealed by Qin Chang. The two girls finally reacted and started laughing secretly. Screw you. Chu Feng scolded with a smile. Everyone had drunk alcohol tonight, so they couldn't drive. They called a designated driver to take them to the nearest beach to pick up the item. Anyway, a designated driver is not expensive. For Chu Feng, who still has more than 100,000 yuan in his hand, it is a drop in the bucket. This saves me the trouble of coming back to pick up the car tomorrow. Several people sat down and ordered something. Chu Feng ordered all the things he had never been willing to order before. After all, the price of picking up crabs at the beach is still very expensive, easily costing hundreds of dollars, which is a huge expense for a student. The dishes were served quickly and everyone started eating. What's going on between you and Lao Qin? Why did you have an affair just now? Chu Feng stared at Yao Shaoqing and questioned. In one sentence, the two people were stunned. Only Jiang Xishuan, who was sitting next to Chu Feng, covered her mouth and laughed. A secret affair? What? The two spoke at the same time, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Yes, you two left the main group and secretly developed feelings for each other. If this isn't an affair, what is it? Chu Feng explained with a serious face, just like an old cadre in the village. Jiang Xishuan echoed, "That's right." The two of them were speechless, pouted their lips, and buried their heads in eating, no longer paying attention to Chu Feng. Only Qin Chang lowered his head and secretly glanced at Yao Shaoqing. Although the movement was not big, it was still captured by Chu Feng. This boy is interested in Yao Shaoqing. Based on the principle of not offending others unless they offend me, Chu Feng directly transformed himself into an evil wingman. Lao Qin, why are you peeking at Yao Shaoqing? Are you interested in her? Seeing that Chu Feng was about to expose him, Qin Chang immediately widened his eyes and signaled Chu Feng to stop talking. But it was too late, Chu Feng had already finished speaking. Yao Shaoqing raised her head and looked at Qin Chang in shock. "FCK, I treat you as a buddy, you want to pick me up? I just want to pick you up, isn't that okay?" Qin Chang saw that he couldn't hide the truth, so he just came clean. He looked at Chu Feng resentfully and asked back. "The bride price is 500,000 yuan. Yao Shaoqing said nothing, but just kept emphasizing her gift. "Goodbye." After hearing this, Qin Chang immediately bowed and made a gesture to leave. But he was stopped by Chu Feng. "The betrothal gift is mine, go ahead and flirt with me." Chu Feng waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner. 500,000 is not a lot for him, he can earn it back in about a week. "Is it true, Godfather?" Qin Chang was so shocked that he changed his words immediately. Chu Feng nodded and said with a smile, "It's true." "Did you hear that? My godfather paid for it." Immediately, Qin Chang looked at Yao Shaoqing provocatively again. "Fuck you, you're a gold digger. You're seeking a foster father for $500,000. Seeing this, Yao Shaoqing scolded with a smile. "What do you mean by adopting a foster father?" "He is my adoptive father," Qin Chang said with pride. "How shameless. The etiquette and music are ruined." Yao Shaoqing couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Qin Chang for being shameless. Chu Feng looked at this pair of funny guys in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this was actually quite good. After all, when two people are together, happiness is the most important thing. When we came out after dinner, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Chu Feng asked Jiang Xishuan what her plan was. Jiang Xishuan said to find a hotel and go to sleep. "After all, I drank a lot of wine. Although it has been a long time now, I still feel a little dizzy and can't resist the sleepiness." Chu Feng originally wanted to invite the two to stay at his home, but he was afraid of being misunderstood by Jiang Xishuan, so he decided to let them stay in a hotel. If you open a relatively high-end hotel, safety issues can still be guaranteed. Chu Feng searched on a travel app and booked a double room at Courtyard by Marriott. The price of 500 yuan per night is not expensive, of course, only relatively speaking. Chu Feng spent nearly 40,000 yuan at Live House today, so he now has a balance of nearly 200,000 yuan. There is no way to spend it all. After booking a hotel, they found a designated driver to drive them there. Before getting off the car, Jiang Xishuan pecked Chu Feng on the face again and left. Chapter 18, Building King. Chu Feng stood there in a daze, chuckling foolishly. After watching the two people enter the hotel, he waved to them and asked the designated driver to drive away. "Thank you for the treat." Chu Feng received news about Jiang Xishuan through his WeChat chat. Chu Feng sat in the car, grinned foolishly, and replied quickly, "I'm just treating my girlfriend, you're welcome." The other party just replied with an emoticon. Shy.jpg. "She's not my rumored girlfriend anymore, she's my real girlfriend now." Chu Feng continued. "What do you mean, there's a second deck?" Sure enough, Jiang Xishuan still extracted different meanings from the words. Chu Feng chuckled and replied, "My girlfriend is so beautiful, why would I look for a second girlfriend? Humph, I don't know how many girls I've sent messages to on TikTok." Jiang Xishuan replied. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt a little guilty. Jiang Xishuan was right. He had indeed sent messages to many girls. But it's all to complete the mission. Speaking of which, the system hasn't issued any tasks for 2 hours. Has it fallen asleep? Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to rest like this. However, speaking of it, Chu Feng was able to win over the beautiful senior student thanks to the system's tasks. Otherwise, given Chu Feng's personality, it would take some time for him to find his place as a single person. How is that possible? After watching your video, I can't watch other people's videos anymore. They are so far behind you. Chu Feng praised Jiang Xishuan calmly. The effect is quite good. You're smart. I won't tell you anymore. Sleepy.jpg. Jiang Sichuan replied. Go to sleep, Lao Qin and I are going back to my place, we haven't arrived yet. Chu Feng didn't insist on chatting, after all, distance creates beauty. Okay, be careful on the road. Good. After Chu Feng replied, he took back his phone. What do you think of Yao Shaoqing? Chu Feng turned his head, looked at Qin Chang and asked. Qin Chang thought for a while and replied, it suits my taste very well. We are discussing it now. Qin Chang showed his cell phone to Chu Feng, and the two started chatting as soon as they got off the car. Chu Feng didn't even know when the two of them added each other in WeChat chat. Hold it well. Chu Feng patted Qin Chang on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Although Qin Chang is not bad looking, he is a little worse than Chu Feng in terms of wallet. Therefore, Chu Feng's competitiveness is far beyond Qin Chang's. Therefore, Qin Chang must be taken over as soon as possible and cannot be overtaken by others. I know. Do I need to tell you? Qin Chang smiled and said with a smile. By the way, where is your home? I'm so sleepy, why haven't you arrived yet? Qin Chang asked. Zhengda number 9. Chu Feng replied. In fact, he didn't know where Zhengda number 9 was, he only knew the place name. But it doesn't matter, as long as the designated driver knows 9. No, buddy, Zhengda number 9, how rich is your family? Chu Feng didn't know, but Qin Chang, who was born and raised in CC City, was familiar with the name. One of the top-notch large flats in the entire CC City. The average price is around 30 million. Of course, this average price does not include Chu Feng's best-selling apartment in the building. The price of the best building is 9 figures. Hey, just a farmer's kid. Chu Feng said truthfully. Qin Chang smiled helplessly. You are a child from a peasant family, so what am I? Are you a beggar? Zhengda number 9 has a house worth tens of millions and a luxury car worth more than 3 million. I guess this house was bought for Chu Feng to go to school. I have to say, it's great to be rich. The designated driver parked the car in the underground parking lot of the community. The license plate number of Chu Feng's car had been entered into the community system at some unknown time. So there is no obstruction. The designated driver parked the car, took out the small electric bike from the trunk, got on it and left. Chu Feng took Qin Chang and took the elevator straight to the top floor, the 9th floor. Because it was getting late, some of the scenery in the community could not be seen clearly. Chu Feng could only wait until tomorrow morning to see. The elevator ran very fast and reached the 9th floor in a short while. The 9th floor has one household per elevator, so the area is so large, a full 1,049 square meters. After exiting the elevator, you will see the main door of this mansion, a black and gold armored door that shines coldly under the light at the elevator entrance and looks very heavy. Chu Feng walked forward and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. The door opened directly without him having to do anything. The lights in the room also slowly lit up. The decoration inside was not as magnificent as Chu Feng had imagined, but rather had a creamy, in style, which was very much in line with Chu Feng's aesthetic. The entrance is the foyer, next to which is a very large shoe cabinet where you can store your daily shoes. Above the shoe cabinet is a watch cabinet with a built-in watch shaking function, but it is empty inside and there is no watch. Chu Feng felt that he still needed a watch, but he couldn't afford it now. Qin Chang was shocked by the big house in front of him and his face was full of envy. I stood at the door feeling a little overwhelmed. What are you standing there for? You don't need to change your shoes, just come in. Chu Feng walked in first, and seeing Qin Chang standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but remind him. Dude, how big is your house? Qin Chang looked as if he had lost all hope in life, and asked Chu Feng. 1049, the king of buildings. Chu Feng said with a smile as if he wanted to attack Qin Chang on purpose. 9th floor, right? Okay, I'll reopen it. Qin Chang took a deep breath and felt dizzy. As he said this, he was about to crash into the panoramic glass. Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him. Don't break my glass. Chu Feng said with a smile. At this moment, Qin Chang felt a little breathless. 1049 square meters, 100,000 renminbi per square meter, 104.9 million renminbi. Those who have 100 million yuan in assets at home are already considered to be among the best, let alone spending 100 million yuan to buy a house. Only those who really stand at the top of the pyramid are willing to buy it. The Chu Feng in front of him was such a person. To be honest, Qin Chang was determined to hold on to this thigh. Xu Feng took Qin Chang and continued walking inside. "You've never been here?" Qin Chang saw that Xu Feng also looked surprised and couldn't help but ask. Xu Feng nodded, lied casually, and said, "I just finished the renovation and this is my first time here." Qin Chang nodded. The living room is very ordinary, with only a cream-colored sofa, a very large carpet, a white coffee table, and a TV. Going further in is the entertainment area, which has a small gym, a dedicated audio-visual area, singing, and even an indoor heated swimming pool. Can you stand it? There are as many as 6 bedrooms, and each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom. There is also a cloakroom, laundry room, kitchen, and so on. It has everything you need, and the decoration is all cream white, which looks extremely clean and generous. Bed sheets and quilts have been laid out in every bedroom, probably by the property management. Chapter 19. Something happened. When I came out, the bed sheets and quilts were already made, and there were some frozen foods and iced drinks in the refrigerator. Xu Feng took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator and handed one to Qin Chang. The two of them sat on the sofa, doing nothing. "What does your family do?" Qin Chang knew it was a bit impolite to ask this, but he really couldn't help it. Xu Feng couldn't think of what to say for a moment, and could only say that his family asked him to keep it a secret. This immediately made Qin Chang's impression of Xu Feng's family even better. After all, there are few companies that need to keep secrets, and those that need to keep secrets are those that are truly capable. Qin Chang stopped pestering him. Seeing that it was getting late, the two smoked a few more cigarettes and then went back to their rooms to sleep. Xu Feng chose a relatively large room, while Qin Chang chose the one next door. Although this place is good, it is too far from the school. Otherwise, day study would be a good choice. Wait until school starts and the counselor starts to work, and apply to the counselor. If you want to live outside, you can live outside. If you want to live in the dormitory, you can live in the dormitory. This kind of university life is colorful. Xu Feng opened his mobile phone in Huaxiao Bank, and there was already 210,000 renminbi in it, even though he had spent nearly 40,000 renminbi. With this growth rate, I believe that my income will reach 8 figures before I return home this year. However, if you want to honor your parents, you still have to have a legitimate reason. For example, starting a business, or stock trading. Forget about stock trading. I have lived with my parents for nearly 20 years, so they know what I am capable of. So the only option is to start a business. Let us open a small shop first. However, the funds I have now are still too little. If I use this 200,000 yuan just for fun, I won't be able to spend it all in a short time. But if I want to start a business, when you throw it down, you can't even hear a splash. We can only wait for now. Ding. System task. Open a coffee shop. Award, 1 million yuan in cash. The system's task exploded in Xu Feng's mind. It immediately made Xu Feng excited. This is 1 million in cash. With this 1 million, I can really achieve great things. Open a coffee shop? It's a good choice. After all, most of the people in CC City are office workers who work from 9 to 5. So, coffee shops have become a very profitable business. But the difficulty now is that there is not enough money. If you want your coffee shop to make money, location is the most important thing. Either open a coffee shop in a university town or in the CBD, as these two places have the greatest demand for coffee. In university towns, students have limited spending power, so if they want to make money they have to sell in large quantities at low prices, just like Maoxing. Therefore, Xu Feng set his sights on the office workers in the CBD. Although they work from 9 to 5, their income is considerable. A cup of coffee can cost 20 to 30 yuan. If it is made with real ingredients, the cost of a cup is only 4 to 5 yuan. Adding rent, water, electricity, and labor, the profit of a cup can be close to 20 yuan. It is truly a highly profitable industry. However, the stores near the CBD are too expensive, with rents of tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan, which makes Xu Feng a little discouraged. Now, I still have about 200,000 yuan in my hand, and I can earn nearly 90,000 yuan a day, so I can barely rent a larger shop in 6 days. But the decoration of the coffee shop is also extremely exquisite. After all, what we sell is not just coffee, but also style. So I had to spend nearly 300,000 yuan on renovation. There are also machine raw materials, as well as early publicity and promotion, which all require money. All in all, the total amount of money needed is close to 1.5 million. It will take more than half a month, and I can probably save up the money if I don't eat or drink. Well, I need to save up some money. But Chu Feng was thinking again, is it worthwhile to exchange this 1.5 million for the 1 million that he got for free? After thinking about it for a long time, it is definitely worth it. After all, if the coffee shop can be successful, the money that can be earned will be considerable. Although it is not as good as Chu Feng's system, at least there is a reason to send money home. Thinking of this, Chu Feng also smiled slightly. The two elders in the family have suffered a lot in this life, so they should enjoy the second half of their lives. Chu Feng said good night to Jiang Xishuan, then threw his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Chu Feng was awakened by Qin Chang knocking on the door. The sound of duang duang almost scared Chu Feng to death. After all, Chu Feng has the habit of locking the door when he goes to bed at night, so it's not Qin Chang's fault. Hurry, hurry, Fengzi, something happened. Chu Feng had just opened the door when he heard Qin Chang shouting anxiously, then he grabbed Chu Feng's hand and was about to leave. Chu Feng was a little confused. The alcohol he drank yesterday was really not good for him. When he woke up this morning, he had a headache. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. Chu Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked. Zhao Haiquan and the other guy were fighting in the internet cafe, and now they are trapped inside and can't get out. After hearing Qin Chang's answer, Chu Feng was a little confused. Was he blocked by someone? In Chu Feng's impression, although the two people swore at each other every day, they were definitely not the kind of people who liked to use violence. Why fight with others? And who did you fight with so early in the morning? Chu Feng didn't have time to think, he put on his clothes and went to the garage. There are only two of us now, so there is not much point in going there to help. I can only act as a peacemaker and try to reconcile the relationship. As for Bao Jie, Chu Feng didn't know whose fault it was. If he acted rashly, he might hurt both of them. You can only give the other party some money as a way to avoid disaster. Do you believe in love? The familiar words reached Chu Feng's ears again. No, buddy, this ghost is still haunting me. No wonder someone asked me in my dream last night if I believed in love. Chu Feng turned around, but did not see the burly young man, only the thin young man. Seeing the thin young man, Chu Feng smiled helplessly. No, buddy, are you following me? The skinny young man laughed. Fuck you, I'm straight, why would I follow you, do you live here too? Chu Feng nodded. Oh, we are neighbors again. The thin young man came to Chu Feng's G-Class and touched it. Your car is a bit shabby, do you want to drive mine? The thin young man pressed the key in his hand, and the lights of a silver-gray Ferrari SF90 opposite the white G-Class lit up. Qin Chang, who was standing by, was stunned. Is this the quality of the owners of top-notch residential communities? Chu Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, your car is not comfortable to sit in. I won't argue with you. My buddy is blocked by someone, so I have to go over to help. Chapter 20 Instant Noodles Controversy. The thin young man perked up after hearing this, and said excitedly, what's going on? It's okay. I have to go. If I don't go, my brother will be beaten to death. Chu Feng said as he got into the car and came to the driver's seat. The passenger door opened, and the person standing at the door was not Qin Chang, but the thin young man. The thin young man nodded towards Qin Chang and said apologetically, brother, I'm going too. Please sit in the back. Sorry. Qin Chang nodded indifferently, opened the back door and got in. The thin young man also sat in the passenger seat, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt in one go, leaving Chu Feng stunned. What are you going to do, buddy? Go get beaten? Chu Feng asked helplessly. I'll go join in the fun, maybe I can help. The thin young man sitting in the passenger seat said in a somewhat rogue manner. He originally wanted to drive his SF90 out for a spin and then pick up some girls, but this kind of life is really boring and it is not as fun as watching other people fight. But it is true that anyone who can live in number 9 Zhengde University must be quite powerful. And judging from the thin young man's accent, he is a local and may be able to help. At the very least, it's better than Chu Feng, a foreigner. Okay, sit down. Chu Feng gave a reminder and started the car. Your starting speed is much slower than mine. The thin young man curled his lips and said. Can my off-road vehicle compare to your sports car? Chu Feng was somewhat helpless. When comparing the acceleration of an off-road vehicle and a sports car, this young man was like this thumbs up. TSK, don't be sour if you can't afford it. The thin young man said jokingly. In fact, I know that if you can live in Zhengde number 9, then buying an SF90 is not stressful at all. Chu Feng was so upset when he heard this. With his current financial strength, he really couldn't afford this SF90. But how big is your house? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. About 680 square meters, about 60 million. The thin young man said jokingly, somewhat showing off. Oh, luckily I have more than 1,000 square meters, otherwise I would have been defeated. Chu Feng said lightly. The thin young man widened his eyes when he heard this. Over 1,000 square meters, isn't that the king of the building in building number 2? I heard that this 9-digit mansion was bought by someone a few days ago, and it turned out to be this guy in front of me. Is this true? Are you kidding me? The skinny young man was so frightened that he started speaking in his hometown dialect. Although Chu Feng didn't understand what the thin young man said, he knew he didn't believe it, so he said, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to my house later. The thin young man nodded speechlessly, trying to show off but ended up being. TSK, the house is so big, can you live in it? The thin young man said with some boasting. If you can't afford it, don't be jealous. Chu Feng repeated the thin young man's words exactly as they had been spoken to him. The thin young man's defense was broken and his face was full of black lines. Okay, let's play it this way, eh? Qin Shang, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't stand it anymore. How could an ordinary person like him survive when rich people were competing with each other? Hey man, how big is your house? The thin young man vowed to get back his revenge, turned around and looked at Qin Shang and asked. Oh, I live under the overpass. Qin Shang said somewhat helplessly. The thin young man also understood that Qin Shang came here to play with Chu Feng and was not the owner of Zhengda number 9. So I didn't ask any more questions. After all, if you are really rich, then there is nothing wrong with joking about it. But if you joke like this with other people, it would be a bit too much. Then your house is bigger than his. The thin young man said perfunctorily. Chu Feng drove the car out of the parking lot. It's almost 10 o'clock now, so it's not rush hour and the road is smooth. Soon, they arrived at the internet cafe where Zhao Haiquan and the other man were. The internet cafe was peaceful, with a few people sitting in front of computers, playing their games. Where are the people? Chu Feng looked at Qin Shang and asked. The lobby on the second floor. Qin Shang answered, then walked up first, followed by Chu Feng and the thin young man. What's going on? The thin young man asked in a low voice. I don't know either. If I knew, I would have reported it to Jay. Chu Feng replied. The three of them quickly arrived at the second floor. I saw a large group of people gathered together, but there was no sign of Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhengyang. I guess they were the ones surrounded. Chu Feng led the other two people and rushed forward, pushing aside the crowd, and shouted loudly, What's going on? In the crowd, Yuan Zhengyang was seen sitting on the ground. Next to him was Zhao Haiquan, who was arguing with someone. When Zhao Haiquan saw Chu Feng coming, he was like seeing a savior and shouted, Fengzi, you are finally here. After hearing the conversation between the two, several people turned around and looked at Chu Feng. Your friend has soiled my clothes, what should I do? The leader said to Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored this person, but looked at Zhao Haiquan with burning eyes and asked, What's going on? I was eating instant noodles and it spilled on him. Zhao Haiquan replied. Have you apologized? Chu Feng asked, after all, this was indeed Zhao Haiquan's problem, and he should apologize. I apologized and said I would compensate him, but he still wouldn't give in. Zhao Haiquan replied. Chu Feng knew that although Zhao Haiquan looked like a burly man, he was indeed a bit cowardly. When encountering such a thing, he was the first to apologize. How much is it? I'll compensate you. Chu Feng then looked at the person who had just spoken. There were indeed some instant noodle residues left on that person's body. 50,000. The instant noodle man said indifferently. Chu Feng looked it up and down. It would be amazing if the whole thing cost 500 yuan. How could he ask for 50,000 yuan? It's pure extortion. That's good now. Report it to Jay for handling. Chu Feng took out his phone, but the instant noodle man snatched it away and said viciously, You dare to report it to me? Chu Feng was a little speechless. It was already 2024, and there were still people who were using the underworld tactics. Did they really think that the uncles in hats were just sitting there doing nothing? Come on, who are you hanging out with? Tell me your name so I can see if I recognize it. At this moment, the thin young man took out his mobile phone, grabbed the instant noodle man by the collar and pulled him in front of him. spoken in the pure terracotta army province dialect. The instant noodle man said nonchalantly, "I'm hanging out with Lou Sainer." Lou Sainer? Which brother is this? Hearing what the instant noodle man said, the thin young man was also confused. He had indeed never heard of the name Lou Sainer. After thinking for a while, the thin young man asked, "Do you recognize Zheng Tianlu?" Chapter 21 Ferrari. Hearing the words of the thin young man, the instant noodle man panicked. Zheng Tianlu is a well-known person. He is the elder brother of his elder brother Lou Sainer. He was a real mixed-up person in the early years, but now he is clean. "I know him, what's the matter?" The instant noodle man asked somewhat incoherently. "What? What do you say?" "You are in society, so I will play with you using society's methods." The thin young man slapped the instant noodle man on the face. Then he called Zheng Tianlu. "Uncle Zhang, I'm being beaten up on a certain website. Come and see what's going on." The thin young man simply confuses right and wrong and exaggerates the matter. "Then I'll go first, and none of them should leave, right?" "Okay." After the thin young man finished his call, he glanced at the instant noodle man and the group of people behind him. "Let's record it. If anyone leaves later, don't blame me, Uncle Zhang, for being rude." The thin young man took a video and sent it to his Uncle Zhang, then patted the instant noodle man's face. "You've hit a wall if you mess with my friend." After saying that, he led a few people downstairs. Xu Feng helped Yuan Zhenyang, who was sitting on the ground, up. Then went downstairs. In fact, this is the real reason why the thin young man wanted to follow. Although it's not impossible to report this matter to the police, who doesn't like to show off and then get slapped in the face? In this CC city, he still has some power. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so awesome?" Xu Feng teased. "He has someone above him, but I don't have anyone above me," the thin young man said in a rather pretentious manner. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner," Xu Feng said with a smile. If it weren't for the thin young man's help today, this matter would have been a bit tricky. It's only right to express gratitude. "No, I need your help with something." The thin young man scratched his head a little embarrassedly and spoke. "What's wrong?" Xu Feng asked in confusion. "Nothing much, I'll ask you out sometime, I'm leaving now." The thin young man waved his hand and said. After saying that, he left the internet cafe directly without taking Xu Feng's car. It should be that a friend came to pick him up. Xu Feng felt a little puzzled, but he also had a WeChat chat with the thin young man, so he just ignored it and decided to thank him when he had time. "Where are you guys going to play later?" Xu Feng led everyone back to the car and asked. "Thank you." Zhao Haikuan didn't answer, but just said thank you. "Thanks for nothing, you pigeons." Xu Feng smiled and said. "I didn't sleep well last night. I want to find a place to sleep." Zhao Haikuan said. Yuan Zhenyang next to him also nodded. Xu Feng could only send them to Zhengda number 9. The two of them arrived at the top floor and exclaimed how huge it was, then they found a room and went to sleep. "Where are we going to play?" Xu Feng sat on the sofa and asked Xin Cheng. Xin Cheng chuckled and said, "Well, Yao Shaoqing asked me to go out and play, can you lend me the car?" Xu Feng was stunned. This boy, is he going to get together with Yao Shaoqing? But after all, we are brothers, and I also have a 488, so I might as well take Zheng Xishuan out for a walk today. "Okay, go ahead." Xu Feng handed the car keys to Qin Chang. "What about you?" Xin Chang was afraid that Xu Feng would not be able to open it, so he asked. "I still have this." Xu Feng took out the Ferrari keys from his pocket and showed them off. Xin Chang was speechless after watching this. The 7 letters are arranged neatly and everyone can recognize them. "I'm going to fight a rich man like you." He knew that it was a bit abrupt for him to borrow the car, but he didn't expect that Xu Feng had a backup plan. There is also a Ferrari as a backup. This gap between the rich and the poor. "I'm awake." Xu Feng's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Zheng Xishuan. "Where are we going to play today?" "Yao Shaoqing seems to have made an appointment with someone else and can't accompany me." Zheng Xishuan then sent a message. "Yao Shaoqing made an appointment with Qin Chang. This guy borrowed my car." Xu Feng replied. "Ah? These two won't." Zheng Xishuan smiled like an auntie and asked curiously. "You actually made an appointment with Qin Chang?" Inside the Courtyard Hotel, Jiang Xishuan said as she looked at Yao Xiaoqing, who was getting dressed. Yao Xiaoqing chuckled, "You found out? I hope nothing will happen to you too." Jiang Xishuan asked with a gossipy look on her face. "Don't ask about adults' affairs." Yao Xiaoqing chuckled and teased while looking at Jiang Xishuan's chest. Jiang Xishuan lowered her head to look at her own size, then looked at Yao Xiaoqing's. "I'm not small." As he said that, he reached out to grab Yao Xiaoqing. "Let me see how big yours is." It is indeed a little bit small." Qin Sheng took the car keys and drove towards the Courtyard by Marriott. Chu Feng waited for a while, decided where to go, and then went downstairs. The two of them agreed to go shopping at Zhengda Shopping Mall today. It just so happened that their cell phones were just broken by that gangster, and the Fruit 15 was out. "I plan to go to the mall to buy one and then buy myself a set of clothes." Chu Feng came to the garage. He didn't look carefully yesterday, but he didn't expect that the garage was full of luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, McLaren, Ferrari, everything is available. My own G-Class and Ferrari 488 are really not good enough. Chu Feng pressed the key, and a classic Ferrari red sports car not far away lit up its lights. Chu Feng looked over and saw the extremely smooth lines of the car body, shining under the light of the garage, as if they were carved by Feng himself. The bright red paint is as dazzling as flames. Chu Feng couldn't wait to walk over and stroke it gently, feeling that his life had hope. Chu Feng opened the cockpit door and gently pressed the ignition button. The sleeping steel behemoth finally woke up and let out a terrifying roar. Wow! It was also Chu Feng's first time driving this kind of supercar, so he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Without hesitation, he drove the car out of the garage. "Head straight to the Courtyard by Marriott. I'll be there in a minute, wait for me." While waiting for the traffic light, Chu Feng sent a message to Jiang Xishuan. "Yao Xiaoqing has been picked up by Qin Sheng. I have to say, this kid is really fast." After a while, Chu Feng also arrived at the entrance of Courtyard Hotel. Jiang Xishuan was already waiting at the door. Chu Feng stopped the car in front of Jiang Xishuan, but Jiang Xishuan was unmoved. Instead, she dodged backwards, fearing that she would block the way of the luxury car. Chu Feng smiled and said that he had changed his car. Jiang Xishuan didn't recognize him for a moment. Chu Feng had no choice but to roll down the passenger window and jokingly asked Jiang Xishuan, "Are you alone, beautiful lady?" Hearing this, Jiang Xishuan subconsciously wanted to shake her head, but when she saw the people sitting in the car clearly, she reacted. "Did you change cars?" Jiang Xishuan asked with some surprise, of course, because she was surprised to see Chu Feng. But she also recognized this car logo, Ferrari, one of the world's top supercar brands. "The price is also high. How rich is your family?" Jiang Xishuan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 22: Buying a cell phone. "Hey, it's not much, come on in the car, it's hot outside." Chu Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, then stretched his body to the passenger seat and opened the door for Jiang Xishuan. Although the action was a bit awkward, it still made Jiang Xishuan feel warm in her heart. Although it is October now, the temperature in CC City is still high, still hovering around 30 degrees. Jiang Xishuan felt a hint of coolness as soon as she got in the car. "Come on, I'll take you shopping. It's my treat," Chu Feng said somewhat happily. What Jiang Xishuan wore today was slightly different from what she wore yesterday. Yesterday it was the sexy beauty style of nightclubs, and today it is the youth campus style. She was wearing a blue plaid JK uniform, and with her incredibly beautiful face, she was full of youthfulness. Of course, a pair of round, straight and long white legs were also exposed, which made Chu Feng unable to concentrate on driving properly. A pair of eyes always looked at those beautiful legs from time to time. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Jiang Xishuan had already noticed Chu Feng's gaze, but she ignored it. Unexpectedly, this kid would become even more aggressive. At first, he was still looking at her secretly, with his eyes skimming from time to time, but later, when waiting for the traffic lights to turn green, he would turn his head to look directly, which made Jiang Xishuan unbearable. Seeing that his little thoughts were exposed, Chu Feng was not annoyed, and said rather shamelessly, "I think my own girlfriend is not good enough? Is there still justice in this world?" Seeing that Chu Feng was the first to complain, Jiang Xishuan was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she could do nothing. Suddenly I remembered that a few days ago, Yao Xiaoqing asked Jiang Xishuan to use seduction to win over Chu Feng. But it was of no use until the two of them were together. I don't know if it still works now. So Jiang Xishuan came up with an idea for a prank. Jiang Xishuan stretched out her legs and deliberately showed them to Chu Feng, asking, "Does it look good?" There was seduction in his tone. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and murmured with a smile, "It looks good." Hearing Chu Feng's answer, Jiang Xishuan immediately covered her legs with her sun protection jacket and smiled as if she had succeeded in a prank. "Hey, I won't show it to you." Chu Feng retracted his bared teeth. "This girl, isn't she trying to seduce me to commit a crime?" For men, what they get may not be the best, but what they almost get but don't get is more alluring. For example, first love. Jiang Xishuan's tactic of playing hard to get made Chu Feng's mouth dry and his tongue parched. He wished he could eat this beautiful senior sister up completely. "Just wait for me," Chu Feng said with gritted teeth after realizing that he had been fooled by Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan stuck out her tongue and shook her head boastfully. She didn't believe that Chu Feng could do anything to her. The distance from Courtyard by Marriott to Zhengde No. 9 is not very far, so we arrived there quickly. "Wow, the houses here are not cheap." Jiang Xishuan looked at Zhengde No. 9 next to Zhengde Shopping Mall and couldn't help but sigh. After all, the architecture of Zhengde No. 9 is very unique, and people will like it at first sight. "Well, it's quite expensive. I'll take you to see it when I have time," Chu Feng said as he drove the Ferrari 488 into the garage of Zhengde Shopping Mall. "Don't tell me you have a house here?" Jiang Xishuan asked in shock. "Yes, Lu Wang." Chu Feng pretended to be cool without leaving any trace. After all, a brother from Hangzhou once said that money is for women to see, not to spend. But in Chu Feng's opinion, that was for the woman he hadn't gotten yet. As for the woman you have, you should both show her off and spend money on her. Just now, I wanted to let Jiang Xishuan know my financial strength, tell her that her future living conditions will be very good, and let her feel at ease. Of course, you can't go too far. For a girl like Jiang Xishuan, it will hurt her self-esteem. She will then feel that she is not worthy of you, and you will have no place to cry. Jiang Xishuan was shocked by Chu Feng's words, "King of buildings?" Jiang Xishuan knew what the term building king meant, which referred to the most expensive, the largest, and the best. The best building here is obviously worth a lot of money. The logos above are all Hilton Hotel logos. Downstairs is Zhengde Shopping Mall. The unit price in this kind of community will not be less than 100,000. If the building is 1,000 square meters, the price will be close to 9 figures. "Mr. Dog, I'm going to eat you out of money today," Jiang Xishuan said angrily. Everyone has a hatred of the rich, but if your own people are rich, that's a different matter. So Jiang Xishuan was just joking. She is not a materialistic person, so she is not interested in boys' money. A large part of the reason why they are with Chu Feng is that they are interested in Chu Feng as a person, while others are because Chu Feng is rich and there will definitely be many people chasing after him. That's why Jiang Xishuan confirmed the relationship so quickly, because she was afraid that someone else would get there first. "I couldn't ask for more." Chu Feng still has nearly 250,000 yuan in his bank card, so he can afford to buy a few top-notch luxury items. It seems a little insufficient. But it doesn't matter. He also believes that Jiang Xishuan will not buy clothes that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Xishuan also thought so in her heart, otherwise Chu Feng would think she was materialistic. Chu Feng parked the car and the two got out. Although Zhengde No. 9 is a top-notch residential complex, Zhengde Shopping Mall is slightly inferior, so there are not as many luxury cars in the parking lot as there are in SKP Shopping Mall. The two took the elevator to the first floor. Chu Feng took Jiang Xishuan straight to the Apple counter and bought 2 of the latest Apple 15 Pro Max, one for himself and one for Jiang Xishuan. Chu Feng's previous mobile phone was a Fruit 13, which he bought when he was in high school. This time it was broken by those gangsters, so there was no need for him to pay for it since he had to change his phone anyway. Jiang Xishuan is holding an older Fruit 11. Although it doesn't mean anything, to a certain extent, Jiang Xishuan's family situation is not particularly good. After all, in most families, children need to get a new mobile phone when they go to college. Chu Feng felt that his 13 could still fight, so he simply didn't change it. Chu Feng handed the phone to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan felt that it was a bit expensive and tried to refuse it. After all, it was something worth 5 figures or tens of thousands. Jiang Xishuan was a little uncomfortable with the fact that he was given such an expensive gift just one day after they established their relationship. "It's okay. I have plenty of money." Seeing that Jiang Xishuan refused to accept it, Chu Feng tried to persuade her. His favorable impression of Jiang Xishuan also soared. After all, these days, there are very few girls who don't worship money. Jiang Sichuan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. Thank you, Jiang Sichuan said with a smile. Chu Feng waved his hands. It's okay, just wait. Jiang Sichuan chuckled, then handed the phone to the counter and asked the staff to help export the data. The counter was also very efficient and everything was done in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 23 Dating. Come on, I'll take you somewhere else. Seeing that everything was done, Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan's hand and spoke. This action still made Jiang Sichuan a little shy. Although they had already kissed, holding hands in public was still a little difficult for her to accept. It's just like when we were in high school, we were afraid of being discovered when we were in a relationship. What's wrong? Did I embarrass you? Seeing Jiang Sichuan lowering her head in panic with a slightly red face, Chu Feng couldn't help but tease her. No, Jiang Sichuan replied weakly. The first floor of CUHK houses some clothing brands, as well as restaurants and other things. Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan with him and originally wanted to buy some clothes, but Jiang Sichuan refused to buy anything, saying they were too expensive. Chu Feng had no choice but to give up. Indeed, the clothing brands here are all Gucci, LV and the like, which cost 5 figures. Although Chu Feng is rich now, the prices still make people feel that it is not worth it. Jiang Sichuan is a relatively independent girl. It's not that she doesn't want these things. After all, everyone loves vanity. However, if you accept something from someone, you have to give a gift in return. Jiang Sichuan's family situation is not as good as Chu Feng's, so if she wants to give a gift in return, she definitely can't afford to buy something like this. So even if he doesn't want it, Chu Feng can't be asked to pay unilaterally. Chu Feng didn't know what Jiang Sichuan was thinking. He just felt that Jiang Sichuan was more pragmatic, so he simply didn't force her to buy it. Instead, I came to a more well-known sports brand. Nike, Adidas, etc. For Chu Feng before he had the system, the prices of Nike and Adidas were a little expensive, and any piece of clothing would cost several hundred yuan. But for Chu Feng now, it is just right. The price is not expensive and the quality is pretty good. I just picked a few pieces. She also picked out a few nice t-shirts for Jiang Sichuan, and Jiang Sichuan bought a pair of Adidas running shoes for Chu Feng. We also agreed to go for a run together after returning to school. The so-called fun running is a sports task, and I believe some college students must be familiar with it. The quality of the waiters and salesgirls in this kind of shopping mall is relatively high, so the situation of looking down on others basically does not occur. Chu Feng and his companion did not encounter any obstacles along the way. After buying clothes and storing the bag, the two went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a pure dining area, with hot pot, barbecue, grilled fish, crab pot and western food. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Sichuan was so attracted by so many delicious foods that she couldn't move. I'm almost overwhelmed by the choices. That's it. Jiang Sichuan pointed at a barbecue restaurant and said. Chu Feng nodded and walked in with Jiang Sichuan. The decoration inside the barbecue restaurant looks very wild. The ground is paved with pebbles, and the tables and chairs are also for picnics. There is also a barbecue stove on top. It's lunchtime now, so there are a lot of people in the store. Fortunately, there is a table. Chu Feng and Jiang Sichuan sat down, but no waiter came to take their orders. Chu Feng scanned the QR code on the table and got all the menu information. In their hometown, this kind of high-tech stuff is not yet very popular. Chu Feng handed the phone to Jiang Sichuan and asked her to order food. Jiang Sichuan symbolically ordered a few of her favorite dishes and then handed the phone to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took a look at the dishes Jiang Sichuan ordered. They were all things that might not taste good, but were very cheap, so the portions must be very small. Chu Feng chuckled. This girl was saving money for herself. But Chu Feng felt that there was no need to save money on food. After all, a meal only costs a few hundred yuan at most, and you can earn it back in just a few minutes. Chu Feng ordered some delicious food. Chu Feng hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time. The last time he ate it was in his hometown, when he had a classmate reunion and they went there to eat barbecue in the second half. So this meal was very enjoyable and Chu Feng exclaimed that it was a delicious meal. During the meal, the two also talked about some interesting things that happened before going to college. Chu Feng then knew. Jiang Sichuan's father is a team leader in a large company with a monthly salary of about 10,000 yuan, while her mother is a gold medal salesperson of air conditioners with a monthly salary also close to 10,000 yuan. This income level is considered a well-off family in some big cities. But in reality, apart from mortgage and car loans, plus daily living expenses, it is not possible to save much money in a year. After all, in Shihu province, the consumption level is very high and the prices are also quite high. I heard from Jiang Sichuan that she has a younger brother, but fortunately her parents do not favor boys over girls. Instead, they favor girls over boys. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Imagine a younger brother who not only has to obey the orders of his parents at home, but is also suppressed by the blood of his elder sister. Just thinking about it makes me feel. Jiang Sichuan asked Chu Feng what his family did. Chu Feng touched his nose a little at a loss, and answered like before, "My family asked me to keep it a secret." Although this answer is a bit insincere, there is no other way. I can only keep it a secret for the time being. When I have the ability, I will ask my father to set up a big company quickly, otherwise the flaw will be discovered. It seems that starting a business has to be put on the agenda, and the 1 million must be obtained as soon as possible. After eating and drinking, the two decided to go to the movies. The two bought the tickets and entered. Of course, Chu Feng bought the tickets, and Jiang Sichuan bought the popcorn and Coke. This meant that he wanted to split the bill with Chu Feng, and Chu Feng had no choice. The two of them were watching a romance film called Mei Yang Yang Falls in Love with Ultraman Tiga. I heard that it has a high score of 9.2 on Douban, and it is a movie worth watching. The dragon totem logo appears on the screen and the movie officially begins. Chu Feng was a little hesitant at first, but after adapting to the dark environment, he became bolder. Going to the cinema with your girlfriend, you don't really go to see a movie, do you? No way, no way? Chu Feng first stretched out his hand and put his arm around Jiang Sichuan's shoulders. Jiang Sichuan, who was fascinated by the scene, naturally did not resist, but leaned on Chu Feng's shoulder very naturally. Chu Feng's shoulder gave Jiang Sichuan an inexplicable sense of security. Chu Feng was also quietly waiting for the opportunity. The movie had almost no appeal to him, but it was the beautiful senior schoolmate on the side that whetted his appetite. The plot progresses quickly. Ultraman Tiga has something to do and has to go back to the Kingdom of Light. He may not be able to come back, which makes Jiang Sichuan tearful. Chu Feng felt a little distressed and wiped Jiang Sichuan's tears with a tissue. Jiang Sichuan snuggled in Chu Feng's arms and continued watching the movie. Chu Feng did not dare to act rashly for a moment. If he took the next step at this time, it might backfire. I can only wait for the opportunity again. The movie soon came to an end. Ultraman Tiga and Mai Yang also got together and started kissing each other shamelessly. Chu Feng also covered Jiang Sichuan's eyes and said, "Not suitable for children." Then he turned Jiang Sichuan's head towards himself. "Anyway, if I cover my eyes and do something bad, Jiang Sichuan won't know." Chapter 24 Kiss. Looking at the face so close to me, I saw those extremely tempting red lips. Chu Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then kissed those red lips. Chu Feng also held her tightly in his arms. Jiang Sichuan, clumsy, cooperative. I won T right the rest because it won T past the review. At this time, Chu Feng's conspiracy succeeded, and he no longer used his mind. Instead, he relaxed and enjoyed this moment. The movie was still playing, and the plot was almost identical to the actions of the two people in the cinema, both of which were shameless. It's just that one is in the Kingdom of Light and the other is in the cinema. What is different is that there is another character in the movie, Fiangyang, who at this time has fainted in the toilet from crying. The two of them were so close in heart that they hardly felt the passage of time. The movie just now has ended, and the lights in the cinema suddenly light up. The light passed through Chu Feng's fingers and directly reached Jiang Sichuan's eyes, causing Jiang Sichuan to react instantly. What am I doing? Aha! Big hooligan! Jiang Sichuan reacted and gritted her teeth. Chu Feng felt pain and quickly moved away from Jiang Sichuan. Along with that big hand. What are you doing? Chu Feng asked, covering his mouth angrily. What a wonderful feeling it is. Chu Feng is almost overwhelmed. Why are you asking me this? Jiang Sichuan tidied up the clothes that were messed up by Chu Feng and said with a pout. Her face flushed, she didn't know why she was with Chu Feng. Chu Feng felt guilty. He knew that the atmosphere was right just now, and Jiang Sichuan also had a good impression of him, so he dared to do this. Seeing Jiang Sichuan wake up, he immediately stopped his anger and dared not look into Jiang Sichuan's eyes again. So he laughed awkwardly. Who told you to tease me in the car? Jiang Sichuan then remembered the prank she had played in the car. I didn't expect that this stingy guy still remembers it now. You. Jiang Sichuan was suddenly speechless. It was true that she was the one who seduced her first, but she didn't do anything. But who could have thought that Chu Feng's revenge would come so quickly and so violently? That won't work either. Jiang Sichuan shouted tenderly. I'm responsible, okay? Seeing that Jiang Sichuan did not pursue the matter any further, Chu Feng put on a smile and spoke. Humph, who wants you to be responsible? Jiang Sichuan put her clothes in order, took out her lipstick from the small bag she carried with her, and touched up her makeup. This bastard ate all my lipstick. Seeing herself in the mirror, her face was almost red. Jiang Sichuan quickly put on some loose powder, fearing that others would notice. Chu Feng took his hand away from his mouth and saw that there was blood on his hand. This girl bit me so hard that she even broke my tongue. I won't dare to eat good food in the next few days. Jiang Sichuan also noticed Chu Feng's abnormality and hurried over to check. After seeing the blood on Chu Feng's hand, she felt a little heartbroken. He quickly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry." Chu Feng shook his head. This minor injury was nothing serious, but being bitten like this and not asking for any compensation was too much of a loss. "It hurts so much, can you rub it for me with your mouth?" Chu Feng said with a smile. "Rogue." Jiang Sichuan gently patted Chu Feng's shoulder with her jade hand. Judging from Chu Feng's tone, it seemed that he was indeed all right. He even dared to tease me, which was really unruly. "You deserve to be bitten." Chu Feng smiled, wiped the blood from his mouth with a tissue, and didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We have done enough this time. If we continue, it will only backfire. I have to say it, this girl bit me really hard. I started bleeding right away. I have to be more careful next time. If she bites me again, it will be difficult for me to eat in the future. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the Apple 15 Pro Max that Chu Feng had just bought rang. Chu Feng looked and saw a call from a handsome WeChat profile picture with a period in the middle. Chu Feng was puzzled. Who was this? Being so pretentious, he even used a WeChat mail header and as the WeChat chat name. The only thing missing from the WeChat chat address is Iceland. Chu Feng really couldn't remember where this pretentious guy came from in his WeChat chat. But since he called me, there was no reason for me not to answer. Hello? Chu Feng asked tentatively. Hey, brother Lu Wang. A familiar voice came from the other side. Chu Feng recognized it right away. It was the thin young man he met at Live House. He added him on WeChat at that time, but then ignored him. Now he has forgotten who he was. He does look a bit pretentious, but he does have the capital to do so. After all, my family lives in a house worth more than 60 million yuan. Damn it, brother Fate, any instructions? Chu Feng said in a relaxed tone that the thin young man was like stalking him. In his words, it was fate, so Chu Feng called him brother Fate. Are you interested in starting a business? The thin young man went straight to the point and said. Start a business? Chu Feng was puzzled. What did this mean? Was he going to join the business? How could a rich man who could afford to live in a 600 square meter apartment at Zhengda No. 9 be short of money? And would he have to start his own business? It's hard to explain over the phone. Do you have time now? The thin young man asked. The sound of Chu Feng's cell phone was neither loud nor soft, and Jiang Sichuan also heard it. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Sichuan with a questioning look. After all, this was their first date, so he was afraid that Jiang Sichuan didn't want to be disturbed. Jiang Sichuan also had no objection and said, It's okay, just go ahead and do what you want. I have time, what's up? After hearing Jiang Sichuan's answer, Chu Feng no longer had any concerns and replied. Starting a business is something Chu Feng has always wanted to do, so he wanted to go and see what it is like. We are in Chaiyun building now. If you have time, come over. I want to talk to you about something. The thin young man changed his usual funny attitude and spoke in a serious tone. Okay, give me a location and I'll bring my girlfriend over. Hearing the serious tone of the thin young man, Chu Feng also knew that this project seemed to be quite large. Chu Feng also spoke directly. Of course, I can't send Jiang Sichuan back because I still have some little plans that I haven't implemented yet. Are you dating your girlfriend? The thin young man said in surprise. Yeah, jealous? Chu Feng teased. What's so good about love? Come and make money. The thin young man said with gritted teeth. Don't be sour if you can't talk about it. Chu Feng quoted a famous saying again and retorted. Before the thin young man could answer, he hung up the phone. The thin young man on the other end of the phone was probably so angry that he jumped up and down, and the bullet he fired finally hit himself between the eyebrows. Positioning, speed. Chapter 25 Investment. Chu Feng sent a message to the thin young man, and soon he received his location. Chaiyun, Longjing private room on the second floor. Chu Feng understood and asked Jiang Xishuan for her opinion. Jiang Xishuan said that since she was free anyway, she might as well go with them since they had made an appointment. Chu Feng saw Jiang Xishuan had packed her clothes and put on makeup, and then he took Jiang Xishuan to the underground garage. After getting in his Ferrari 488, he drove towards Chaiyun. Chaiyun is not far from Zhengda Shopping Mall, just less than 10 minutes drive away. There is no underground parking lot here, so Chu Feng parked the car in the parking space. It's around 3 o'clock now, so there aren't many cars in the parking space. Chu Feng looked for a while but couldn't find the thin young man's silver gray SF90. Chu Feng took Jiang Xishuan straight to the second floor and found the private room with Longjing written on the doorplate. Chu Feng knocked on the door, and soon the door of the private room was opened. It was a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam. She stretched out her hand and invited him in. Chu Feng brought Jiang Xishuan into the room. The room was filled with smoke and 3 people were sitting inside. The burly young man I met in the bar yesterday was also there. The other person was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Xishuan. When the thin young man saw Chu Feng coming, he immediately stood up to greet him. Yes, the speed is quite fast. The thin young man praised. You're not even telling me. Chu Feng said with a smile. This is my brother's sister. The thin young man smiled at Jiang Xishuan and spoke. Chu Feng nodded. Come in and sit down. The thin young man pulled out 2 chairs and asked Chu Feng to sit down. The burly young man handed over a cigar, but Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that he was not used to smoking it. He had never smoked a cigar before, and it would be embarrassing if people found out that he didn't know how to smoke, so he could only lie and say he was not used to it. All right, old smoker, there are beauties here, take them all away. The thin young man spoke. What's the matter? What do you want me to do? Chu Feng asked in confusion. Don't worry, let me introduce you first. This is Pan Boyi. His family is in the real estate business. Many residential communities were developed by his family. The thin young man pointed at the burly young man and said. Chu Feng nodded at Pan Boyi, remembering that day in the bar when Pan Boyi asked everyone he met if they believed in love, and he felt like laughing. Pan Boyi also smiled and nodded in greeting. This is Wang Tiancheng, the prince from Hangzhou. His family is in the internet industry. The thin young man pointed at another young man and introduced him. The young man also nodded at Chu Feng, but his eyes were still lingering on Jiang Xishuan's face. Chu Feng also noticed Wang Tiancheng's gaze and frowned in displeasure. And Wang Tiancheng also noticed Chu Feng's displeasure. Well, don't get me wrong, I always feel like I've seen my sister-in-law somewhere before. He spoke quickly. She's a beautiful woman, you said you've seen her before. Pan Boyi teased. Go, don't interrupt me. I think I really saw it. Wang Tiancheng frowned in thought, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan on the side. Jiang Xishuan was also thinking. She seemed a little familiar with Wang Tiancheng. Maybe they are from the same hometown. She is also from Hangzhou. Chu Feng spoke. This sentence immediately woke Wang Tiancheng up, and he stretched out his hand and gestured in the air. Team leader John's daughter, right? Wang Tiancheng said with some surprise. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan, and Jiang Xishuan nodded, but she still didn't know who Wang Tiancheng was, she just felt that he looked familiar. My father is Wang Yuanzing, we met before at the annual meeting. Wang Tiancheng spoke up to remind him. Oh, I remember now. Jiang Xishuan smiled. Chu Feng turned around and looked at Jiang Xishuan, who smiled and said, This is the young master of my father's company. Chu Feng understood in his heart that this fate was really a coincidence. Okay, let me introduce you to this person. This is the owner of Zhengda No. 9 Building King. The thin young man wanted to introduce Chu Feng, but he got stuck halfway through, and everyone's eyes were focused here. Hey, bro, what's your name? The thin young man then remembered that they had only met a few times and didn't even know each other's name. Shu Feng. Shu Feng replied with a smile. Yes, Shu Feng, our partner this time. The thin young man continued. Shu Feng was confused after hearing this. What the hell? You're just a partner? I don't even know your name. Hey, let me introduce myself. My name is Ho Xinpeng. Hey, my family is engaged in new energy technology. The thin young man spoke. Shu Feng silently took out his mobile phone and changed the thin young man's note from Brother Yuanfen to Ho Xinpeng. So what are the instructions for today? Shu Feng asked. Hey, a few of us want to open a bar, but we're short of money. Do you want to invest a little? Ho Xinpeng chuckled and said. After all, I live in the king-level building of Zhengda number 9, so I have some money. Ding. System task. Agree to Ho Xinpeng's request. Award 3 million event cash. The system's voice exploded in Shu Feng's mind. After being familiar with it several times, Shu Feng was no longer scared. It's a total of 3 million in cash, but it has a prefix, event cash, which means it can only be used for this event. This task is quite good. I, Shu Feng, will accept it. What do you mean? Shu Feng asked. The three of us want to start our own business and run a whole bar, but we're still short of money for ingredients and promotion, so we came to you. Ho Xinpeng spoke. Shu Feng suddenly found it a little funny. We are not afraid of the rich second generation relying on their parents for support, but we are afraid of the rich second generation starting their own business. If you rely on your parents for support, you will never be able to spend all the money in your lifetime. But if you start a business, if you don't have any ability, you will lose all your family fortune in a few days. Although this kind of bar is just a small-scale incident, it will not cause family breakdown or death. But it also requires at least tens of millions of investment. Of course, if it becomes popular, the income will be considerable. However, Shu Feng really did not expect this move of the system. Can I release the next task if the previous one is not completed yet? How much? Shu Feng asked. Preliminary analysis shows that we will need another 2.5 million. The three of us have pooled 11 million. Now we have already negotiated with suppliers and all that's left is to get the money to buy the goods. Of course, the decoration has not been completed yet. Ho Xinpeng said. We are going to build a high-end bar, targeting people with money, not a low-end bar like Live House. Wang Tiancheng took over the conversation and continued. Shu Feng nodded. The purchase price of the raw materials for the bar's alcoholic beverages is not expensive, and with some top-quality foreign liquors, 1 million can be spent temporarily. But the cost lies in the publicity and promotion. Chapter 26 finalized. For a high-end bar like this, its opening cannot be like other bars. Carry out promotions and internal competition to achieve the purpose of publicity and promotion. This target group is low-end customers. Instead, they can only gain fame through some celebrity effects and the help of the internet. Therefore, the cost lies in the publicity and promotion. If you invite any celebrity, the appearance fee will be at least 1 million. This is where the money is burned. Shu Feng thought about it carefully. This kind of bar is feasible, but it is also difficult and not easy. First of all, some people who have a little money on hand like to go to places where they can prove their identity, and such bars become the first choice. If the service is good and the sound equipment and DJ are top-notch in the industry, then such a bar will definitely have no shortage of customers. Moreover, they are all high-end customers with strong purchasing power. However, such positioning will lose a large number of people who want to go to the bar but are not well off. In this case, the customer flow will be relatively low, and it will not seem so popular. Besides, do rich people go to bars to drink? Obviously not. It's to pick up girls and show off. If everyone is rich, then who are you pretending for? Also, if those gold-digging girls can't get in, where are you going to find girls? Couldn't this group of people think of this? Shu Feng shook his head. I feel this is a bit unfeasible. Everyone looked at Shu Feng, waiting for him to continue. Shu Feng expressed his previous thoughts, and everyone felt as if something suddenly became clear. They are rich people, so they want a high-end venue. To put it bluntly, they want to attract more rich people by selling expensive things that symbolize wealth. But rich people are not fools. I have money, but my emotional values cannot be satisfied in a place like this. What is the point of having this identity? Is it just to let people know that I can afford to go to this bar? However, Chu Feng is a poor man who suddenly became rich, so he still has some thoughts about the psychology of some rich people. If my idea is feasible, I can invest and we can continue to discuss the shares. Chu Feng continued. He also wanted to complete the task, but Chu Feng still felt uncomfortable if he invested in an industry that he knew was not going to work. After everyone thought about it, Brother Love Panboy asked, then what should we do? First of all, there is no need for publicity. The most effective method is to spend money and start a price war. I still have a little money in my hand, which is enough to spend. Chu Feng said with a serious face. Secondly, we should provide services and facilities at the top level in the industry, referring to Heibianjian and Shidonglai. This is the only way to meet everyone's needs and get more people to come. Third, the card recharge discount is to bind customers. Although you are not in the service industry, you should be able to think of it, right? Chu Feng finished speaking and asked a question. Jiang Xishuan, who was sitting next to Chu Feng, had stars in her eyes. Her boyfriend looked so handsome when he was talking so eloquently. Brother Wang, your family is in the internet business. What kind of business is it specifically? Are there any internet celebrity types? Chu Feng looked at Wang Tiancheng and asked. Wang Tiancheng nodded and said, yes, but not much. It's far behind 798. This directly saves on publicity and promotion. Chu Feng said. But I don't really want to rely on my parents' connections. Wang Tiancheng was a little embarrassed and spoke. No need for help. Once we open the business, you can tell your father to invite a team of internet celebrities to come over for team building. I don't believe that there is any beautiful woman who doesn't post on TikTok when she goes to the bar. If that doesn't work, let's set up a check-in spot so that they can't help but check in. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Wang Tiancheng's eyes lit up. In this way, not only can the purpose of publicity be achieved, but also a favor can be done to your father, killing two birds with one stone. Okay. Wang Tiancheng said yes 3 times to show his agreement. What do you two think? Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinping and Pan Boyi on the side and asked. I think it's feasible. The two of them replied. That's fine. Chu Feng paused for a while, waiting for the task to be completed. Ding! Mission accomplished. The reward has been issued to the host's Huaxia bank card. Note, event cash can only be used for this event. Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, the money had been deposited immediately. The current balance has reached 3.3 million. Excluding the 3 million in working cash, there is still more than 300,000 left. I still have 300 in my hand, which should be enough for the initial burn. If it's not enough later, I'll add more. After Chu Feng confirmed the receipt of the money, he spoke. Then let's make the share equal from now on, 25% each. Ho Xinping said. Then he looked at the other two and asked, do you have any objections? What can I say? The money has been paid and the idea is good. Pan Boyi nodded and said. Wang Tiancheng was still immersed in the imagination that he could do his father a favor and couldn't extricate himself, thinking about asking his father for a car after the end. So I just nodded and didn't say anything. Okay, I'll have someone integrate the contracts. The 3 of us have already signed them, so we can only sign a share transfer. Ho Xinping spoke. Chu Feng nodded without objection. Although it is a partnership between friends, a contract is still necessary. After all, there are many people who have been cheated by their friends. Then I'll just be a hands-off boss. I still have to go to school. Chu Feng spoke. We all have to go to school. Do you think you're the only student? Ho Xinping said with some dissatisfaction. Chu Feng really didn't notice this, especially the love brother Panboy, with all the tattoos on his body. He didn't even see him in the bar that day, but he saw it clearly today. Chu Feng thought that these people came out on their own. I'm at WW Polytechnic. Chu Feng introduced himself and began to speak. Hey, you and Xiao Pan are in the same school. From now on, you will be protecting my brother Chu, okay? Ho Xinping elbowed Pan Boyi, who nodded repeatedly. However, the tattoo on his body does make people feel a little scared, but fortunately he is one of our own. Why haven't I seen you before? Jiang Xishuan, who had been silent all this time, asked. Fan Simin in their dormitory knew a lot about some of the wealthy people in the school. Jiang Xishuan also knew most of the people in the school who had assets worth hundreds of millions. Hey, I don't go to school very often. It's not interesting, Pan Boyi said with a silly smile. And you? Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinping and asked. I'm at Northwestern Polytechnical University. So is Lao Wang. Ho Xinping replied. Northwestern Polytechnical University is not far from Chu Feng's school. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a top student. Chu Feng really didn't realize that this kid actually went to 985211. It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Hee, I understand. Ho Xinping smiled guiltily. Chu Feng understood. This guy paid to get in, and he will probably go abroad in the future. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you can't get in, and the only option is to be an international student. Chapter 27: Signing a Contract. After a while, a beautiful woman in a suit walked in and handed Ho Xinping a briefcase. Ho Xinping took out the contract from his briefcase and distributed it to several people. Originally, each person got 30%, and the remaining 10% went to the last person. In this case, each person can take out another 5% and give it to Brother Chu. Is that okay? Although the people just now had already agreed, Ho Xinping still confirmed it again. The few people had no objections. They simply glanced over the contract and signed their names. Chu Feng looked at it carefully. He is a novice and is considered a half-outsider, so in order to prevent someone from setting up a trap, it is better to check him carefully. Several people also expressed their understanding. After all, this was their first meeting. Chu Feng checked it and found no loopholes, so he signed his name. I originally wanted to sign Jiang Xishuan's name, but then I changed my mind and realized that this was a joint business. If I asked my girlfriend to sign it, it would be disrespectful and would also be an attempt to transfer risk. So Chu Feng decided to wait until his own coffee shop was established before making any decisions. I really want to marry Jiang Xishuan. So there is nothing wrong with giving away some assets. Chu Feng handed the contract to Ho Xinping. Ho Xinping carefully put the contract back into his briefcase and handed it to the beautiful lady in the suit. Go back and tell my dad that the kid has been tricked. Prepare to close the net. Ho Xinping said with a smile. Chu Feng's heart tightened, then he looked at the others laughing and realized that the boy was joking. Chu Feng hit Ho Xinping with some resentment and scolded him with a smile, go to hell. Give me a card number and I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Chu Feng spoke. Ho Xinping did not hesitate and copied and pasted his card number into WeChat and sent it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's card currently has a daily limit of 50,000, so he has to go to the bank counter to apply for a transfer. It's really troublesome. He has to increase the limit on this card when he has time, otherwise it will be too troublesome. They chatted for a while and then it was time for dinner. Ho Xinping suggested that they go have a barbecue together. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan beside him and asked for her opinion. Jiang Xishuan was a little hesitant, but still wanted to spend some time alone with Chu Feng. But how to refuse this? Fortunately, Chu Feng saw what Jiang Xishuan meant, and before Jiang Xishuan could answer, he took the lead and said, forget it, I still have to spend some time alone together, so those of you who are single should stop disturbing me, okay? Chu Feng's words were like a knife, cutting through everyone's hearts. They were stunned for a moment, and every pair of eyes stared at Chu Feng. Can you tolerate this? Ho Xinping elbowed Pan Boyi and said angrily. I can't stand it. Pan Boyi, who had just broken up, was also very angry. Fuck him. Following Ho Xinping's order, everyone rushed out together, ready to press Chu Feng to the ground and rub him. But Chu Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took Jiang Xishuan's hand and left the private room. Naturally, they just wanted to scare Chu Feng and did not chase him out. Chu Feng took Jiang Xishuan back to the car. What do you want to eat? Chu Feng leaned back in his chair and asked. Jiang Xishuan didn't know what to eat as she hadn't digested what she had just eaten. Would you like to come to my house? Seeing Jiang Xishuan hesitant, Chu Feng asked tentatively. You kid. Jiang Xishuan looked at Chu Feng with a very strange look, with a smile on her lips, and said, You have evil intentions, impure thoughts, and evil intentions. After hearing this, Chu Feng's face was filled with aggrieved. This, I just wanted to find a place to rest, how could I be misunderstood? Although 99% of my thoughts are about that, doesn't that still leave 1%? But my cat can do backflips. Chu Feng planned to use a cute kitten to seduce Jiang Xishuan, but Jiang Xishuan still saw through it. I won't go even if you can do a backflip. Jiang Xishuan said with a wary look on her face and a pout. She has seen many such excuses on the internet. Then let's go to the movies again. Xu Feng suggested. You little rascal, how could I not know what you want to do? Jiang Xishuan said angrily. Xu Feng scratched his head with a wry smile, then chuckled and gave up. How about you accompany me to get a manicure? Jiang Xishuan stretched out her hand in front of Xu Feng, showing it and making a suggestion. The last time she had a manicure was before school started, and there was no nail salon in the school. If she doesn't change it now, it might breed bacteria. Xu Feng nodded. This was indeed a good suggestion. It was also something he had to do when accompanying his girlfriend. Ding. System task. Take Jiang Xishuan to do a manicure. Cash reward of 1 million yuan. The system's voice sounded in Xu Feng's mind, making Xu Feng happy. It's only been one afternoon and the system has already issued 2 tasks. Although both of them have cash rewards, what Xu Feng lacks most now is cash. With this 1 million, plus some money I saved, the coffee shop will surely be open soon, and then I can get another 1 million for free, which is equivalent to owning a coffee shop without spending a penny. There is still some surplus. Jiang Xishuan, you are really my lucky star. Xu Feng wanted to give Jiang Xishuan a big kiss on the mouth. However, it didn't seem like a good idea to eat and take at the same time, so Xu Feng gave up the idea. Xu Feng immediately started the car and took Jiang Xishuan to get a manicure. After all, this was 1 million yuan and there was no time to waste. And the tea flavor just now was in the Longjing private room. The 3 of them were still sitting there, discussing something. What do you think Xu Feng's family does? Pan Boyi asked. Yes, the house I live in is worth hundreds of millions, and 3 million is easy to come by. I saved up 4 million for several months. Wang Tianchang echoed. I don't know either. It feels quite mysterious. Ho Xinping shook his head and spoke slowly. Do you want my dad to investigate? Wang Tiancheng suggested that after all, his family was in the internet business, and he knew many bigwigs in Hangzhou, so it was relatively easy to investigate someone. As soon as this suggestion came out, Ho Xinping quickly stopped it. Don't do it. If he finds out, he will probably be unhappy. Let it go. After all, we are brothers in the same boat from now on. After listening to Ho Xinping's words, the 2 nodded. Although this kind of human investigation is accurate and fast, it is extremely not secretive. If Xu Feng's family is really a big shot, it might really anger them. By the way, if you ask me, we should thank Xu Feng. If it weren't for his suggestion, I'm afraid our 10 million would be wasted. Ho Xinping continued. The 2 of them also nodded and had no objection to what Ho Xinping said. If they really implemented it according to their assumptions, they would probably burn all the money in a few months. How about I give his future father-in-law a promotion? It's just a matter of a word, and his abilities are generally recognized, so no one will gossip about him even if he gets promoted. Chapter 28 Mission completed, 1 million received. Wang Tiancheng proposed again. He didn't expect it would be such a coincidence that he would meet his subordinate's daughter here. During the company's annual meeting, after seeing Jiang Xishuan, he was struck by her beauty and wanted to have sex with her. He invited her once, but was rejected by Jiang Xishuan. Wang Tiancheng had no choice but to give up. He had done this kind of thing many times, so when he saw Jiang Xishuan, he didn't recognize her at first. Let's wait and see. We don't know what that guy is thinking. What if he's just playing around? That would be a bit of a loss. It would be like flattering someone. Ho Xinping spoke. He is the oldest among the group, so he is calmer and thinks about more things. He can be considered the brain of the team. But after all, my family is engaged in scientific research, and they don't have much business acumen, which led to wrong decisions. There is no need to talk about the remaining 2 people. Wang Tiancheng is in the internet industry and has a good grasp of the internet trends, but when it comes to people's hearts, he is still a little lacking. Pan Boyi is the younger brother and he is a freshman this year. Although he is also engaged in business, he knows nothing and listens to his 2 older brothers. After the opening, I'll give him some nice gifts. Next time when my family gets some money, how about pooling some money to buy him a car? Ho Xinping suggested. If Xu Feng and Jiang Xishuan were already married, then giving Jiang Xishuan something would undoubtedly be the best choice, but at this stage, it would be better not to create unnecessary trouble. It would be best to honestly give Xu Feng a gift. After all, Xu Feng saved more than just a few people's 11 million. If this bar becomes successful, the money that can be earned will be a huge sum. Several of them were not very interested in money. Their main purpose was to achieve something through their families to impress their families, and making money was just a byproduct. This is also the idea of many second-generation rich people. They don't want to be the second-generation rich people who only know how to eat and wait for death, but want to prove themselves, although not many have succeeded, such as Sikong's National Treasure live broadcast. Although he made money, the results were not ideal. Compared with the size of Yida, the money he earned was a drop in the bucket, and Jian Linlin didn't care about it. Buy him a car. He's driving a G63 now, which is pretty shabby. Ho Xinping said. He drives an SF90, and Pan Boyi drives a Porsche GT2 RS worth about 6 million yuan, which is also the king of the Nürburgring. Wang Tiancheng drives a McLaren P1, one of the 3 great cars. He bought it second-hand for nearly 3,000 yuan. These people can be considered top second-generation rich people. But unfortunately, the control at home is quite strict, and I can only get a little over 1 million pocket money a month at most. That's why it's so difficult. Chu Feng accompanied Jiang Xishuan in doing manicure for nearly an hour. Who would have thought that a manicure would take at least 2 hours? This was something Chu Feng had never thought about before. Fortunately, 1 million yuan had just been deposited into the card, which gave Chu Feng some comfort. The system task has just been completed, and the system did not hesitate and directly transferred the money to the account. There is now nearly 4.4 million in the card. Although it seems like a lot, there is only 1.4 million that can be used, and there is still a task to complete and open a coffee shop. Now we have to start preparing for the coffee shop. Chu Feng now wants to rent a store in the CBD of Jinya Road and the CBD of Mixi and open a coffee shop, both of which are relatively new places. After thinking about it, I realized that I have too few connections and I still have to rely on other people's relationships. Pan Boyi's family is in real estate, so he should be very familiar with this area. Asking him would be a good choice. Chu Feng was idly watching a certain audio app and flipping through some information. Now he was more inclined to the Mixi. A store of nearly 200 square meters would probably cost nearly 1 million yuan in annual rent. This price is unimaginable in other places. The main reason is that there is a landmark building in the CBD of Mixi, the Tree of Life. Although it helps little to the tourism industry, it can still attract tourists from other places. In this way, your coffee shop will not only be frequented by people who commute to work, but also by tourists who come here to sit down. This 1 million is well worth it. If we do more publicity, the flow of people will probably not be low. But the budget is a little higher. Add in the decoration, machinery, labor, publicity, and raw materials, and the cost is almost 2 million. However, the profits are considerable. Chu Feng decided to ask Pan Boyi out for a talk tomorrow. After Jiang Xishuan finished her manicure, she brought her some shocking news. Tomorrow is the second day of the National Day holiday, and the school's Olympiad class will start, so Jiang Xishuan has to go back to class. Zhao Haiquan and Yuan Zhangyang should also be in the same miserable situation. Chu Feng vaguely remembered that these two people kept saying that it is always better to have many skills, and then they spent 6,000 yuan to sign up for this course. Now they are really miserable. The two people who were drinking coke and playing games in Chu Feng's mansion of more than 1,000 square meters also received the news. They were so angry that they stopped playing the game and shouted for their money back. But since the course has already started, the money cannot be refunded. So the two of them could only call Chu Feng for help and ask Chu Feng to send them back to school. Fortunately, the two did not go home, otherwise it would be troublesome. However, it's not surprising that the notification was given late, as the school had already notified them a few days before the holiday, but neither of them saw it. This was told to you by your classmates, otherwise you too would have missed the important first class. Chu Feng had no choice but to call Qin Cheng back. The two of them changed cars and sent Jiang Xishuan and the other two back to school. Yao Shaoqing also knew about this. Knowing that Jiang Xishuan was going back to school, there was no point for her to stay outside, so she went back to the courtyard by Marriott where she had stayed yesterday, packed her things, and followed Chu Feng back to school. Qin Cheng drove Chu Feng's 488 out for some fun. Several people in the car were also wailing and shouting that they didn't want to go to class. Chu Feng could only hold his forehead and smile bitterly. He was thinking of taking advantage of this holiday to further improve his relationship with Jiang Xishuan, but it seems that is not possible. Soon, several people arrived at the school. Chu Feng asked Zhao Haiquan and Yao Shaoqing to get out of the car first, while he sat in the car and whispered to Jiang Xishuan. If you have anything, Send me a message when you get back. Chu Feng instructed. Although Jiang Sichuan is a senior, the two of them have confirmed their relationship. Chu Feng inexplicably felt that Jiang Sichuan was a child, but she was quite cute. I even had the idea of letting her go back to school on her own. That's why I gave such instructions. Jiang Sichuan waved her hands and said, "Don't worry, you have to keep in touch at any time. Otherwise, I will skin you alive." Chapter 29 Looking for Pan Boyi. Jiang Sichuan's words made Chu Feng shudder. He quickly took out his cell phone and turned off the silent mode. Before, Chu Feng's phone was often on silent mode because of the typing sound and he was too lazy to turn it off. Since meeting Jiang Sichuan, Chu Feng has turned on the ringtone notification from time to time. This is still a child, this is a she-demon. Chu Feng complained in his heart. Although he knew it was a joke, Chu Feng still felt that it would be best to reply to Jiang Sichuan's message in time. After all, they had just started dating, and he still needed to make Jiang Sichuan feel more secure. After all, in Jiang Sichuan's heart, she might be a rich second generation who was uneducated and unskilled. It would be bad if she thought that I was playing with my little sister by not replying to her messages. Girls are the most imaginative creatures. I want a kiss. Chu Feng simply abandoned his dignity as a man and started to act coquettishly. Jiang Sichuan obviously didn't expect Chu Feng to do this. She widened her eyes and looked at Chu Feng with a smirk on her face. A handsome face, acting like a spoiled child in front of me, which girl can resist this? It's like a cool and arrogant lady lying in your arms and saying, "Baby, can you give me a kiss?" With an aggrieved expression on his face, I'm afraid many gay men would not be able to hold back their guns at this time? No. Jiang Sichuan deliberately teased Chu Feng to see what amazing move Chu Feng would make next after he finished acting coquettishly. As he said this, he opened the door and prepared to get off the car. Chu Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He changed from the spoiled little boy and turned into a hungry wolf. He slammed the door shut and started to nibble on Jiang Sichuan's pretty face while holding it. The few people outside the car saw the door open and then slam shut. They were at a loss for what to do and were disheveled in the wind. The two kissed for a long time. Chu Feng was about to reenact the scene in the cinema. His hands had already begun to pull at her clothes, but he was stopped by Jiang Sichuan. This should be the second kiss. Jiang Sichuan has developed resistance and is no longer as blank-minded and weak-bodied as she was the first time. That's why he was able to resist Chu Feng's attack. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Sichuan broke free from Chu Feng's restraints. "You bad guy, okay, I'm leaving now, be careful out there." Jiang Sichuan reached out and pushed Chu Feng away. She knew there were people waiting outside. Although it was late, the privacy of this car was pretty good. But Jiang Sichuan was still afraid of being seen. So he tidied his clothes, got off the car in a hurry, took Yao Shaoqing with him, and ran back to school as if escaping. Chu Feng was left with a smirk on his face. This girl is so cute. Chu Feng savored the aroma that remained in his mouth, chuckled, and sighed. "Hey, what did you do? Tell the truth." Yao Shaoqing, who was being dragged by Jiang Sichuan to run, saw Jiang Sichuan's face slightly red and couldn't help but tease her. "Oh, let's talk about it in the dormitory." "No, I won't tell you even when we get back to the dormitory." Jiang Sichuan was speechless for a moment, and immediately changed her tone, fearing that Yao Shaoqing would catch her. "But with Yao Shaoqing's loudmouthed personality, I'm afraid the whole dormitory will know about it when I get back. By then, I won't be able to get in bed with her if I don't explain." And that is indeed the case. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Yao Shaoqing shouted at Fan Ximin and Tang Ruoshui as if she had a loudspeaker in her mouth, "Guess what I saw?" What? The two men surrounded them like hungry wolves smelling blood. Si Xian and Chu Feng kissed. Let me tell you, that scene was really. Yao Shaoqing described it with exaggeration, as if he had seen it himself. The more Jiang Sichuan listened, the more she felt something was wrong. When did Chu Feng touch me? Isn't that when it's at the cinema? Jiang Sichuan then realized that Yao Shaoqing was making it up. She thought Yao Shaoqing really saw it. So I became more confident. Yao Shaoqing. Jiang Sichuan yelled, and then pressed Yao Shaoqing down on the chair. "If you make up stories again, I will be rude." Come on, I want to make it up. What can you do to me?" Yao Shaoqing simply turned into a rogue and allowed Jiang Sichuan to ravage him, while he kept spewing out all kinds of details about their kiss, even to the point of a home run. Of course, the two roommates didn't believe it and just treated it as a novel. Chu Feng, who was rushing back, had no idea what had happened in Jiang Xishuan's dormitory. Since Jiang Xishuan has gone back today, she has time to talk to Pan Boyi tonight. Chu Feng sent a message to Ho Xinpeng. After all, I met Pan Boyi through Ho Xinpeng. Although I have Pan Boyi's WeChat account, it would feel a bit impolite to go to him directly. Ho Xinpeng said that several people have not dispersed yet and are drinking in Live House. Chu Feng parked the car at home and took a taxi. Although you can hire a designated driver if you have money, it is still more cost-effective to take a taxi if you are traveling alone. Chu Feng took a taxi to Live House and found a booth for several people. There were a few good-looking young ladies sitting in the booth, drinking with Ho Xinpeng and the other two. It was mainly Ho Xinpeng who hugged two people. Chu Feng really couldn't bear to watch it, so he sat directly between the young lady and Ho Xinpeng, pushing the young lady away. When you go out, keep a distance from beautiful women. Chu Feng looked at Ho Xinpeng and spoke sincerely. Fuck you, what's wrong? Tell me what's going on. I don't want to drink with someone who has a girlfriend. Ho Xinpeng asked with an impatient look on his face. The people sitting in the seats looked at Chu Feng's handsome face and were already eager to make something. After all, he was playing with Ho Xinpeng and the others, so his family background must be wealthy and he was an absolute good rich man. But when they heard Ho Xinpeng say that Chu Feng had a girlfriend, several people lost interest. However, there were still a few who were still ready to make a move. After all, if you don't have a girlfriend, you have to compete with many people. If you have a girlfriend, you only have one competitor left. I'm not here to see you this time. Don't be so self-indulgent. I'm here to see Lao Pan. Chu Feng said as he looked at Pan Boyi who was toasting each other. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. I'll protect you. Pan Boyi had sharp ears. He heard the conversation between the few people and asked. Ahem, my girlfriend won't let me drink with girls, otherwise. Chu Feng said tentatively. Okay, I'll give you 200 each and let you go home. I have some work to do today. Ho Xinpeng naturally understood Chu Feng's thoughts, and directly arranged travel expenses for several people. They all went home with resentment. I was thinking of catching a high-quality fish tonight, but this handsome guy ruined my plan. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat, my tongue is quite flexible. Chapter 30, Talking at the Bar. A beautiful woman with heavy makeup on her face took out her mobile phone, placed it on the WeChat QR code interface, and spoke. Although I don't know what Chu Feng's family situation is like, but based on this face, it's not impossible for him to have fun for a night. Chu Feng looked at the beauty in front of him, somewhat speechless. This extreme suggestion was a little hard for Chu Feng to accept. The makeup on this beauty's face is thicker than the wall of her own house. I wonder what she would look like without makeup. Moreover, she reeked of cheap perfume. Even if Chu Feng didn't have Jiang Xishuan, he wouldn't be attracted to such a woman. After all, he was still so pretty. And I don't know how many dates I've had. What if it's a biochemical baby? What should I do? No, I have a girlfriend. Chu Feng waved his hand and said. Just add one. It won't hurt you. The beauty still persists. Well, my girlfriend is turning 60th in a few days. I'll add it after she's gone, okay? I need the money now. Chu Feng had no choice but to make up a story. After hearing this, the beautiful lady stopped pestering him. TSK, a pretty boy who does why are you pretending? Then he turned and left. Chu Feng turned around and looked at the few people who were trying to hold back their laughter. What? Seeing several people covering their mouths to hold back their laughter, Chu Feng asked helplessly. Ha ha ha, 60th birthday, you're amazing. Ha 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 ha. Chu Feng looked at them with a dark face. After they had laughed enough, Chu Feng spoke. By the way, Lao Pan, do you know Vientiane City? Chu Feng looked at Pan Boyi and asked. Pan Boyi nodded. He knew Vientiane City very well. His family was the contractor of the project, and many shops had not been rented out yet. You've asked the right person. Vientiane City was developed by his family. Ho Xinpeng spoke. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew that people working in real estate were very powerful, but he didn't expect that Pan Boyi's family was so powerful. I want to rent a shop and open a cafe. Is there any suitable one? Now that he knew Pan Boyi's background, Chu Feng was no longer polite and asked directly. After all, the geographical location of this kind of coffee shop is very important. It must be facing the street and have a larger area. After all, it is not just a coffee shop, but a cafe, and seats must be reserved for dine-in. Pan Boyi didn't seem to know much about his family's business. After thinking for a while, he said, "I don't know much about it either. I'll ask the old man tomorrow and give you the lowest price if I know." With Pan Boyi's words, Chu Feng felt much more at ease. Although it is impossible to be free, the discounts are naturally very great, and you can even use the money you save to treat your guests. Of course, you have to invite them, otherwise it will seem like you are incompetent. "Why do you want to open another cafe?" Wang Tiancheng asked. Chu Feng thought about it, but didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say it was a system task. "I had no choice but to reply, if Jiang Sichuan wants to open one, I'll open one too. It's not expensive. Anyway, Jiang Sichuan is not familiar with those people, so it is not a problem to borrow Jiang Sichuan's name temporarily. Anyway, I opened a coffee shop not for the purpose of making money, but just to be able to send money home with a legitimate reason. So, it doesn't matter who owns the cafe. Giving it as a gift to Jiang Sichuan is also a good way to bring them closer." "No, buddy, are you serious?" Ho Ximping asked in shock when he heard Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng was puzzled. How could this be true? How could it be false? Seeing Chu Feng's puzzled expression, Ho Ximping continued, "Do you really want to be with that beauty till the end?" Chu Feng scratched his head. This was indeed what he planned. Yes, dating without the purpose of getting married is just hooliganism. Chu Feng smiled and replied. "Damn, my buddy is also into pure love." Ho Ximping said in disbelief. In this era, there is no good ending for pure love warriors. Ho Ximping thought that Chu Feng was just joking with Jiang Sichuan, but he didn't expect that she was serious. Long live pure love. Pan Boyi also echoed loudly. After all, he had just broken up with his girlfriend. Although he got over it in just 2 days, he was still an out-and-out pure love player. "No, you are a rich second generation. Have you ever thought about having some fun before getting married?" Ho Ximping asked without giving up. He is a fun-loving person and his family has already arranged a marriage partner for him, but he still wants to have some fun before getting married. Chu Feng thought about it and shook his head. Play? After getting the system, he indeed thought so. He must have all the luxury cars and beautiful women. But after meeting Jiang Sichuan, he felt that having so many beautiful women was not a good thing. Since you have met the right person at the right time, just seize the opportunity. If Chu Feng hadn't gotten the system yet, he might not be able to get Jiang Sichuan. Therefore, Chu Feng regarded it as a gift from God. Cherish the exception. Pure love warrior. I give in. Come on, have a smoke. Ho Ximping handed the cigarette to Chu Feng. It was a pack of 9.5 Supreme cigarettes, one of the most expensive ordinary cigarettes at 100 yuan a box. This time it wasn't a cigar, so Chu Feng accepted it calmly. Cigars can't pass through the lungs. At most, they are like chewing gum, you can taste them in your mouth. Chu Feng really doesn't understand what's so good about smoking them. It's extremely expensive. Pure love warrior, deserve one. Pan Boyi also took a cigarette from Ho Ximping's cigarette box and extended his hand to Chu Feng in greeting. Ho Ximping didn't smoke, but took out a Cuban cigarette from the cigar bag and started smoking. Chu Feng knew that this pack of Jiawu was, as expected, bought for himself. This type of rich second generation is the best at winning people's hearts, and the small details that come out unintentionally can make you feel that this person is get along well with you. And that was indeed the fact. When Ho Ximping heard that Chu Feng was coming, he went to a store and bought a pack of cigarettes without saying a word. After all, Chu Feng said this afternoon that he was not used to smoking cigars. This is not just licking Chu Feng, this is how one should behave in society. What if you smoke a cigar yourself and others don't have one? How much budget do you have? I'll ask for you tomorrow and give you an answer by tomorrow night at the latest. Pan Boyi took a deep puff of cigarette and asked. Chu Feng calculated that he now had about 1.4 million yuan in his hands, so it would not be a problem to take out 1 million yuan for shop rent. About 100. Chu Feng's words were so shocking that they made several people freeze in place. I originally thought that Chu Feng would be satisfied with a few 100,000, and he was just trying to do his best. 1 million is enough to rent a large store. You just took out 3 million today, and you still have 1 million. Is your family a minor? Chapter 31 Strange Mission. Ho Ximping joked. The family conditions of everyone here are not that bad, but the families are all strict, for fear that their children will cause trouble outside. So this 1 million is not much for their family, but for an individual, it is a huge sum of money. I just asked my family for it. I told my mom that I was dating someone, and she transferred it to me. Xu Feng made up a lie and several people believed it. Good reason. I also called my dad and told him I found a girlfriend. Wang Tiancheng spoke. My father is far away in Hangzhou, so it's easiest to deceive him. I say you have a good brain. Wang Tiancheng continued. Heh, I'm telling the truth. Only those of you who don't have girlfriends need to make up stories, right? Xu Feng said with a sly smile. After these words were spoken, several people were speechless. Loved brother Pan Boyi broke down again. It's okay, Xiao Pan, I'll introduce someone to you. Ho Xinping comforted him earnestly. Find it yourself first. Pan Boyi obviously didn't believe Ho Xinping's words and retorted, if you have this skill, you might as well let Xiaofeng introduce it to me, right? Xu Feng smiled and said, that's right. Ho Xinping was very upset. They chatted for a while, Xu Feng drank a little wine, and then left first. I have to say that the taste of the rich second generation is really not comparable to that of a nouveau riche like him. The Remy Martin Louis XIII that people drink is much better than Ace of Spades. Of course, the price has also increased several times. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. First, I have to go to the bank to unlock my account limit, and then transfer the 3 million to Ho Xinping and others. You still have to finalize the store issue. After finding a suitable store, you have to find a construction team to decorate it. Of course, raw materials and machines must also be arranged as soon as possible and cannot fall behind. After all, the daily rent is also very expensive. Xu Feng took a taxi back home and got into the elevator, only to find that Qin Chang was already waiting at the door of the 9th floor. My dear, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you here for more than an hour. When the elevator opened, Qin Chang saw that it was Xu Feng and immediately started crying for his parents. Xu Feng looked at Qin Chang in surprise and asked, why didn't you call me? Hearing this, Qin Chang became even more angry and said, I'm calling you, you have to answer the phone. Xu Feng then remembered that he hadn't looked at his phone for a long time. Including just now, I didn't use any taxi hailing app. After all, there was everything missing at the entrance of the bar except taxis waiting for customers. Xu Feng took out his cell phone and took a look. There were 7 missed calls, the most recent one being when he just went upstairs. In other words, Qin Chang just hung up the phone. Fortunately, Jiang Sichuan didn't call, otherwise she would definitely be worried. Hey, sorry, I was out drinking and didn't hear you. Xu Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. In fact, it wasn't because he was drunk that he didn't hear it. He just turned his phone to silent mode without knowing when. Xu Feng opened the door with his fingerprint and the two walked in. Qin Chang said that he had just gone out and there was nothing fun, so he came back to wait for Xu Feng. Unexpectedly, after sending a few people off, Xu Feng did not go home, but went to the bar. Xu Feng thought about it and decided that when he came back to park the car, Qin Chang would already be waiting for him on the 9th floor. After careful calculation, including taking a taxi and chatting in the bar, Qin Chang waited for about 2 hours. Thinking of this, Xu Feng couldn't help but laugh. As soon as Qin Chang entered the door, he walked towards the bathroom, saying that it was so hot and he wanted to take a shower. Xu Feng was also feeling a little hot, but he didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, he went straight to the swimming pool, took off all his clothes, and jumped in. After swimming for about half an hour, Xu Feng went ashore, took a shower in the bathroom, said hello to Qin Chang, and returned to the room. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Xu Feng opened the Huaxia Bank app on his phone and checked his balance. Now, it has become a habit to check the balance on the mobile phone frequently. Although he knew that the system would not disappear, Xu Feng just liked to confirm it. By the way, feel the shock that this string of numbers brings to you. It is now a 7-digit number, 4.45 million, which is really a huge fortune. Ordinary people should be able to live their entire lives without buying a car or a house. If calculated over 80 years, you can spend more than 100 yuan a day. It is indeed possible to survive, but the financial situation is also quite tight. Xu Feng believed that with this money in his hands, he would be able to gain greater benefits. Xu Feng was lying on the bed, with nothing to do, so he sent a message to Jiang Sichuan. I'm home. I just wanted to talk to Pan Boyi about something, so I came back a little late. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Sichuan did not reply. Xu Feng guessed that he should have fallen asleep. So I just said good night, closed WeChat, and opened TikTok. Although he drank some wine, Shu Feng didn't feel sleepy at all. I decided to watch some TikTok for a while before going to bed. Ding! System task. 1 million certain audio currency has been recharged to the host's account. Please give it to the beautiful anchor within 1 hour. Reward: Wood Fire Hot Pot Restaurant. The system's voice sounded in Shu Feng's mind. Although this sudden voice did not scare Shu Feng, the content. Give gifts to the beautiful anchor? No, system? What are you doing? I have a girlfriend now. If Jiang Sichuan knew about this, would I still be able to live a good life? Shu Feng also discovered that this damn system, apart from saving money, just issued some unimportant tasks, all of which were for flirting with girls. From the beginning of conquering Jiang Sichuan, the help of the system is indispensable. Now you want me to give gifts to the beautiful anchor? This is detrimental to men's morality. But the reward for this mission is a hot pot restaurant. This Mushanhua hot pot restaurant is not in CC City, but in Linshui City, his hometown. It is one of the largest hot pot restaurants in the entire Linshui City, and is even more famous in Linshui City than the one at the beach. The service is attentive, the portions are generous, and the taste is superb. Shu Feng had eaten there once before. But there is only one drawback, which is that it is a bit expensive. It is a street-side shop with 2 floors. It is basically full every day, and there are even queues during holidays. This is definitely a money-making beast. Shu Feng calculated based on his memory and found that the gross profit was more than 10,000 yuan a day, but less than 20,000 yuan. It sounds very little, but who can make a profit of nearly 500,000 a month except for some big companies? Of course, rent has to be deducted. Compared with this kind of profit, the rent, water, electricity, and labor costs are not that much. The monthly profit is about 370,000 to 380,000 yuan. A hot pot restaurant like this cannot be opened without 3 or 2 million yuan. This is much better than cash rewards. No, male virtue is nothing, I accept this mission. Chapter 32 Gifts. It's okay to connect, but you still have to be careful about the degree. At the very least, it won't attract anyone's attention and reduce the probability of being spotted by Jiang Sichuan and her roommates. So, Shu Feng found a live broadcast room, sent a few little hearts in it and ran away, then found another one and sent a few little hearts again. Repeat the cycle. But after all, it is 1 million Yining coins, and 1 little heart is only 1 Yining coin. How long will it take to swipe like this? 10 minutes have passed now. The amount of certain audio coins in my hand has basically not changed, and there are still more than 99,000. Shu Feng had no choice but to change his strategy and go for a big one. In order not to attract other people's attention, Shu Feng specially found a very large live broadcast room of an internet celebrity. There were 30,000 people online in the live broadcast room, and gifts were flying everywhere. So, if you spend a little money, no one will notice. Thank you, brothers, for the gifts. Whatever dance you want to see, Sister Xin Yue will dance for you. The anchor is very beautiful, although not as good as Jiang Sichuan, but almost as good looking as Yao Shaoqing. From what she said, she should be a dance host. However, Shu Feng is now short on time and has heavy tasks to accomplish, so he has no time to appreciate it. When I opened the live broadcast gift column, a plane would fly over. Because an airplane is a gift of neither size nor size, it is difficult to attract attention in such a large live broadcast room, and it is definitely not as good as a gift like the carnival that everyone knows about. The selling price is also 3,000 certain audio coins, which is indeed not low. Therefore, to use up 1 million certain audio coins, only 333 are needed, which greatly reduces Shu Feng's burden. Shu Feng started the continuous clicking mode. Click on the private jet for a while, then click on the helicopter next to it. The prices are similar, but they are different things after all. The subsequent multiple numbers will not be triggered. After all, buying more than 300 private jets at one time is still too eye-catching. Halfway through brushing, Shu Feng suddenly remembered something. Why not let Jiang Sichuan open a TikTok account, start a live broadcast, and then transfer the money to her yourself? This is called keeping the wealth within the family. Now, this person named Xin Yue has made a great bargain. He made at least 50,000 yuan from the live broadcast tonight. This is really a considerable sum of money. You have to know that I, the chosen one and the owner of the system, can only earn less than 90,000 yuan a day now. The internet is a fast way to make money. Shu Feng suddenly had an idea that if he had the chance in the future, he must set up an internet celebrity company. Whether it is a live streamer who sells goods or a blogger with good looks, their ability to monetize is really strong. Although there is still plenty of time now, it may be difficult to ask Jiang Sichuan to start the live broadcast. Chu Feng simply stopped thinking about it, spent all of his 1 million TikTok coins, and then directly quit TikTok, waiting for the task to be settled. Xin Yue in the live broadcast room had no idea that a big brother had just given him so many gifts. After all, the gift special effects kept appearing, and she couldn't tell clearly who sent it. I just knew to thank my big brother in the live broadcast room. After all, if I maintain it well, it will become my job, and I will work harder to make money for myself in the future. Ding! Mission accomplished. The reward has been issued, and the transfer contract of the Mu Shanghua Hot Pot restaurant has been stored in the first floor of the cabinet on the right side of the host's master bedroom. Host, please check carefully. The cold system voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. After hearing it, a smile appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Here it comes. Then, he quickly turned over and walked to the cabinet, opened the drawer of the first layer, and the transfer contract written in black and white was lying quietly in the cabinet, as if it had always been there. Chu Feng shuddered silently. This, when was this put in there? Is there someone in the room? This is unreasonable. However, the system already exists, so it is not difficult to create something out of thin air. It makes sense. Chu Feng picked it up and took a look at it, but he didn't quite understand it, so he put it back. It seems that it is necessary to go back to my hometown, Linshui City. This hot pot restaurant is too far away from here, and I may not have the time to visit it. After all, I am still in school, and I am hiding my wealth from my family. Therefore, you can't let your parents manage it. I can only take advantage of the National Day holiday to go to the hot pot restaurant, explain the rules and regulations clearly, and then I can sit back and relax. Of course, there are many reasons why Mu Shanghua Hot Pot restaurant is so popular. One is the service and the other is the taste. As long as you want to do it, there is nothing you can't do well in providing service. Therefore, the reason why there is no second restaurant like it is because the taste is not as good as Mu Shanghua. Mu Shanghui's signature dishes are two things, one is the pot base, and the other is the cooked food. They are all secret recipes. Among the cooked food, the most delicious one is the spicy bullfrog, which is truly the best of the best. Chu Feng went to eat it once and was fascinated by the taste of this dish. But the supply is limited to 50 per day, and if you go too late, they will be sold out. So Chu Feng got to eat it by chance. And it just so happens that people in the Terracotta Warriors province can eat spicy food, so this spicy bullfrog will definitely be liked by the people here. Therefore, Chu Feng is considering whether to open a branch in CC City. By then, the business will definitely be very booming. However, the transfer contract just now did not mention this secret recipe. So this time when Chu Feng returned to Linshui, in addition to inspection, he also wanted to get the secret recipe of the spicy bullfrog in the hot pot base. Of course, the sooner the better to return to Linshui. Chu Feng opened a travel app on his phone and looked for flights from CC City to Linshui City. Although I have a car now, the journey of more than 1,000 kilometers from CC City to Linshui City is too much for me to bear. Moreover, Chu Feng had just obtained his driver's license not long ago and was still in his probationary period, so he could not drive on the highway yet. So I can only take a plane. The 3 million must be transferred tomorrow. After all, this is the first time doing business with Ho Xinping and others, so there is no time to delay. Then basically everything will be fine. It would be best to buy some gifts and send them to school to give Jiang Sichuan a little surprise before leaving. Otherwise, I don't know how many days it will take me to come back. Jiang Sichuan will be lonely then. This is also a good way to gain favorability. Chu Feng found a ticket for 4 p.m. on a travel app and landed at 6 p.m., just in time for the evening rush hour. He could go and see the flow of people at the Mu Shanghua Hot Pot restaurant during dinner time. Although we have agreed that Pan Boi will give us a quote tomorrow, this can be done on WeChat, so don't worry about it. After finalizing the itinerary, Chu Feng threw down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. In an apartment in Hangzhou, Cindy, who had just finished her live broadcast, was checking the live broadcast data. Excluding the votes used by the union to take the lead in launching a campaign, we made nearly 100,000 yuan tonight. Although gifts are flying everywhere, in fact, many of them are given by the union themselves in order to make the live broadcast room look lively. This money has to be returned to the union, so it cannot be considered income. Cindy silently checked her gift income list. Of the nearly 100,000 yuan, nearly 50,000 yuan came from a person named AAA Egg Wholesale. Chapter 33, Doing Things. Of course, this AAA egg wholesale is Chu Feng. But Cindy naturally didn't know about this. She had never seen this account during the live broadcast. After all, the consumption level of this account is too low. Of course, this is just the beginning. After Chu Feng's account used up these 1 million certain audio coins, it directly reached level 41, making him an absolute big shot. And this kind of beautiful anchor will naturally not pay attention to such low-level accounts. Besides, with gifts flying everywhere, who would care about such a tacky account? Cindy clicked on Chu Feng's homepage on a certain audio platform and was surprised to find that this AAA egg wholesale was not the middle-aged man she had imagined, but a handsome young man. Cindy felt that this was a hidden big boss. So, she sent a private message to Chu Feng directly. "Brother, you gave me so many tips in the live broadcast room today, Cindy doesn't know how to thank you, why don't we add WeChat and chat?" After sending this message, Cindy sent her personal WeChat number. If it was a bald uncle, Cindy would naturally send him the WeChat number operated by his company. However, such a rich and handsome guy, I naturally have to deal with him myself. My own income is 50,000 yuan, TikTok takes 45%, and the union takes 5%, so this account has spent 100,000 yuan tonight. Although she had spent so much money, Cindy was still a little scared that Chu Feng, a minor, would ask for a refund. By then, all my work will be in vain. As there was no reply to the message, Cindy simply threw her phone aside and went to take a shower. I have a good figure and I look pretty good. Since he gave me so many gifts, he must like me. Snort! I may have slept today, but I will definitely be added tomorrow. Cindy thought so. The next morning, Chu Feng woke up at around 8 o'clock. I switched my phone to the Huaxia Bank app, and sure enough, the balance was still increasing. It is now 4.48 million, a considerable balance. Unfortunately, I still have to transfer 3 million to Ho Xinpeng. However, it is still an investment. Chu Feng got up from the bed and opened the door. Qin Chang was already sitting in the living room at the door, playing King of Glory. On the coffee table in the living room, there is a takeaway box of Chinese food with some fried dumplings in it. It should be left for Chu Feng. Although it was a traditional Chinese takeaway, Chu Feng didn't dislike it. After all, he had also been through that time. I've been eating it for years and haven't had any problems. I have to say, locals are locals, and the takeout they order tastes better than that ordered by Chu Feng, a foreigner. Seeing that Chu Feng had finished his breakfast, Qin Chang threw his phone aside and looked at Chu Feng with burning eyes. What? I have a partner. I'm not high class. Chu Feng noticed Qin Chang's gaze and said with some fear. Yuan Jingyang's passionate kiss a few days ago scared Chu Feng terribly. If Qin Chang is such a person, then I won't be able to stay in my dormitory anymore. I have to change my underwear to steal, otherwise. Let Zhao Haiquan enjoy this blessing alone. Chu Feng believes he is not worthy of it. Fuck you, what the hell? Qin Chang couldn't help but curse Chu Feng, and then he hesitated with a smirk on his face. Tell me, as long as it's not high level, I'll agree to it. Chu Feng saw the hesitation on Qin Chang's face and spoke. Well, what model is your Ferrari? How fast is it in 0-100 kilometers h? What color is it? How many people can it seat? How many directions can it go? A series of questions were thrown directly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew that Qin Chang wanted to experience Ferrari. Okay, there's only one steering wheel. If you want to drive, take it and drive it. I'm going back to my hometown. Chu Feng quickly interrupted Qin Chang's words. This kid even asked about several steering wheels. If I continue to indulge myself, I'm afraid that I'll be asked whether I bring my soul ring or not. Godfather. After getting Chu Feng's consent, Qin Chang also knelt on one knee and raised his hands above his head as if to welcome him. Chu Feng smiled, quickly took out the car keys from his pocket and put them in Qin Chang's hand. Thank you, Godfather. Qin Chang took the car keys and walked towards the gate. Drive slowly. If you break down, you'll have to pay for it. Chu Feng instructed. Of course, even if something really happens, I believe the insurance will take care of it. As long as you don't hit the Koenigsegg. I know. Qin Chang's voice echoed in the room, but the figure had long disappeared. Chu Feng chuckled, picked up the G63 key that Qin Chang left on the table, and put it in his pocket. Then he took out the transfer contract of the Mushan Hua hot pot restaurant from the room and put it in his backpack. Go to the bank first. Chu Feng drove all the way to Huaxia Bank and chatted with the salesperson in the lobby for a while. but the salesperson said he didn't have the authority and had to go see the bank president. Chu Feng could only wait patiently for a while, and then he saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking out. Chu Feng went to him to handle the business, transferred the 3 million to Ho Xinping, and then raised the limit to 5 million. Of course, the president still checked the transaction flow. Although Chu Feng's money came in at a rate of 1 yuan at a time, the bank president found out that the money was tens of thousands of yuan transferred from overseas funds. So the source of funds is completely legal. The president added Chu Feng to his WeChat chat and told Chu Feng that he could contact him if he had any questions. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. Add one more connection in CC City. This kind of bank president has abundant resources at his disposal, ranging from real estate and land to pets. If Pan Boi doesn't have any answer that satisfies Chu Feng will go to find President Zhao. President Zhao was extremely curious about Chu Feng's background. This kind of foreign fund was usually left by wealthy people to their children. Although Chu Feng doesn't have a lot of money now. However, President Zhao made a simple calculation based on the frequency and amount, and concluded that if nothing unexpected happens, the amount of the foundation should reach 100 billion US dollars. This made President Zhao look at him with new eyes. And adding WeChat chat is to curry favor. If all these hundreds of billions of funds are deposited in their own branches, I'm afraid I'll be on the verge of a meteoric rise. Chu Feng didn't know that President Zhao had thought so much, so he took a photo of the transfer receipt and sent it to Ho Xinping. The other party replied with a received message within seconds. Chu Feng thanked President Zhao, and then drove directly to SKP. Since he was giving a gift to a girl, of course he had to give it something expensive. As the saying goes, where the money is, there is love. It can be considered as a psychological compensation for spending so much money on the beautiful anchor last night. Although Chu Feng was poor before, he liked to read novels about rich men, so he had a certain understanding of luxury goods. A brand that is luxurious, valuable, and yet affordable is probably Cartier. It's not that Chu Feng can't afford it, but he thinks it's too expensive and Jiang Sichuan 1T accept it. Chapter 34 Buy a necklace and get a mission. Chu Feng came to the counter of Cartier on the first floor and fell in love with a necklace in primary metal color at first sight. At the end of the necklace is a small heart-shaped accessory. In the middle of the heart, there is a sparkling little diamond. Can you help me take this out and have a look? Chu Feng pointed at the necklace across the counter and said to the teller. Yes, sir. The teller wore a pair of white gloves and carefully took out the necklace. With his other hand, he pulled over a fluffy box and gently placed the necklace inside. Then he pushed the box in front of Chu Feng, smiled and nodded in greeting. Sir, you have a good eye. This is our brand C Heart of Cartier heart-shaped necklace. The teller introduced. Compared to the novels about super rich people on the internet, real luxury stores will not have those clerks who look down on others. After all, they are all trained before taking up the job, and with the high commission after selling an item, no teller would just sit there and do nothing. Anyone who goes there will be greeted with a smile. What Chu Feng wore today were all cheap goods. He was poor before, so he bought clothes on Pink 60. Although the quality was average, the price was low. The teller still gave a warm reception. Hearing the teller's words, Chu Feng nodded. This necklace is very delicate and it would look very beautiful on Jiang Sichuan's snow white swan neck. 750 white gold and a 0.01 carat round brilliant cut diamond is set here. The teller pointed to the small diamond in the middle of the heart and continued to introduce it. 14900, right? Chu Feng asked. He just saw the price next to the necklace. The price was not high and he could make it back in less than 3 hours. The teller nodded and said, Yes, sir. Ding. System task. Buy this necklace. A 3-year contract to supply top-quality coffee raw materials such as Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee and Brazilian Santos coffee. Chu Feng had just pulled the card out of his wallet when the system's voice rang in his mind. The task is to buy a necklace? I'm almost there, and you're giving me a task. It's really a godsend, and it's a piece of cake. Although Chu Feng doesn't like drinking coffee, he still does some research on some well-known coffee origins and top-quality raw materials. The Blue Mountain coffee and Santos coffee mentioned by the system just now are the most famous coffee beans in the local area. If they are supplied free of charge for 3 years, it will save Chu Feng a lot of money. Just like Blue Mountain coffee, the top-quality Blue Mountain No. 1 currently has a market price of around 170 yuan per 100 grams. The price of the raw materials for a cup of coffee like this is nearly 30 yuan per cup. Chu Feng originally wanted to sell some ordinary coffee beans at a high price. In this way, he could directly sell a cup of Blue Mountain coffee for 49, and after deducting the rent, utilities, and labor, it would be pure profit. If we start a price war, who can beat me? You know, a medium cup of Blue Mountain coffee outside costs around 89. Although there is some involution, if you want to make money, you have to be a little involutionary. With such a price and quality, we can save money on publicity and promotion. Of course, there are definitely people who cannot afford this kind of coffee. This type of coffee is only suitable for the high-income class who have high requirements for the taste of coffee. Therefore, there must be some low-end products that sell for a dozen yuan or so and are sold to those people with low incomes but who are also white-collar workers. This is the only way to take care of the majority of the population. Jiang Sichuan, you are really my lucky star. 3 years of free supply can really make Chu Feng earn a lot of money. The teller took the card without any surprise. After all, those who could come here and let the teller take it out for inspection were not poor. The teller swiped the card readily and handed the Huaxia bank card to Chu Feng. The payment was successful as shown on the POS machine. The system's voice also sounded. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the express delivery information within 15 days. This time it wasn't tea stuffed directly somewhere, it was scary. It should be sent directly from a breeding base abroad. The teller carefully wrapped the necklace in the box and handed it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the package and walked towards the underground parking lot. It's already 12 o'clock and there are still 4 hours before boarding. This place is quite far from Xianyang Airport. It takes 2 hours to drive there even without traffic jams, not to mention the rush hour. Chu Feng got in the car and drove straight to the school. After only 20 minutes, we arrived at school. Chu Feng parked the car at the door, got out, and walked towards the school. I have just sent a message to Jiang Sichuan. Jiang Sichuan just finished class and is still in the classroom waiting for Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't stop for a moment and went straight to the classroom. All the students in the classroom had left, leaving only Jiang Sichuan and Yao Shaoqing sitting in the last row, discussing something in a low voice. Si Xian! Chu Feng shouted. When Jiang Sichuan heard Chu Feng's words, she turned around immediately. Seeing this, Yao Shaoqing also gave up her seat and walked silently towards the first row, with her back to the two of them, for fear of being fed a bite of dog food. Look at her back, does she look like a dog? Chu Feng sat next to Jiang Sichuan. Missed me? Chu Feng asked shamelessly. Jiang Sichuan nodded. This is what couples in love are like. Even though they haven't seen each other for just one night, they already miss each other terribly. Chu Feng handed the gift in his hand to Jiang Sichuan. Although Jiang Sichuan lives in a big city like Hangzhou, she has never seen this brand. As her family is not wealthy, she does not pay too much attention to such luxury brands. After all, a necklace costs more than 10,000 yuan, which is not affordable for ordinary working-class people. Although I didn't know the exact value of the gift, I was still very happy. This was the second gift I received after they got together, the first being a mobile phone. Thank you, little Chu Feng. Jiang Sichuan said in surprise. Just now, Chu Feng only said on WeChat that he missed her and did not mention anything about gifts. This sudden surprise made Jiang Sichuan extremely happy. What did you call me? Hearing Jiang Sichuan's address to him, Chu Feng's face turned black and he asked with dissatisfaction. Little friend Chu Feng. What's wrong? You are younger than me. Jiang Sichuan said nonchalantly. These words made it difficult for Chu Feng to refute, as he was indeed younger than Jiang Sichuan. But as a grown man, how could Chu Feng swallow this? He directly pressed his kiss onto the red lips that were so close to him. Jiang Sichuan's eyes suddenly widened. Chu Feng was angry, so his actions this time were extremely rough. Let you call me kid. Chapter 35 Gift Giving. Chu Feng thought. Yao Shaoqing, who was sitting in the first row, felt puzzled when she saw that there had been no movement in the back for a long time. She looked back with a little confusion, and then her face was full of shock. This. It's against morals. How shameful. But it was so nice that Yao Shaoqing didn't disturb him at the first moment. Instead, he looked towards the door with a slightly cautious look, with his ears perked up, listening to the footsteps around him. I was afraid that some classmates would come back. After a long time, their lips parted. Jiang Sichuan collapsed into Chu Feng's arms again. What did you call me? Chu Feng asked Jiang Sichuan with a smirk on his face. It's fun to bully your girlfriend. Baby? Jiang Sichuan asked tentatively. Afraid that giving a wrong answer would make Chu Feng unhappy, he insisted on his answer. When Chu Feng heard Jiang Sichuan's answer, he shook his head and smiled, obviously very satisfied with this title. Okay, I'll let you go this time. Don't yell by mistake next time. Jiang Sichuan lowered her head with a look of grievance, and then suddenly remembered that Yao Shaoqing was still sitting in the classroom. She quickly looked towards the first row. Fortunately, Yao Shaoqing was playing with her cell phone and didn't look over here. Little did they know that Yao Shaoqing had seen everything the two had done. Jiang Sichuan winked at Chu Feng, warning him not to mess around like this again. Chu Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Judging from Jiang Sichuan's reaction, this is indeed her first love. Unlike some girls at the level of Aquaman, kissing is a common occurrence. It's just a kiss, so if anyone sees it, then so be it. I have to go back to Linchuei City today. Chu Feng spoke. This matter was not mentioned in the WeChat chat just now. After all, it's more reassuring to say this kind of thing in person. Jiang Sichuan looked puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" My dad bought a hot pot restaurant over there and asked me to go back and take over the business. Chu Feng still lied casually, but the system was almost like his second father. That's not really lying. Tell me. Who are you going with? Who are you going to see? How many days are you going to be gone? When will you be back? Jiang Sichuan suddenly raised her voice and spoke sternly. Chu Feng smiled and answered them one by one, "Go by yourself, go meet your former boss. It will take at most 3 days, and you will be back in 3 days. Seeing Chu Feng's sincerity, Jiang Sichuan nodded with relief. I agree, go ahead. Then he started acting right away. Chu Feng also cooperated very well and said, "Hey, little Chuzi, take your leave." Chu Feng stood up to leave, and Jiang Sichuan reminded him, "Be careful, and remember to think of me." Chu Feng nodded, and looked at Jiang Sichuan's attractive face again, feeling a little moved. Stamp it. Chu Feng suddenly spoke, and without waiting for Jiang Sichuan's reaction, he kissed those two red lips, then turned and ran. You! Jiang Sichuan stood up angrily, but found that Chu Feng had already run far away, so she had to give up. Yo! Remember to think of me. When Yao Shaoqing heard that Chu Feng had left, she stood up and walked towards Jiang Sichuan, speaking in a sarcastic tone, imitating what Jiang Sichuan had just said. Go! 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 Jiang Sichuan said helplessly. What does it mean to stamp a seal? Seeing Jiang Sichuan blushing, Yao Shaoqing teased with a sly smile. Jiang Sichuan elbowed Yao Shaoqing angrily. Yao Shaoqing felt pain and quickly covered her stomach. You want to murder me? Yao Shaoqing said angrily. Then, I saw the Cardia packaging bag on the table. I'll go, Cardia? Your husband gave it to you? Yao Shaoqing asked in surprise. It was given by Chu Feng, but it's not my husband. Jiang Sichuan said stubbornly. Yao Shaoqing didn't care what Jiang Sichuan said. She picked up the gift and looked at it carefully, saying, Your husband is really rich. Why can't I meet him? Jiang Sichuan was a little confused and asked repeatedly, What's wrong? Is it expensive? This necklace costs 15,000 yuan. Do you think it's expensive? Yao Shaoqing opened the box and saw the heart inlaid with diamonds inside. She spoke with some jealousy. Jiang Sichuan was shocked when she heard the price and said, So expensive? No, I have to give it back to him. Hey, Yao Shaoqing immediately stopped Jiang Sichuan from reaching for her phone. Please don't, this is also a thoughtful gesture from him, and he's not short of money, more than 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket, the maintenance of his G63 costs more than that. But Jiang Sichuan was still a little hesitant and anxious. How could she return such an expensive gift? Don't say but, just accept it. This is just a token of his kindness. If you don't accept it, it will seem that you are too pretentious. Yao Shaoqing spoke up. This is indeed the case. Although he does not worship money, his excessive rejection of expensive gifts makes people feel that he is acting. Moreover, more than 10,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Chu Feng. Besides, the mission reward brought Chu Feng more than 10,000 yuan in benefits. Jiang Sichuan hesitated for a while and nodded, but still took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Feng. Humph! You big pig! I didn't know this necklace was so expensive. I'll take it this time. Don't buy it next time. Then I clicked send. In fact, Yao Shaoqing had another idea in mind. But it's not convenient to say it out loud. Even though Chu Feng is so nice to Jiang Xishuan now, what about in the future? You're probably thinking too much about having a sincere talk with this kind of rich second generation. What Yao Shaoqing was thinking was that she should take advantage of the fact that Jiang Xishuan was still new to Chu Feng and get as much as she could. Although it would not benefit herself, Jiang Xishuan was her good friend. Her income is approximately equal to my own income. By then Chu Feng will get tired of playing and kick Jiang Xishuan away. Jiang Xishuan will lose her innocence and have no money. What will she do then? So I have to find an opportunity to tell Jiang Xishuan that we can't go on like this, at least we have to stick to the bottom line. Jiang Xishuan really couldn't bear to wear such an expensive gift. Moreover, she was a little socially anxious, and would still feel embarrassed if someone saw and recognized her. After all, the public opinion storm has only been over for a short time. It was already past 3 o'clock when Chu Feng arrived at the airport. The traffic jam on the road almost killed Chu Feng. The traffic volume in CC City was so heavy that the traffic jam lasted for an hour and a half. Chu Feng parked the car in the airport parking lot and got out. The charge here is 70 yuan a day, which is 210 yuan for 3 days. Robbing money. But there was no other way, the plane was about to take off, so this was the only thing we could do. Chu Feng took out his phone and saw Jiang Xishuan's message. He chuckled and replied, "It's okay. Looking good is the most important thing." Then I found a few close friends from high school and started chatting on WeChat. One of them was nicknamed Tuzi and the other was nicknamed Dayu. They had been good friends since high school. Chu Feng sent messages to the two of them as he walked. Both of them go to school in Dakong province, so it is very convenient for them to go home, so they took advantage of the National Day holiday to return to Linshui City. This time when I go home, it's a good opportunity for us to get together and have some fun. The last time we played together was last time. Chapter 36 Would Fire Hot Pot Restaurant. Chu Feng waited in the waiting room for a while, and the time was up. After hearing the voice on the radio, Chu Feng boarded the plane. He bought an economy class ticket this time. Although he is rich now, first class and economy class are almost the same. It's just a bigger space. However, first class also has its advantages, which is that you can connect to the office Wi-Fi earlier. After a 2-hour flight, Chu Feng finally landed at Qiangwang Airport. This time he came back, he had no plan to go home. After all, I have only been away from home for about a month. If I say I miss it, I do miss it, but if I say I don't miss it, that is not too bad either. However, Chu Feng now has some money in his hands, and he doesn't know how to face his parents. What if the truth is revealed? Chu Feng left the airport, took a taxi and went straight to the Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant. The Hot Pot restaurant is the same as the last time I came, nothing has changed at all. Although it was summer, the place was still crowded. The empty air-conditioned area at the door was filled with guests waiting for a table. Chu Feng dug out the contract and called his former boss. "Hello, Boss Lu, I'm Chu Feng." After the call was connected, Chu Feng spoke. The other side smiled and said, "Hello, Boss Chu, what can I do for you?" The other party was obviously impressed by Chu Feng's name. "Are you free now? I want to come over and take over the Hot Pot restaurant." Chu Feng replied. "Oh, okay, I'm in the store now, where are you? I'll come find you." Boss Lu spoke up. This was exactly what Chu Feng had expected. Although Boss Lu had already transferred the Hot Pot restaurant, he was still working his last shift in the restaurant. "I'm at the door of the store. Can I come up to see you?" Chu Feng asked tentatively. "You've arrived. I'll have someone pick you up." Boss Lu spoke up. "I was wearing a white top and carrying a black backpack." Chu Feng briefly described his attire. He had only been here once, so of course he didn't know where the Hot Pot restaurant owner's office was. "Okay, Xiao Lu, go pick it up." Boss Lu replied, then directed the person next to him to pick up Chu Feng, and then hung up the phone. Chu Feng stood there and waited for a while, then he saw a young man in waiter's clothes coming out. Standing at the door, looking left and right, his eyes finally locked on Chu Feng. "Hello, are you Mr. Chu?" the boy asked timidly. Chu Feng gave a kind smile and nodded. Seeing this, the young man scratched his head. He obviously did not expect Chu Feng to be so young. He looked only a few years older than him. "Then please follow me." The young man stretched out his hand, made a gesture of invitation, and then walked into the hot pot restaurant first. Chu Feng followed the young man into the Mushanhua hot pot restaurant, which was very noisy inside. Although the wood fire is used in the cooking, it has the flavor of a real Sichuan hot pot, and the spicy hot pot is the most explosive and delicious. The air conditioning in the hot pot restaurant was turned on very low, the air was filled with mist, and every table was filled with people, and without exception there was a shabu-shabu hot pot on the table. People in the Onion Province are still a little weak in eating spicy food. The young man brought Chu Feng directly to the kitchen. "Boss, Mr. Chu is here," the boy said to a chef who was concentrating on making a dish. "This unprepossessing chef in front of me is actually the owner of this hot pot restaurant? Who could have imagined this? But come to think of it, the top secret recipes for the hot pot soup base and spicy bullfrog are what the boss eats, so how could he let others know about it so easily?" When the chef heard what the boy said, he quickly turned around with a smile on his face. He wiped his hands on his apron to dry the water stains on them. Then he stretched out. Chu Feng also shook it without disgust, and then the two smiled at each other. "I didn't expect Boss Chu to be so young. Heroes are born young." Boss Lu sighed. When Boss Lu was on the phone just now, he recognized Chu Feng's voice. It was obvious that he was not very old, but he did not expect him to be so young, younger than his own daughter. "Boss Lu, you are too kind. I didn't expect that Boss Lu would do things personally," Chu Feng said with a smile. "Let's go upstairs and talk." Boss Lu knew that Chu Feng came here for the handover, so he didn't say anything too much and just wanted to take Chu Feng to the office upstairs to have a chat. Xiao Lu, serve the food. Before leaving, Boss Lu did not forget to give some instructions. Then, he took Chu Feng to the second floor, where there was a small wooden door in the corner. "My place is small, please don't despise me, Boss Chu," Boss Lu said with a smile. Boss Lu opened the door and the two walked in. The decoration inside was very simple, with only a large table and 3 chairs, one between the table and the wall, and the other 2 between the table and the door. There was also a set of tea sets on the table, as well as some white papers, which should be supplier contracts and so on. There was also a steel-framed single bed next to it, but there was no bedding on it. There are 4 large white walls, without even a picture. Boss Lu pulled the chair away for Chu Feng, and then sat on the chair inside the table. He reached out his hand, boiled some water, and prepared to make tea for Chu Feng. "After all, I have to thank you." Boss Lu spoke first. Chu Feng was a little confused when he heard this, he thought it should be about an acquisition. "I don't know if your assistant told you, but thanks to you for buying it at a high price, my daughter might not be alive otherwise." A relieved smile appeared on Boss Lu's face, his eyes full of gratitude. "Assistant? I have an assistant? However, this should be the system's fault. He didn't tell me. If Uncle Lu is willing, he can tell me." Chu Feng spoke. "Hi, my daughter got a serious illness and our family had no money. The cost of surgery and treatment was 4 million. Thanks to Boss Chu's generous acquisition, our family was able to breathe a sigh of relief." Boss Lu sighed and spoke. Chu Feng nodded. "The cost of treating this disease is indeed high. If an ordinary person gets it, he probably has no money to treat it and can only wait to die. Fortunately, Boss Lu still has this hot pot restaurant, otherwise her daughter would not have escaped the same fate." "I don't know about that. I also set the price according to the market price." Chu Feng smiled. "This hot pot restaurant is very popular, and 3.5 million is really not a lot of money. It should be because Boss Lu was in a hurry to sell it, which led some people to want to buy it at a low price. Fortunately, the system intervened and allowed Boss Lu to get 3.5 million. "How is your daughter now?" Chu Feng asked with concern. "It's almost there, but we still don't have the money to pay for follow-up treatment and care." Boss Lu shook his head and said. Chapter 37 Meeting with Boss Lu. Over the years, he has saved some money. But all of them were used to expand the scale. Previously, the Mushanghua hot pot restaurant was just a little known shop. It expanded 4 times before reaching its current size. The most recent expansion was at the beginning of last year. At that time, Boss Lu was eager to succeed and prepared to open a branch, but due to the closure of the commercial street, he basically lost all his money. These 2 expansions almost drained all of Boss Lu's assets, so after his daughter fell ill, Boss Lu had no choice but to sell the hot pot restaurant. Chu Feng pondered for a while and realized how difficult it is to be a father. A thriving business was ruined by a serious illness. One cannot help but sigh at the unpredictable nature of life. Chu Feng nodded and decided to skip this topic. It's okay, it will all pass. You are about the same age as my father, so I will call you Uncle Lu. Chu Feng spoke. Boss Lu smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Boss Chu. You don't have to call me Boss Chu, you can just call me Xiao Chu or Xiao Feng." Chu Feng spoke. Just a few words brought the two closer together, and made Boss Lu look at the young man in front of him with new eyes. Being neither humble nor arrogant, modest and polite, these are not qualities that the average rich second generation can possess. Yes, he always thought Chu Feng was a rich second generation. "Well, Xiaofeng, let me introduce you to our hot pot restaurant." Boss Lu took out the materials he had prepared in advance and handed them to Chu Feng. A few sheets of paper were clamped together in a plastic film folder, which looked very thoughtful. "We now have 2 managers and 11 waiters in our hot pot restaurant, 5 of whom are contract workers and the rest are temporary workers." Boss Lu took out another set of identical materials from the drawer and began to introduce them. Contract workers have signed a contract and need to pay 5 insurances and 1 fund as well as Social Security, while temporary workers do not. The salary of temporary workers is also relatively low. There are 3 chefs in the kitchen, all of whom are contract workers, and there is also an auntie who washes the dishes. That's 3 in total. Boss Lu continued, "As for the salary, it's all in the table below." Chu Feng nodded and looked at the table below. The form indicated the number of employees but not their names. Wow, in Linshui City, a second-tier city at the bottom of the list, Boss Lu actually offers such a high salary. The lobby manager earns 8,000 yuan a month, a formal contract worker earns 5,000 yuan, a temporary worker earns relatively less, but also reaches 4,000 yuan, and the kitchen staff earns 11,000 yuan a month. The salary of the aunt who washes dishes has reached 4,000. Most large companies won't offer such a salary. It can be seen that there is a reason why this hot pot restaurant is doing so well. At least the boss is nice to his employees. Take the waiters for example. There are 2 floors and 11 waiters working in 2 shifts. Even if the table is full, 1 waiter only needs to serve less than 10 tables. That's a lot, right? But if you think about it carefully, what kind of services can you get when eating hot pot? It's nothing more than serving the food, and then there are aunties who clean the table and wash the dishes. This way there is basically nothing to do. Formal contract workers are paid 5,000 yuan, and also receive 5 insurances and 1 fund. No? Boss Lu? Do you raise Deadpool? As for why the salaries of kitchen staff are so high, it is of course because the working hours are long and they do not work in 2 shifts. In this case, the monthly salary expenditure is about 110,000 yuan. With such expenditure, it is no wonder that Boss Lu has not saved any money over the years. While Chu Feng was looking at the salary list, the water on the table boiled. Boss Lu used water to brew tea for Chu Feng and filled Chu Feng's cup. Chu Feng stood up subconsciously and quickly held the teacup with one hand, while his other hand tried to take the teapot from Boss Lu. "Uncle Lu, I'll do it. Chu Feng said hurriedly. I don't know about other provinces, but in Deccan province, asking elders to pour tea for younger people is considered disrespectful. In the words of the elderly, it is against the will of heaven. Boss Lu also knew this rule and did not resist, but handed the teapot to Chu Feng. Chu Feng first filled the teapot in front of Boss Lu, and then poured some for himself. The more Boss Lu looked at Chu Feng, the more satisfied he felt. This kid was so polite and must have had excellent family education. His family was probably a tycoon. Good tea. Chu Feng took a sip of the tea. It tasted bitter at first, but had a sweet aftertaste. Chu Feng suddenly felt relaxed and happy. This tea was no ordinary tea. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although he doesn't know how to appreciate tea, he has tried it a few times. This is authentic Longjing tea, it costs several hundred yuan per ounce. Boss Lu said this in a boastful manner. Chu Feng nodded. This is a lot of manpower expenditure. Chu Feng spoke. It is indeed a lot, but when you add in the rent, water and electricity, there is not much real profit in a month. Most hot pot restaurants don't even have regular employees, they are all temporary workers who earn 2,000 yuan a month. This way you can earn more. But Chu Feng didn't want to change. After all, the first thing to do in providing service is to make employees feel happy, so that customers can feel happy. Otherwise, if you work 8 hours a day and earn 2,000 yuan a month and are frowning at work, what kind of service can you get? Just like a certain donlai, the salary is high, there is no overtime, and the cashiers can sit down. Only when the employees are happy can they work wholeheartedly. Boss Lu nodded. This labor expenditure was indeed not low. As for temporary workers, we can replace them with a new batch. It's okay to offer lower wages, but there are still 2 contract workers who have signed a 3-year contract. It may be costly to replace them. Boss Lu spoke up. This is considered from Chu Feng's perspective. It's okay. With such a booming business, we can afford it. Chu Feng smiled. What is Uncle Lu going to do next? Chu Feng flipped through the information in his hand, but did not find anything about the secret recipe, so he asked. Logically speaking, this secret recipe would not be sold. After all, it is someone else's bread and butter. The reason why we say this while eating is to find out if Boss Lu makes a comeback with the secret recipe and opens another hotpot restaurant. Chu Feng could predict that the business of his current Mushanhua hotpot restaurant would definitely decline sharply. If I didn't have the secret recipe, I'm afraid my business would soon decrease a lot, even without waiting for Boss Lu to open a hotpot restaurant. After all, the price is high. No matter how good the service is, no one will pay for it. After all, in the catering industry, taste is always the most important thing. Let us not talk about the catering industry, let us just look at the supermarket industry. Take a certain donlai. If all they sell are shoddy goods, even if the service is good, probably not many people will go there. Boss Lu pondered for a moment and said, I'll finish dealing with my daughter first. With more than 3 million, my daughter should be able to have surgery. The rest is for paying off debts. As for the rest, I'll make plans later. Chapter 38 Finalizing the Cooperation. Of course, Boss Lu wants to open another hot pot restaurant. After all, he has such a delicious secret recipe. With his 2 signature dishes, the hot pot base and spicy bullfrog, it will definitely not be difficult for him to make money. Although I don't have the capital now, I will always find a way. But this kind of thing definitely cannot be told to Chu Feng directly. Although Chu Feng can probably guess it, it definitely cannot be said openly. In fact, Chu Feng knew everything in his heart, and he asked this question just to bring up the topic. Uncle Lu, are you interested in cooperating with me? Chu Feng spoke. Boss Lu looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? I am a college student, and I am still attending university in CC City. This sentence shocked Boss Lu. This. I knew Chu Feng was young, but I didn't expect him to be so young and still in college while my daughter has already graduated from college. Boss Lu chuckled and nodded. So I don't have much time to manage this place now. If Boss Lu is willing, I will give you 10% of the shares. Can you still be the boss here? Chu Feng continued. 10% of the shares is too little for Boss Lu. If the hot pot restaurant can earn 200,000 yuan a month, he will only get 20,000 yuan, which is much less than if he opened his own store. Of course, if Boss Lu is willing to share the recipe or something, we can split the profits 40% to 60%. Seeing that Boss Lu's face was full of rejection, Chu Feng continued. If Boss Lu agrees, I am also planning to open a branch. You have the skills and I have the money. How about we cooperate and reach new heights? Chu Feng said with a smile. When Boss Lu heard about the 40%-60% profit split in Chu Feng's talk of opening a branch, he realized that this was not just a matter of tens of thousands a month. One branch can earn about 200,000 yuan a month. If he takes 40%, that would be 80,000 yuan. What if he opens more branches? Let us not count the number, let us just say we'll open 2 branches. With this skill, it is not difficult for each store to earn 200,000 yuan a month. The income from these 3 stores has reached 240,000 yuan, which is higher than the income from his own hot pot restaurant. From this perspective, cooperating with Chu Feng is a very good thing. If I open a store again, I can continue to make money with the secret recipe, but what about the capital? In addition, the Mushanhua hot pot restaurant now belongs to Chu Feng. If they develop some delicious dishes, his own hot pot restaurant may not be able to succeed. There are too many uncertain factors, so it is better to cooperate with Chu Feng. More secure. That's fine, but... Boss Lu was still a little hesitant. Chu Feng naturally knew what Boss Lu was worried about. Of course, I still have a little money in my hand. I will temporarily advance the money for the branch. The money for this branch will be considered as your technology investment. Uncle Lu, do you think this is okay? Since it is a stake, of course they will rise and fall together. Naturally, the money for opening a branch cannot be paid by Chu Feng alone. Boss Lu nodded. This was a good idea. With one share of the money, he could get dividends from 2 branches. Although it would not be as profitable as the previous store, it had great potential after all. Can. Boss Lu said. Chu Feng nodded and said, okay, let's make it like this. I'll find someone to draft a contract tomorrow. Good. Boss Lu smiled, then extended his hand and said, Boss Chu, we have a pleasant cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. Chu Feng stood up, shook Boss Lu's hand, and spoke. But I probably won't have time tomorrow. I have to fly to the United States tomorrow, and my daughter is waiting there. Boss Lu said. Okay, we'll open the branch as soon as you come back and sign the contract. Chu Feng nodded. Although he still has money in his hands now, it is for running a hot pot restaurant. He needs to get the 1 million reward first and then open a branch. During this period, let Boss Lu take care of his own business. By the way, Boss Lu, we need to prepare the soup bases for the next few days. Chu Feng instructed. Boss Lu is leaving, so I don't know if the hot pot base and spicy bullfrog will be prepared. Don't worry, just let Xiao Lu do it tomorrow. He's my apprentice, he knows how to do it. Boss Lu spoke up. Chu Feng was stunned. Xiao Lu, it seemed that the person on the phone just now asked Xiao Lu to come down. He was the young man just now. I didn't expect that the young man had such an identity. Chu Feng nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Chu Feng decided to open a branch in CC City first. One reason is that Huoshangmo's hot pot is not particularly authentic Sichuan style, and although the cuisine eaten in CC City is called Qin cuisine, it is deeply influenced by Sichuan cuisine. Therefore, opening such a store in CC City will definitely cater to the tastes of the general public. Another thing is that Chu Feng is also in CC City, which makes it convenient for him to manage it. Chu Feng also thought that although Linshui City is large, there are relatively few colleges and universities. Hot pot restaurants like this one are mostly eaten by college students. Spicy bullfrog is such a delicious food, it will definitely be good if we allow delivery. Chu Feng told Boss Lu about his idea, and Boss Lu agreed. This spicy bullfrog was passed down to him by his uncle. Although the ingredients are similar to those commonly found on the market, once the amounts are properly controlled, the result is more delicious than that made by others. If takeout is allowed, it will definitely be a big hit. But problems also followed. If delivery was allowed, Boss Lu and Xiao Lu would definitely not be able to handle it. What should they do? Chu Feng thought about it and decided that under this circumstance he could only publish the recipe. Of course, not the entire recipe, as the ingredients would still be prepared by Boss Lu and Xiao Lu. Just like pre-prepared meals, all the ingredients are processed into a small bag, and the rest only needs to be cooked in the kitchen. Boss Lu had thought of this method before, but the secret recipe involves controlling the heat, and Boss Lu was afraid that the kitchen staff wouldn't be able to handle it, so he did everything himself. This also resulted in only 50 servings of spicy bullfrog being available per day. Of course, it also had a positive impact and indirectly led to the popularity of the Mushan Hua Hot Pot restaurant. This spicy bullfrog is so delicious. Can't buy it yet? No, I have to try it. Chu Feng said that he would not be able to make the spicy bullfrog just by controlling the temperature. He could protect the secret recipe, and only needed Boss Lu to pass on his experience so that he could supply it in large quantities. Although there is a large supply, it is not much. Chu Feng still thinks that limiting the quantity and using hunger marketing will help the hot pot restaurant grow faster. Of course, if you don't use your rights, they will expire invalid. Doesn't T. Wang Tiancheng have a team of internet celebrities at home? After promoting the bar, I will promote my hot pot restaurant and then my coffee shop. Hiss, it seems like a freeloader. When the time comes, we should pay them what they deserve. We definitely cannot ask people to pay both money and work. Chapter 39 Rent. After the two discussed the details for a while, Chu Feng left. Chu Feng plans to find a hotel to stay in tonight. Now that he has money, there is no need to spend the night in an internet cafe after arriving in the city like before. I have to say that spending the night in an internet cafe is really cheap. In Linshui City, it costs 15 yuan for an overnight stay, but it is more expensive in CC City, costing 30 yuan, and the chairs cannot be laid flat for sleeping. So before you go to an internet cafe to spend the night, you must first check whether the chair can be laid flat, otherwise you will not be able to sleep and it is better not to sleep at all. Chu Feng opened WeChat and invited Dayu and Tuzi to meet tomorrow, and they both readily agreed. Although we all live in the county town, it is not far from the urban area, only a few dozen kilometers away, and the bus costs 10 yuan per trip. Seeing that the two agreed, Chu Feng also sent a message to Boss Lu, asking him to save a few servings of spicy bullfrog for him. After all, the last time several people came, they all praised the bullfrog. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to come again. But Dayu said that he came here twice with his girlfriend, but he failed to get the spicy bullfrog both times. It's okay this time, I'm the boss and can eat whatever I want. Boss Lu also readily agreed. He is a major shareholder of Mu Shanghua. It's just a few servings of spicy bullfrogs, so of course he has to satisfy him. Boss Lu was worried that Xiao Luo's cooking would not taste good, so he planned to make a few portions for Chu Feng tomorrow before boarding the plane. Chu Feng smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu also said something shocking. "Xiao Feng, do you have a girlfriend now?" Chu Feng looked at the message sent by Boss Lu in the dialogue box and smiled helplessly. "This is to introduce my daughter to myself." Chu Feng quickly replied, "Uncle Lu, I already have a girlfriend." Uncle Lu kept showing that he was typing, and after a long time, he finally sent a message saying okay. Looks quite lost. In fact, Boss Lu just now had been thinking of reasons to recommend his daughter. For example, they say that premature love is not good, and their daughter is already grown up, so it doesn't count as premature love. After all, judging from what Chu Feng said just now, he must have 3 to 5 million in his hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said such arrogant things as "I have money and you have skills." He also just spent 3.5 million to acquire his own hot pot restaurant. Boss Lu had a vague premonition that by following Chu Feng, he might be able to achieve some success in the hot pot industry. It's time to improve my own abilities. Boss Lu plans to work hard on researching new dishes after returning from the United States this time, and strive to create another dish as popular as the spicy bullfrog. Chu Feng also came to the hotel. He had just booked it through a tour group. The price was not high, 99 per night. He had to stay there anyway, and he was not like a little girl. Even if there are cameras, I won't lose anything anyway. As soon as I entered the door, I received a message from Panboy. There is also news coming from Mix C that there is a corner shop of nearly 150 square meters, which is priced at 900,000 yuan per year. This is really an astronomical figure. Which shop makes 900,000 a year? However, that is a corner, and according to Panboy, there is an office building elevator next to it. The fame spread quickly. Maybe it will become a landmark of Mix C, and the income it brings will be far higher than the rent. However, for this 900,000 yuan, even if one makes 20 yuan per cup, one needs to sell more than 40,000 cups a year to make back the investment, which is about 120 cups a day. It seems like a lot, but in fact, the flow of people at this location is astronomical. Moreover, top-quality coffee has free raw material supply in the first 3 years, and you can make dozens of dollars from each cup. Low-quality raw materials are cheaper, and you can also make more than 20. It seems that selling 100 cups a day can make a profit. If the restaurant is well known, the number will not even be enough for takeout. However, as we said just now, this is an external quotation. Chu Feng quickly asked, "What's the price?" "Looking forward to it. JPG. If I give it to you, I'll give you 1 million a year. We have a good relationship." Seeing Panboy's reply, Chu Feng almost vomited blood. "There is no price increase even if we have a good relationship. Go away, your family has lost a big customer like me." Chu Feng knew that Panboy was joking and retorted, "Ha, I was kidding you. My dad said he would give you a mortgage of 750,000 yuan. You have nothing to do anyway." Panboy sent the message again. Chu Feng's eyes froze. 750,000? The rent is 150,000 cheaper? Is this the benefit of being friends with rich second generations? I love it. Is this true or false? Chu Feng asked uncertainly. Panboy also replied quickly, "It's true. There is another Xingjuk that I want to rent, but the old man said he doesn't like foreign brands. He wanted to find Lu Xing, but Lu Xing is interested and can't afford it, so I'll give it to you." Chu Feng nodded. 150,000 is really not a small amount of money. He should go to Panboy's house someday and give him a gift or something, otherwise it would be impolite. Also, we must thank Panboy. Send me your card number. Chu Feng typed a reply. What's the matter? Just pay after the contract is signed. I'll keep it for you. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry about it, just send it to me. Chu Feng continued. Soon, a bank card number was sent over, along with the branch where the account was opened. Soon, Pan Boyi received news from the bank. Hello, your bank account ending in 5637 has received a transfer of 150,000 yuan, and the current balance is 435,736.45 yuan, Huaxia Bank. Pan Boyi knew with his toes that this was Chu Feng who got it from here. So he immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Chu Feng. What does this mean? I'll transfer it to you. I don't want it. Picture. Thank you, take it, poor bastard. Chu Feng smiled and typed a reply. During the previous chat, Chu Feng heard them say that their families were strict and they only had hundreds of thousands of pocket money a month. Although the family is rich, what belongs to the family belongs to the family, and what belongs to you is yours. The wealthier the family, the more this is true. So this 150,000 is also a huge sum of money for Pan Boyi. Hold. Picture. The word poor almost broke Pan Boyi's defense, and he directly sent a screenshot of his own 430,000. Chu Feng smiled and sent a screenshot of his balance. Picture. Well, almost. Pan Boyi almost vomited blood when he saw the reply, I forgot, this guy is richer than me. Then he stopped dwelling on the topic and replied, okay, big dog owner, I'll take it. Chu Feng smiled, replied with an okay, then finalized the time for signing the contract and turned off his phone. Chapter 40 Playing Billiards. I now have about 1.3 million in my hand, and the rent for the house is 750,000, so there is a balance of 550,000 left. If I control the decoration budget within 300,000, it should be done. The purchase of machines and raw materials will cost about 100,000 yuan. The rest is the operation of the store and labor costs, which can be earned slowly. What's more, after completing the task, you can get 1 million from the system for free. Then the 1 million can be used to invest in opening branches of the hot pot restaurant. If we spend frugally by then, we should be able to raise funds for the hot pot restaurant. While you are not busy now, you might as well enjoy it more. Chu Feng lay on the big bed and chatted with Zhang Xishuan for a while. He fell into a deep sleep. He was a little tired from the flight today, so Chu Feng fell asleep before 10 o'clock. Before going to sleep, Chu Feng suddenly remembered that if he told his parents that he was starting a business, they would definitely ask where the startup capital came from. At that time, there would be no way to explain it, so Chu Feng decided to ask his family for some money. It doesn't matter how much, it's just for my family to see. Just return it intact when the time comes. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chu Feng was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, turned on his phone and saw that it was Dayu. Where? When Chu Feng picked up the phone, he heard Dayu's voice coming from the mobile phone. You guys are here? Chu Feng asked. Here he comes, here your dad is. The boss's voice also came from the phone. The two should be together. Location. Chu Feng sent his location. Master, go here. Judging from their voices, they should have got into a taxi. Send the floor to your father. It will be here soon. The leader spoke, then hung up the phone. 203, just come up. Chu Feng sent his location to Dayu on WeChat, then got up and washed his face. Since I didn't bring a toothbrush, I didn't brush my teeth. After all, it's better not to use the toothbrushes in the hotel, as they may prick your gums a bit. Chu Feng had just wiped his face when he heard a knock on the door. It should be the boss and Dayu coming over. He opened the door, and sure enough, two figures, one tall and one short, the boss and Dayu, were standing at the door. The boss plays basketball, so he is tall, while Dayu is short and a little fat. It's so hot, get out of here. The sweaty boss quickly went into the air-conditioned room. Although it is October now, the temperature is still high. So, where are we going to play today? When Chu Feng saw both of them coming into the room, he closed the door and looked at them and asked. But the two of them stared at each other, looking at Chu Feng in confusion. Not buddies? You asked us to come and play, and you asked us where we were going to play? Dayu couldn't help but speak. Ahem. This was indeed the fact. I had called the two of them over from the county town but hadn't arranged a fun place for them. This was indeed a bit inappropriate. Chu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and coughed lightly. How about taking the two of you guides with you? Chu Feng suggested. Boys generally don't make itinerary plans, they just go out first and then talk about it. The two were speechless again. Why couldn't the guide rod be guided anywhere else? Why did it have to come here? Okay, your dad will beat you to death. The leader gestured with the motions of playing billiards and began to speak. How about taking you guys to eat spicy bullfrog today? Chu Feng said. Spicy bullfrog? Wood on fire? Dayu, who had been there many times but never eaten there, asked. This has almost become Dayu's obsession. Chu Feng nodded pretentiously, but was ruthlessly retorted by Dayu. No? Is that Mushan Hui your family's business? You say you want to eat it, so we can eat it? Chu Feng felt secretly happy when he heard Dayu's words. Hey, it really is opened by my family. Oh, don't worry about it. You'll definitely be able to eat it if you go today. Then you have to line up at 4 in the afternoon. Dayu said helplessly. The spicy bullfrog is available starting at 6 p.m., but many people have already been waiting in the empty waiting area at 4 p.m., waiting for the spicy bullfrog. Some are diners in the restaurant, some want to take out, and some even buy on behalf of others. Don't worry about it. If I say I can eat it, I can eat it. Don't complain. Chu Feng pretended to be impatient and spoke. The leader on the side also echoed, that's right, who is as stupid as you. Roll. Speaking of which, Dayu's name and nickname were given by himself. Dayu's real name is Meng Zichen. During class, he turned around and said that Chu Feng was stupid, but all the classmates agreed that he was the stupider one. In addition, he was of large build, so he was called Dayu. The three of them took a taxi to the Babai Billiard Hall, where the prices were also very cheap. The rates are 13, 16, and 21 yuan per hour. Moreover, the most important thing is the recharge discount. Recharge 100 and get 399 for free. This temptation is really irresistible. However, Chu Feng and his companions were not locals in the city, so they did not use the card and opened a ticket that charged 16 yuan per hour. It's still the same old rule, whoever loses will leave, and all three of them will have a chance to play. Chu Feng never relied on accuracy or positioning when playing basketball, but entirely on luck. Especially the first game, although Chu Feng had played it a few days ago, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. At the beginning of the game, I couldn't score no matter what I did, either because I was off target or I didn't get to the right position. He was almost shut out by the leader. But when the boss had only one colored ball left, Chu Feng's luck began to take effect. He scored 3 balls in a row, reducing the ratio of the remaining balls on the table to 4-1. Immediately afterwards, the boss's pocket ball was hit by him and bounced out of the pocket, giving Chu Feng another chance. Of course, the power of luck not only affects yourself, but also your opponent. Those who often play the game of bluffing know that when your luck comes, you can score, and your opponent can't get in no matter what. This is the power of luck. Chu Feng got the ball and started shooting straight away, scoring every shot and winning 3 more goals in one round. The most outrageous thing was that a purple ball hit the 4 pockets and went into the middle pocket. The leader and Dayu both shouted, "You are such a good fool." What do you mean by guessing? I calculated it all. Chu Feng said unconvincedly, feeling strong even though he was not right. There is no way to trace this kind of thing, but everyone knows that it is a guess. But there was nothing they could do. The last full color ball still didn't go in. My luck wasn't so good. When it was the boss' turn to play the ball, he shot it directly into the pocket, also demonstrating the power of luck. The competition of divine power made Dayu completely confused. What the hell? So confusing. Chu Feng sighed, he didn't expect that the goddess of luck would start to favor the leader. What guess? I calculated it. As expected of a classmate of mine for 3 years in high school, his explanation was exactly the same. Come on, I'll put the ball back for you. Try it again. If it goes in, you'll admit that you calculated it. Chapter 41 Private Room Number 1. After these words were spoken, both of them were stunned. Who did they learn this from? How could they play like this? Chu Feng said that Qin Chang was still playing dirty. Of course, Chu Feng would not let the leader hit it again, otherwise it would lose the fun. In this kind of sport, luck is also part of strength. The boss now only has the black 8 left, and he only needs to score a goal to win the game. However, the goddess of victory seemed to have left the leader. The leader originally wanted to just shoot without aiming. After all, if he aimed, there was only 1 pocket opening, but if he didn't aim, there were 6, plus the angle was not very good. It can only be like this. Therefore, after the black 8 bounced 3 times, it stopped steadily at the mouth of the pocket. Chu Feng laughed out loud. This has really got us help. My luck is back. The white ball stopped on the same straight line as the green ball in the pocket. Chu Feng only needed to push the green ball into the pocket with a light push. Ha 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 ha, are you exempt or not? Chu Feng asked a soul-searching question, but the leader shook his head firmly. It's inevitable, right? Chu Feng said, then he bent down and pushed the green ball into the bag. Although the black 8 stopped at the mouth of the pocket and did not need to move, Chu Feng's shot just now formed a straight line with the black 8 and the mouth of the pocket. The midday sunlight shines through the curtains, covering the black ball, white ball, and green ball. Just like the auxiliary lines in a billiards game. Is this unavoidable? Chu Feng asked with a smile. The leader still shook his head. What if the bag shakes? What if the white ball goes in? What if the black ball flies away? What if the earth explodes? Chu Feng chuckled disdainfully, bent down, and put the black ball steadily into the pocket. The white ball was also pulled back with Chu Feng's low shot. It stopped steadily in the center of the pool table. Chu Feng won without any skill or accuracy, just luck. Dayu went on stage with a chuckle, but as expected, he was beaten to a pulp by Chu Feng. After all, among the 3, Dayu is the weakest. He loses every time and the probability of winning is very small. Unless Chu Feng loses, Dayu will not have the chance to fight the leader today. Several people played in the billiard hall for nearly 3 hours and only spent 48 yuan. Chu Feng earned more than 10,000 yuan in 3 hours, but this small amount of money is naturally nothing. So, Chu Feng paid it happily. Let's go and have something to eat. Seeing that the time was now around 12 o'clock, Chu Feng suggested. This billiard hall is not far from the Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant, so Chu Feng took the 2 of them directly to the Hot Pot restaurant. Is it true that we can eat spicy bullfrog at this time? Dayu still asked in disbelief. If you don't want to eat, get out. The chief spoke impatiently, saying he had asked the same question several times on the way. When Dayu heard what the leader said, he slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Come here." He speaks the authentic London aristocratic dialect. The 3 of them walked into the Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant. It's already dinner time and the entire Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant is packed. In addition to the National Day holiday, there were at least 3 tables waiting in line in the waiting area at the door. Damn, this hot pot restaurant is so popular, I wonder how much money the boss can make. Dayu sighed as he stood in the waiting area. After deducting the labor, water and electricity costs, there will probably be a few 100,000 left a month. Chu Feng replied. You understand again? The chief suddenly blurted out something. Chu Feng looked at the leader speechlessly and said, "Get lost." As soon as Chu Feng entered the Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant, he went straight to the kitchen. The leader and Dayu were both stunned, not knowing what was wrong with this kid. This Fingzi is trying to cut in line. I am a civilized young man. I never cut in line. Dayu followed behind Chu Feng and whispered to the leader. The chief didn't say anything, but just gave a thumbs up with a slightly exaggerated expression, expressing his approval and disdain for Dayu's behavior. Uncle Lu. I brought my friends here. Please make arrangements for them. Chu Feng pushed open the door to the back kitchen and saw Boss Lu busy in front of the stove, and spoke. Okay. We're ready. Xiao Lu, take Boss Chu upstairs to room 1. Boss Lu began to give instructions to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu nodded, made a pleased gesture to a few people, then took the lead to walk out of the back kitchen and go up the stairs. Chu Feng and his companions followed closely behind. What's going on? Why did I hear that old man call Feng Zichu boss? Dayu was puzzled and asked the leader in a low voice. You heard wrong. The leader answered with a helpless look on his face. He heard it just now, but there were outsiders present, so of course he couldn't ask directly. He would ask in the private room later. This private room number 1 was used by Boss Lu to entertain distinguished guests before. So it will be kept forever. Xiao Lu began to explain. Fuck, Fingzi, are you a distinguished guest? Dayu asked impatiently. Chu Feng nodded speechlessly. The chief said nothing, but just kept giving thumbs up. The private room is located in the corner of the 2nd floor and is very inconspicuous. Even Dayu, who has been here many times, has never known about private room number 1. The 3 of them entered private room number 1. The decoration inside was not luxurious, but it had a unique flavor. It was like camping in the wild. The ground was covered with pebbles, and the chairs were not the kind of booth sofas outside, but the kind used for camping. The table and chairs are a set. It is a very wide, square table. There is an induction cooker on the table for cooking hot pot. There is also a 3-layer wooden rack next to it for storing dishes. The surrounding environment is also very natural. There is a tree planted in the corner. Although I don't know what kind of tree it is very tall. There are rockery and gurgling streams, which make people feel relaxed and happy. Although the way of eating hot pot is very simple, it is very comfortable when paired with such scenery, making people relax unconsciously. Chu Feng thought it was a very business private room, but he didn't expect that Boss Lu would be so creative. Wow! Dayu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the scenery inside. This private room looks ordinary from the outside, but it is a completely different world once you enter. Please take a seat first. I'll get you the menus. Xiao Lu said. In the past, when Boss Lu entertained guests, he always set his own standards, so there was no menu prepared in private room number 1. This time it was different. The new boss brought his friends, so naturally he had to go outside to get the menu. Boss Chu, what kind of soup base do you want? Xiao Lu looked at Chu Feng, who had already sat down, and asked. Can you eat spicy food? Chu Feng looked at the two of them and asked. They both nodded in unison. Then let's have a hot pot. I don't eat spicy food. Chu Feng smiled. Okay, wait a moment. After saying that, Xiao Lu left the private room. Fuck, what's going on? Chapter 42, Deskmate Tong Yingying. As soon as Xiao Lu left the private room, Dayu couldn't help but ask. Ahem, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a billionaire. Chu Feng said with a smile. No, it's straight. The chief spoke in the dialect of Dakon province, which means to be more serious. Ha, billionaire is a bit far-fetched. I bought this hot pot restaurant. Just like Dayu said, it's now owned by my family. Ah? The two were so shocked by Chu Feng's words that they were speechless, with looks of disbelief on their faces. Where did you get the money? The leader asked. They were high school classmates. They were together every day in high school and knew each other's family conditions almost perfectly. What is Chu Feng's family background? This hot pot restaurant is the most popular hot pot restaurant in the entire Linshui city. The acquisition cost at least millions. How could Chu Feng be able to pay so much money? When I was in college, I started a business with a friend and made some money. Then the owner of Mushan wanted to sell the store, so I bought it. I wouldn't lose money anyway. Chu Feng shrugged and lied casually. CC City and Linshui City are tens of thousands of miles apart. No matter how powerful the two men are, they cannot expose Chu Feng's lies. Nobody, don't do anything illegal or criminal. Chu Feng has only been in college for a month and he has already made millions. This is either from selling powder or money laundering. There are almost no other possibilities. Chu Feng didn't know how to explain to the two of them, so he could only lie again. Don't worry, I don't do that. I opened a bar with my friends last year. Business has been good. I just distributed dividends the day before yesterday. A lie needs many lies to support it, and this is the case with Chu Feng now. Chu Feng could only pray silently that the two would stop asking. If they continued asking, he might be exposed. He should have just said that he won the lottery. The two thought about it and realized that indeed, the alcohol sales industry was very profitable. If one did well, it would not be difficult to make millions a year. I didn't call you at that time because I was unsure. I will call you next time when I have a better business opportunity. Chu Feng smiled. In order to help the two people dispel their doubts as soon as possible, the only thing to do is to divert their attention as quickly as possible. The focus shifted from how Chu Feng made money to how Chu Feng helped us make money. As expected, the two of them did not dwell on the previous topic, but instead looked forward to their future life. If Chu Feng can become so rich, I can definitely do it too. Although the two men have no money, no connections, and no brains, they are still good brothers after all. If it is appropriate, please help out if you can. Anyway, I don't expect the two of them to bring me any profit, as long as they don't lose money. At that time, I can set up a smaller company and arrange some idle positions for the two of them. That would be pretty good. Xiao Lu left for a while and came back. The door of the private room was opened, and behind Xiao Lu, there was a tall girl. The girl's makeup was very delicate, her hair was tied up behind her head, and her eyes were bright, as if there were stars hidden in them. She put some bean paste-colored lipstick on her lips, which made her look very healthy. Although the corners of his mouth were raised, he still couldn't express the irritability he had just felt at work. Xiao Lu was holding a double-flavored hot pot in his hand and placed it on the induction cooker in the middle of the table. The girl came to Chu Feng with a menu in her hand. Chu Feng? The girl looked at Chu Feng's face and widened her eyes in disbelief. The girl was ecstatic when she was ordered to serve in private room number 1. It was not because of anything else, but because this one-on-one service would make her feel much easier. But I didn't expect to meet Chu Feng here. Chu Feng raised his head and took a look, and also exclaimed, Tong Yingying? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Dayu and the leader also raised their heads and looked at the girl. The girl was Tong Yingying, Chu Feng's deskmate for 3 years in high school. Tong Yingying glanced around and unexpectedly, she knew the two people next to her, one was Meng Zichen and the other was Yuan Jia. Why are you here? Tong Yingying asked in surprise. Come and eat, what else can you do? Chu Feng was amused by Tong Yingying's words. This was a hot pot restaurant, and a private room. If people were not here to eat, how could they be here to use the restroom? Tong Yingying was also amused by her own words. She covered her lips with her delicate hands and laughed. Why are you here? Chu Feng asked. He really didn't expect to meet Tong Yingying here. I'm working. Tong Yingying said as if it was a matter of course, and then as if she remembered something, she handed the menu to Chu Feng. You order first. Chu Feng took the menu, and then handed it to Dayu and the boss. The two were a little embarrassed to order. After all, the prices here were still a little high. The total cost for 3 people would be at least 300 yuan. 300 yuan is a huge sum of money for students. No need to save me money, just order. Chu Feng saw the hesitation in their eyes and reminded them. The two of them suddenly realized that this guy was the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Although it looks expensive, the raw materials are still very cheap. Sit down and eat together. Chu Feng spoke to Tong Yingying. Tong Yingying was a little tempted. She hadn't eaten anything since she got up this morning. I'll go ask the boss. Tong Yingying said with a smile. Anyone who can come to private room number 1 is no small figure. Chu Feng was so young that Tong Yingying directly ruled out this option and only regarded Chu Feng as a relative of the boss. Since the boss's relatives are here, it shouldn't be a problem for me to sit down and have a meal by myself. After all, the boss is not someone who is difficult to talk to. No, he's the boss. Xiao Lu, who had been waiting nearby, spoke at this time. Just one sentence burned Tong Yingying's CPU. Isn't your boss Lu? How did he become Chu Feng? Currently, only Xiao Lu knows about the change of boss, and Boss Lu has not had time to inform other contract workers. Tong Yingying looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled look on her face. After seeing Chu Feng nod, the shock on her face became even more intense. Like Dayu and the others, she had been classmates with Chu Feng for 3 years, and she even knew him better than Dayu and the others. After all, they had been deskmates for a year. Although Chu Feng's family conditions were better than hers, after all, her family was from the countryside, but they were definitely not much better. I can come up with about 100,000 yuan, but to buy this wood-fired hot pot restaurant is not only impossible, but it is simply a fantasy. I don't believe it. Tong Yingying smiled, thinking that Chu Feng had teamed up with Xiao Lu to deceive him, and then turned around and wanted to find the boss. Squeak! The door was opened and Boss Lu poked his head out with a smile. Boss. Chapter 43. Thanks. Tong Yingying greeted politely. Boss Lu smiled and nodded at Tong Yingying. Tong Yingying works very hard and is very careful, even though she is just a temporary worker. Of course, a real temporary worker. Tong Yingying only comes over during holidays. She came last summer vacation, and I didn't expect her to come during the National Day holiday as well. Boss Lu was very happy when he knew she was coming. After all, she was a great beauty. After the summer vacation, some old customers regretted her departure. So Boss Lu was very impressed with Tong Yingying and gave her an extra bonus. Boss Lu was just about to greet Chu Feng when he heard Chu Feng speak first. Boss Lu, this is my friend, let her come and eat something together. Boss Lu smiled and nodded. You are the boss now, you have the final say. See, I didn't lie to you. Chu Feng said to Tong Yingying with a smile. Tong Yingying opened her mouth in surprise, this was actually true. Chu Feng actually took over this hot pot restaurant, it must have cost several million. Come on, sit down and eat together. There's still room. Chu Feng said, and then looked at Boss Lu. Uncle Lu, are you leaving? Chu Feng probably guessed that Boss Lu was definitely not the kind of person who liked to join in the fun, so there must be something that made him come here this time. Boss Lu nodded and said, yes, the flight is at 3 p.m. Although Chiang Airport is not far from the Mushan Hua Hotpot restaurant, it still takes a full 40-minute drive. It's almost 1 o'clock now, which is the evening rush hour, so we will definitely waste a lot of time on the road. Although Linshui City is a second-tier city at the bottom of the list, it still has a lot of traffic. You can't go wrong if you go early. Then I won't keep you to eat with me. Let Tong Yingying accompany me. Chu Feng said jokingly. Boss Lu hesitated for a while, took out a bottle of erguotu from his pocket, and took out a cup from another pocket. He poured the wine in his hand into the glass, bowed to Chu Feng and said, thank you, Boss Chu. I won't say much to thank you, it's all in the wine. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass. Chu Feng's expression also became serious. He quickly stood up and supported Boss Lu. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? I told you, I am interested, and it is the market price. Chu Feng said that the acquisition of the Mushan Hua Hotpot restaurant was not his doing and he felt unworthy of it. But there is no way, other people don't know about the system, so I can only accept this thanks myself. No matter what, you saved my daughter and our family. Boss Lu put the wine in his hand on the table and spoke. Chu Feng knew that spending 3.5 million to buy this hot pot restaurant, coupled with Boss Lu's cooking skills, was a good deal for him. But when everyone was desperately trying to lower the price, Chu Feng's system chose to use the market price, which seemed extremely heartwarming. Adding icing on the cake is certainly valuable, but providing timely assistance is even more unforgettable. Chu Feng nodded. Boss Lu was such a loyal person and would definitely achieve great things in the future. There are generally only two outcomes for such a loyal person. One is to reach the top with his good brothers, and the other is to be stabbed in the back by his good brothers and fall to the bottom. Chu Feng believed that he would be the one who reached the top. Uncle Lu, don't worry, we will definitely become bigger and stronger. Chu Feng said. Because there was no cup, Chu Feng took the wine from Boss Lu and took a big sip. I have to say, this Red Star Erguotu is really strong. After taking a sip, Chu Feng's whole face turned red, and his throat to stomach were all burning. Haha, you still need to practice your drinking capacity. Chu Feng's embarrassing look caused everyone to laugh, and the serious atmosphere disappeared at this moment. Okay then. I'll be leaving first. If I leave too late I won't be able to get a taxi. Boss Lu smiled. What if you're drunk? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's okay. I took a shot. Boss Lu waved his hand and smiled indifferently. Okay, have a nice trip. Chu Feng sent his blessings. Boss Lu is taking a plane. Da Yu reminded from the side. It's a blessing to have a safe flight. Don't worry about it. As long as Boss Lu is safe and sound, that's all that matters. Chu Feng waved his hand and said. Okay. Enjoy your meal and have fun. Boss Lu threw down a few words, then left the room without looking back and set off on the road to the United States. Tong Yingying also sat down on her seat, now she believed it completely. The hot pot restaurant has a new owner. According to Chu Feng, the two will continue to cooperate in the future. I didn't expect that this kid Chu Feng was so good at hiding. After Dayu and the boss ordered the dishes, they handed the menus to Chu Feng. Chu Feng handed the menu to Tong Yingying again. No, I'm just here for free, so I won't order. Tong Yingying quickly waved her hand to refuse. Chu Feng smiled. The exposure of his identity obviously made Tong Yingying feel a little alienated. You don't have to save money for me. Just order whatever you want to eat. You won't make me poor even if you eat it. Being deliberately low-key is not called low-key, that's called pretending. Chu Feng's move was obviously the opposite of what he was doing. He joked in a rather pretentious tone to let Tong Yingying know that he was still the Chu Feng from high school. I won't look down on others just because I have money. Big dog, I can't eat you to death. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Tong Yingying relaxed and threatened to eat Chu Feng into poverty. Chu Feng smiled slightly, please eat. After saying that, Tong Yingying quickly ticked several items on the menu. After finishing, he handed the menu to Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and said, eat whatever you want. It only costs $1 per second, so eat whatever you want. After taking the menu, Zhu Feng's mind was filled with 3 words: that's it. Tong Yingying only ordered 5 bottles of drinks and a plate of original cut beef. Is this how you make me broke? Zhu Feng burst out laughing and asked. Don't worry about it. I'm just afraid of wasting it. Tong Yingying curled her lips and spoke. Zhu Feng added a few more plates of meat and handed the menu to Xiao Lu. After all, the best part of hot pot is the shabu-shabu meat. It's better to eat malatang than those starch balls. Cut the meat into thin slices, put it into boiling water, and wait for a few seconds until the meat changes color completely, then it can be eaten. The meat cooked in this way has a firm texture, yet is tender and smooth, and retains the original flavor of the meat. Finally, coat it with sesame paste, green onions, and coriander. It's so delicious. Xiao Lu took the menu, left the private room, and went to the kitchen to prepare the food. Several people in the private room also sat on chairs and started chatting. Tong Yingying asked Zhu Feng what his family did. Zhu Feng still used the same lie as before, saying that he was a farmer's son. And all this money was earned by doing business in partnership with friends. Seeing that Daiyuan the leader did not refute, Tong Yingying also chose to trust Zhu Feng. Chapter 44: Good intentions lead to bad results. Soon, Xiao Lu opened the door and served the first dish. Of course, it is the spicy bullfrog that everyone has been longing for a long time. Although Tong Yingying works here, she can eat a limited amount of anything after get off work, except this spicy bullfrog. The spicy bullfrog is in limited supply, and even the customers can't eat it, let alone the employees. It is not possible for someone at Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant to use their employees to order spicy bullfrog through the back door. After all, employees have no privileges. Zhu Feng was the first one to eat spicy bullfrog at noon. A plate of spicy bullfrog was served on the table. Boss Lu made a lot, you can eat as much as you want. Xiao Lu instructed. He just saw that Boss Lu had been busy since the store opened at noon today and had made 5 servings of spicy bullfrog. At first he didn't know why. After all, it was already afternoon when Boss Lu came to the store, and then he began to cook slowly. Now he understood that these 5 servings of spicy bullfrog were prepared for Zhu Feng and his friends. For Boss Lu, Zhu Feng is already his boss and a hope for his future. Of course I have to serve him well. I would rather have some leftovers than let Zhu Feng not eat enough, otherwise it would be considered a dereliction of duty. The spicy bullfrog at Mushanhua Hot Pot restaurant is not eaten right out of the pot, but tastes better when eaten cold. The bullfrog on the plate was fried until golden brown, with sticky soup hanging on it, and pieces of chili peppers and peppercorns sprinkled on it, which greatly increased people's appetite. Zhu Feng picked up a piece of bullfrog meat, gently put it into his mouth, and carefully tasted the flavor with the tip of his tongue. The bullfrog is hard when you put it in your mouth, but the fried shell on the surface is extremely crispy when you bite it with your teeth. The soup hanging on the surface of the bullfrog is spicy, salty, and fragrant. The peppercorns and chili peppers collide in the taste buds, and the spicy taste directly fills the entire mouth. And beneath this hard and crispy shell is the incredibly tender bullfrog meat, which is firm and chewy. Before stir-frying, Boss Lu must have marinated the bullfrog meat with secret spices, so that the whole piece of bullfrog meat is fully flavored and the taste is truly unforgettable. After eating it, Zhu Feng wanted to eat more, so he used his invincible chopsticks to pick up a few pieces of bullfrog meat and put them on his plate. Brothers, be quick! Dayu shouted, and then joined the battlefield with his leader. The gentle and elegant Tong Yingying, on the other hand, stopped pretending after eating a piece of bullfrog meat. She activated her skill directly and quickly put the last few pieces of bullfrog meat into her plate. By the way, he also put the last piece of bullfrog meat on Zhu Feng's plate into his own plate. She knew that the spicy bullfrog in the store was delicious and many diners rushed to eat it, but she didn't expect that something as disgusting as bullfrog could be made into such a delicious dish. What are you doing? When Zhu Feng saw that his beloved bullfrog meat was taken away, he became anxious. You're the boss already. And you're still nitpicking with me, an employee. Xiao Lu, look at him. Tong Yingying directly activated her skill, light. Standing on the moral high ground, standing in the endless light, strongly condemning Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng is almost immune to moral kidnapping. After all, Zhu Feng has no morals. I don't care. If you steal my food, be careful or I'll deduct your salary. Zhu Feng spoke. Cut. Tong Yingying rolled her eyes, then put the last piece of bullfrog meat into her mouth. While chewing, she muttered, "Come and grab it from my mouth if you dare." He was shaking his head, which made Zhu Feng furious. The leader and Dayu on the side were enjoying watching the fun. If you don't dare, don't force it. Tang Yingying curled her lips in disdain and swallowed the bullfrog meat. Chu Feng had no choice but to ask Xiao Lu to bring up 2 more servings, and then said to the others, "Don't rush for them. Save your stomach for the hot pot." Several people readily agreed. But after the 2 servings of bullfrogs came up, they were snatched up by several people. Even Chu Feng, who had made the proposal at the beginning, did not give up the fight. Xiao Lu also brought up the original cuts of meat for the hot pot. Chu Feng and his friends gave up fighting over the spicy bullfrog and focused on eating the meat. A few of them chatted about interesting things that happened in high school. The atmosphere was very harmonious and they talked about sitting at the same table. At that time, many people thought that you two could be together, but they didn't expect that you two were just ordinary friends. Dayu smacked his lips and spoke. "Hey, we were just ordinary friends at that time, you guys think too much." Chu Feng shook his head and said. At that time, both of them had feelings for each other, but neither of them took the initiative to break through the cellophane. After all, in high school, no one wore makeup. Who doesn't like pure high school beauties and handsome high school boys? It is certain that there is a secret crush on each other. The 2 of them are a perfect match, with both being talented and beautiful. But Chu Feng has a low self-esteem and doesn't dare to fall in love. Although he is handsome, his family is not that well off. Tang Yingying had been waiting for Chu Feng to speak first. After all, how could a girl take the initiative in such a matter? But now Chu Feng already has Jiang Xishuan, so he definitely can't get entangled with Tang Yingying anymore. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm a scumbag. He simply denied his previous thoughts and insisted that they were just ordinary friends before. When Tang Yingying heard Chu Feng's words, her eyes instantly turned red. But in order to avoid being noticed by others, Tang Yingying could only breathe heavily through her mouth, making several people think that she was suffering from the spiciness. Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately handed a bottle of drink next to him to Tang Yingying and very considerately opened the bottle cap for her. But Tang Yingying turned a blind eye to it, opened another bottle of drink on the side, didn't even look at Chu Feng, and then took a big sip. Yes, we were just ordinary friends at that time. Tang Yingying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. She herself did not expect that she would wait so long for Chu Feng to speak, but all she got was the words "just an ordinary friend." Chu Feng also realized that Tang Yingying was angry, and he didn't know what to do. The hand that was handing over the drink stopped in mid-air, looking a little awkward. Dayu and the leader winked at Chu Feng, signaling him to go and coax Tang Yingying. But Chu Feng shook his head. If you want to break up, you have to do it cleanly and don't let Tang Yingying hold out any hope. If I try to coax her now, Tang Yingying will think that she still likes me and is just pretending to like me. At that time, Chu Feng really didn't know what to do. Chu Feng now feels a little regretful. He should not have asked Tang Yingying to come and eat with him. But after all, we are old classmates. It would be impolite if I didn't stay with him when I met him. But it's also the fault of that idiot Dayu. Why did he bring this up for no reason? Oh, by the way, I haven't told these 2 about finding a girlfriend yet. They didn't even post it on their moments, so I guess they were trying to match me up with Tang Yingying. It's a pity that good intentions led to bad consequences. Chapter 45, Pick Up Girls. Tang Yingying didn't know what Chu Feng thought of her when she was in high school. Maybe they just treat me as an ordinary friend? Is it not good to be angry here? After figuring this out, Tang Yingying gently wiped away her tears, chuckled, and said, "It almost killed me." Although everyone knew the truth, no one tried to expose Tang Yingying's lie. After all, the atmosphere just now was a bit awkward. Be careful, this one is really spicy. Chu Feng spoke. Dayu joked, "If you are new, just practice more." Tang Yingying covered her mouth and chuckled, "You are the best, huh?" Although Tang Yingying no longer dwelled on this issue, she still liked Chu Feng in her heart. Since entering high school, Chu Feng's unique appearance has attracted Tang Yingying's attention. However, they never had the chance to meet until their senior year of high school, when the homeroom teacher arranged for Chu Feng to sit at the same table with him. The 2 began to communicate more closely. Through their conversations, Tang Yingying gradually developed a good impression of Chu Feng, and the 2 often made plans to go out to play and eat together. My affection for him grew, until it turned into love, which continues to this day. Chu Feng feels the same way towards Tang Yingying, who is also considered the beauty in Chu Feng's class. But he really didn't have the courage to take that step. It was not until he went to college and had the system that Chu Feng became bolder. It happened that he encountered a system task, and he happened to meet Jiang Xishuan, who was about the same appearance as Tang Yingying, and they happened to be in love with each other. So we got together. In fact, if it weren't for Jiang Sichuan, Chu Feng might have come back, confessed his love to Tong Yingying, and then they would be together and live a shameless life from then on. Of course, these are all coincidences. Since he is with Jiang Sichuan now, Chu Feng believes that nothing will happen between him and Tong Yingying again. What are you going to do after dinner? As the dinner was coming to an end, Dayu asked. After some thought and discussion, they realized there was really no good place to go. In Linshui City, the most fun thing is the mobile phone, and the second most fun thing is shopping in the mall. Tong Yingying still has to work, and there is nothing much to see for a few grown men in the mall. Go online? Chu Feng suggested. Dayu and the leader nodded. There really was nowhere to play, so I came here from far away, played billiard for a whole morning, and then had to go to an internet cafe to surf the internet. But I got to eat the spicy bullfrog that I had always wanted to eat, so it was worth the trip. Several people finished up most of the food on the table. It was so delicious that everyone was so full that they held their stomachs. This time, with the wood on the fire, Chu Feng once again truly understood the taste of this hot pot restaurant. Although they are all shabu-shabu meat, they are particularly delicious because of the soup base and dipping sauce, which is very different from other hot pot restaurants. Although Chu Feng was the boss, Tong Yingying had no intention of skipping work. After finishing her meal, she said hello and left the private room. After saying goodbye to Tong Yingying, the three of them went to the nearest internet cafe, turned on a computer and started playing games. Chu Feng suffers from 3D vertigo, so he can't play some FPS games. I can only play with the golden shovel on the side. After Dayu and the leader had knocked down a few tiles, they saw that Chu Feng was alone, so they also opened the golden shovel. Although Spatula is a mobile game, it is still quite interesting when several people play it on the computer. The main thing about playing the golden spatula is that it is quite tense and exciting, except when you are chasing for 3 stars and 5 mana, and you need to stare at the screen intently. The rest of the time, just take a quick look once in a while. So Chu Feng was shoveling while chatting with Jiang Sichuan. He was even doing 3 things at once and chatting with Dayu beside him. Dayu is also different now than he was in the past. After only 1 month in college, he managed to get a girlfriend with his eloquence. But the only drawback is that his girlfriend seems to be a bit of a gold digger. After dating for just over half a month, she went to the beach to pick up things twice and asked Dayu to buy her a watch and a small bag. Dayu was also stupid, he agreed without thinking. In the past half month, he has spent nearly 4,000 yuan on his girlfriend. Dayu's family is considered to be relatively wealthy. His family opened a farm that raises chickens fully automatically. When the market is good, he can make more than 20 yuan from 1 shed of chickens. He has 3 sheds at home. So you can earn about 600,000 in about 40 days, which means you can earn 5 million a year. But the market is not good every day. Sometimes the market is bad and a shed of chickens can lose 200,000 yuan. All in all, I can earn 1 or 2 million a year. So his pocket money is quite a lot. Although his monthly living expenses were only 3,000, it was more than what his mother gave him. She was afraid that her fat son would be hungry at school. Every now and then, I would transfer 1,000 yuan to Dayu to improve his food. After more than a week of school starting, Dayu had 5,000 yuan in his hands, but his girlfriend had spent most of it. Fuck you, you've only been dating for half a month and you've spent over 4,000 yuan on her? Are you an idiot? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course, I am not a smart person. After just 3 or 4 days of dating, I bought Jiang Sichuan a necklace for 15,000 yuan and a mobile phone for 13,000 yuan. But I am rich, earning 86,400 yuan a day, so these 20,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket for me. Moreover, the nature of the gift is different. Jiang Sichuan was willing to give it, but Dayu's girlfriend asked for it on her own initiative. Can this be the same? But Dayu seemed to be unable to figure it out. He thought that spending money on a girl meant he loved her, and he foolishly said it was okay. You are awesome, are there any more activities? I want to join in too. Chu Feng complained. Roll. Dayu cursed with a smile. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the cell phone rang. It was Jiang Sichuan checking on him. Chu Feng picked up the phone instantly. Check on him. Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you with? As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Sichuan's sweet voice came from the receiver. A beautiful face appeared on the phone screen. The leader, who was playing with a shovel intently, heard the sound, quickly took off his headphones, and turned to look at Chu Feng's mobile phone. My friend and I are in the internet cafe, playing some games. Chu Feng spoke. Didn't you go back to do something? Jiang Xishuan asked doubtfully. It's almost done. There are no tickets for tonight, so I'll go back tomorrow. Yeah. When Jiang Xishuan heard Chu Feng's words, a smile appeared on her face. What's the matter? Did you miss me? Aha! I'll be back tomorrow and bring you something delicious. Chapter 46 Mission Release. Chu Feng spoke. The delicious dish is naturally the spicy bullfrog from the Mushan Hua Hotpot restaurant. Jiang Xishuan seems to like spicy food very much, so I believe she will like this dish. Chu Feng looked at the face on the screen and thought it was very cute. I couldn't help but want to touch her head, but there was no way because of the screen, so I had to give up. The two of them chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Who is this, password? The leader asked, his eyes widened. Hey, subject. Chu Feng smiled. You? The chief was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. When did you talk about it? Da Yu asked. The two of them knew nothing about Chu Feng finding a girlfriend. No wonder he rejected Tong Yingying openly and secretly today. It turns out he has such a beautiful girlfriend. Tong Yingying, the class beauty, is very pretty, but the girl on Chu Feng's phone screen is even more beautiful. Damn, you got a girlfriend too. The leader said through gritted teeth. In fact, he also had a girlfriend in high school, who was in the class next door. But when I took the college entrance examination, I didn't get into the school of my choice, so I went back to repeat my studies. The two broke up just after school started. Chu Feng asked for a long time, but the leader refused to say anything. It's okay, you will have it too. Chu Feng comforted. Fuck, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, the leader stood up and walked towards the toilet in the internet cafe. I'm going too. Chu Feng followed closely behind. He didn't want to go to the bathroom, but wanted to talk to the boss about Dayu's new girlfriend. The intention is too obvious, it's just for the money in Dayu's hands. I guess when the money is gone, this girl will just turn around and leave without any hesitation. By that time, Dayu will lose both his money and his life, and his young mind will suffer indelible trauma. As a good friend, this is something Chu Feng doesn't want to see. Although the boss was wearing headphones just now, he must know about this matter. Dayu and he both go to college in Qingmiao City. If anything happens, Dayu, who has a big mouth, will definitely inform him the first time. Chu Feng followed the leader all the way to the toilet. When they were about to start flushing, Chu Feng said, Did you know about Dayu finding a girlfriend? I know, but isn't that a way to get girls? The chief's eyes narrowed slightly, he had already seen it. At that time, Dayu wanted to buy a bag for his girlfriend, but he didn't have enough money, so he asked him to borrow money. So he also knew about this matter, and his opinion about Dayu's girlfriend was exactly the same as Chu Feng's, a gold digger. What to do? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. What the hell? The leader asked, puzzled. How can I make Dayu sober up? After hearing Chu Feng's words, the leader was speechless. Dayu is a child who is completely trapped in it. No matter what anyone says, he won't listen. He has made up his mind and this is love. I don't know. Anyway, I won't listen. The chief replied. Chu Feng thought about it and the question now was whether the girl liked Dayu or Dayu's family's money. After all, as I said before, Dayu's money will run out, but Dayu's family's money will never run out. A family that can earn millions a year is considered wealthy no matter where they are. Therefore, it is still unknown whether the woman will leave after Dayu has spent all his money. Maybe she wants to marry into a wealthy family? It's hard to say. Chu Feng didn't want to break them up, but the girl's behavior was really confusing. We still have to ask Dayu's opinion on everything. Chu Feng didn't say anything else and took his leader back to the internet cafe's private room. In the internet cafe's private room, the golden shovel was still hanging on the computer in front of Dayu, and his eyes were always on the mobile phone. One hand typed very quickly, sending a long message in a flash. Chu Feng looked at the note and called her his most beloved wife. Vomit. I am embarrassed to make such a note. Chatting with a gold digger like you again? Chu Feng teased. Roll. I told you she's a gold digger, but you still don't believe me, right? Chu Feng spoke. He really didn't want to let the big fool lose both his money and his money, otherwise he would not want to get involved in such matters. In the end, he might even offend people if he got involved. But who can blame the two for having such a good relationship? No, she really wanted me to prove that I loved her. Dayu frowned, seeming to be a little angry, but it makes sense. It would be uncomfortable for anyone if his girlfriend was called a gold digger for no reason. Xu Feng knew that it was useless to say all these now. What he needed to do now was to find out whether this girl liked Dayu as a person or Dayu's family as money. Anyway, with a few $1,000s in Dayu's hand, not only the gold digger, but even the boss doesn't care about it. So all we can do now is to test it. As for how to test it, Xu Feng has a good idea. He got involved in the game with his own body. Now he owns a Ferrari 488 and a G63. Whether in Bluebird City or Linshui City, he is considered a rich man. Ding! System task. Testing Meng Zichen's Dayu girlfriend. A set of Lanting Water Villa will be awarded. The system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. The mission has finally arrived. It has been nearly 2 days since I received any system mission. Xu Feng really missed it. But, as always, the task is something you have decided to do. System Dad is like doing welfare. Why are the wild geese still in the north this year? There is no difficulty in crossing south. I accepted this task. There are still many days left in the holiday, and Xu Feng definitely doesn't have time to waste here. He also had to rush back to CC City to rent the street side shop, and then the decoration team would come in. The sooner it was done, the better. A few days ago, Ho Xinping said that the bar was about to be renovated. Although I gave some suggestions and some strategic guidelines, the decoration style and so on remained unchanged. So it should be completed in these few days. I will be busy then. There are trial operations and activities to be held, and by then those stupid sons of the landlords will hardly be able to complete them independently. By then Xu Feng will have to do it himself. Then we can only wait until the winter vacation after the Chinese New Year. When the time comes, I will drive the car back, or buy one from Linshui City when I make enough money to show off my handsomeness and financial ability. Of course, just a little bit of a show. If the girl hasn't broken up with Dayu by then because he has spent all his money, the two of them should still be in the honeymoon period. At this time, couples will not even look at the person outside, no matter how outstanding he or she is. Therefore, it is best to test it at this time. If they truly loved each other, Xu Feng would never break them up. If it's for money, breaking them up is also for Dayu's own good. Chapter 47 Asking for Money. If Dayu said that he had money and wanted someone who was after money, Xu Feng would have nothing to say. But it is obvious that what Dayu wants is true love. As for why we have to wait until the Chinese New Year holiday, one is that Xu Feng doesn't have time now, and the other is to let these two people develop their relationship. What if it was just for money at first, but eventually it turned into true love? There are many such examples. What if the two of them broke up? This saves Xu Feng the trouble of taking action. Xu Feng has made a plan, but there is no rush. He will talk about it after returning to school. They played games for a while, and it was around 5 o'clock. Seeing that there was nothing to play with, Dayu and the leader decided to go home. Linshui City is not like those big cities that have subways and the like, which only stop operating at 11 p.m. The last bus is around 5:30. There was nothing fun to do anyway, so I just took the bus home and saved some money. After seeing the two off, Xu Feng sat in the internet cafe for a while. He didn't have a computer at hand, so he made a Word document and made a list of the things he needed to do in the industries he already had. Then I transferred the file via WeChat to my mobile phone. Now I have a very clear plan for the future. I will start a business in my free time and try not to delay my studies. Although the graduation certificate means nothing to Xu Feng, there is definitely no way for him to drop out of school now. I can only tell my parents after I have more property. However, even at that time, my parents probably would not agree. After all, for people in Deccan province, taking the civil service exam is the only destination. In the minds of Xu Feng's parents, earning millions a month is not as glorious as being a civil servant in their hometown. Therefore, this stage is also quite difficult for parents. At that time, we can only use our cash ability. Speaking of parents, Xu Feng called his father. You need some money to start a business. Even if you have enough, you still have to pretend to have enough. Then it won't be so awkward when I confess to my parents. The call was connected quickly and my mother's voice came from the phone. Son, what's wrong? It's okay. I missed you guys. Xu Feng did not go straight to the point, but instead exchanged some pleasantries. After all, you can't just ask your family for money. Oh, our son misses us. Why don't we go to CC City to play for a few days? It happens to be Xiaofeng's holiday. Mom is talking to Dad next to her. TSK, I don't believe this kid misses us, he just doesn't have enough money to spend. Dad's more serious voice sounded. No one knows a son better than his father. This time he really called to ask for money. Hey, Comrade Lao Chu, you understand me quite well. Chu Feng smiled and spoke. But it's not that I'm short of money. My friend wants to start a business and wants to take me with him, so I thought I'd give it a try. Chu Feng added. Ah? My mother's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, don't be fooled, is it reliable? Chu Feng nodded on the other end of the phone and said, it's reliable. We'll open a store and then hire a store manager. It won't interfere with my studies. Chu Feng started talking nonsense again. Can you do it? My mother, still skeptical, asked. It's okay. We won't be needed to manage the milk tea shop. We're still a little short of that. Chu Feng knew that his family didn't have much money, and if he told them about opening a bar, he would probably be rejected directly. Moreover, the feudal ideology of his family does not allow Chu Feng to do this kind of nightclub business. Anyway, it's not expensive to open a milk tea shop. When the time comes, I can go back to CC City, open another shop and then make up for the lie. How much do you need? Dad interrupted. My father takes starting my own business quite seriously. It has been said more than once before that if Chu Feng wanted to start a business, he should either take the civil service exam or start his own business. He has worked all his life and he knows that working will only make people poorer. About 100,000. Chu Feng said as a joke. Hey, go ask around tomorrow to see where there's kidneys for sale. I'll go sell them to you, your mom. My mom was also joking. Chu Feng smiled and laughed. No. Anyway, 30 or 20,000 is not too little, and 100 or 80,000 is not too much. We discussed it on the other end of the phone. The old couple also knew that the current milk tea beverage industry was very popular. After all, there was a Xiaomi store right next to Chu Feng's house, and there were always queues every day. Although you cannot build your own brand, you can still make money by joining a franchise. It can be said that this is a business that is sure to make a profit, so the money will not be wasted. Xiaofeng, the two discussed for a while before speaking. Opening a milk tea shop is indeed a good idea, and we will do our best to support you, but you also know the situation at home. We definitely can't come up with 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. My mother said earnestly. I know. Chu Feng pursed his lips and said. If it wasn't for the purpose of getting his parents to accept the news of his sudden wealth, Chu Feng would not have asked for money. My dad drove a truck for a month. Not only was it dangerous, but he also didn't get enough sleep every day and was very tired. My mother is a salesperson and earns several thousand yuan a month. I also want to give my parents a good life. Your father and I have saved some money over the years. We originally wanted to use it to marry you off. I didn't want to touch this money. Aha! Chu Feng agreed, like a little kid who had done something wrong, with his lips tightly pursed. But your dad still thinks that boys should start their careers. We still have a little over 10,000 yuan in our family savings, and about 110,000 yuan in your wedding savings. I'll give you 70,000 yuan, and your mom will save the remaining 50,000 yuan for you. You have to keep some money. My mother went on to speak very slowly and almost in tears. He knew how difficult life was at home. The amount of money he received each month was just over 10,000 yuan. After deducting the expenses for food, clothing, housing, and Chu Feng's living expenses, he was lucky to have 3,000 yuan left each month. I didn't expect that my parents had quietly saved more than 100,000 yuan in the past few years. Chu Feng knew that after he took the 70,000 yuan away, his parents would have no living expenses. And given their mother's strict character when it comes to saving money, there is no way they will touch the remaining 50,000 yuan. It doesn't need to be that much, Mom. 60,000 is enough. Chu Feng spoke. Okay, Mom will save 60,000 for you. As soon as his mother said this, Chu Feng was a little amused. The 10,000 yuan left behind was for his parents' living, so why was she saving it for himself? No, you don't want to spend money? Chu Feng smiled. Your father's salary is coming soon, we have enough, that's all. My mother made the decision immediately. Chu Feng had no choice but to give up. It was good enough for his father to pay him a salary. It was about 8,000 yuan, which should be enough for the family to spend. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. The bank is closed today. Mom continued. Chapter 48 Lease Contract. Okay, thanks, Mom. Xu Feng smiled. You're welcome. It's your money. Mom continued. The two chatted for a while, and then Xu Feng hung up the phone. Xu Feng didn't tell his parents about Jiang Xishuan's matter. It was too early to tell now. Those who tell their parents when they just start dating are all asking for relationship funds. Xu Feng is not short of money now, so there is no need for him to ask for money. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng returned to the small hotel where he stayed yesterday, had a good sleep, and then went back to rent a house tomorrow. Lying on the bed, after chatting with Jiang Xishuan for a while, he sent a message to Xiao Lu, asking him to make some spicy bullfrogs and bring them tomorrow, one for Jiang Xishuan and one for his adopted son in the dormitory to try. After doing all this, Xu Feng fell into a sound sleep. The next morning, Xu Feng got up early. His flight was an early one, and by the time he got there, it was almost time. Xu Feng went out, took a taxi, and went to the Mushanghua Hotpot restaurant first. Xiao Lu had already arrived. Xu Feng told him last night to come early to get it. Now Xiao Lu has already prepared the spicy bullfrog and packed it and put it in a box. Xu Feng stuffed the spicy bullfrog into his bag. Fortunately, the bag he brought this time was not small, otherwise it would not have been able to hold it all. After saying hello to Xiao Lu, he headed straight to Kyangu Airport. Because it was rush hour, the road was quite congested. It was already past 9 o'clock when we arrived at Qiangwang Airport. Xu Feng ate a bowl of beef noodles at the airport. He originally wanted to follow the example of a certain big shot and just have the beef but not the noodles, but he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Soon, Xu Feng boarded the plane. After about 2 hours of flight, Xu Feng landed at Xianyang Airport. I found my G63 in the parking lot. I wonder how Qin Chang is doing with the 488 he drives these days. Xu Feng sat in the cockpit, started the car and drove out of the parking lot. The total stay was less than 2 days, but it cost 140 yuan, which was more than what I would have spent if I had stayed in a hotel. If I had known that I had a parking space, I would have stayed in the hotel. Save where you can and spend where you can. In Xu Feng's opinion, this money is a completely useless expense. Although I can earn it back in just a few minutes. Xu Feng went straight to Zhengda number 9 and sent a message to Pan Boyi while driving. Signed the contract today? I just got back. Xu Feng has been coveting this shop for a long time. It only costs 750,000 to rent a corner shop of nearly 200 square meters for a year, but I got a great bargain. Signed the contract earlier, let the construction team in earlier, and start business and make money earlier. It's not just the profits from the coffee shop itself, there's also 1 million given by the system. Pan Boyi replied immediately, the tea we ordered last time was Longjing. Come over here. I'll ask my dad to bring the contract. Xu Feng nodded, and while waiting for the traffic light, he opened the navigation software on his mobile phone. I have just been here for more than a month and am not very familiar with the roads here. Xiaoyun was behind, so Xu Feng could only turn the car around and head in another direction. After about 15 minutes, Xu Feng arrived at Xiaoyun and went straight to the Longjing private room. When I opened the door, I saw the three musketeers Ho Xinping, Wang Tiancheng and Pan Boyi smoking cigars and drinking tea inside. The room was filled with smoke, but there was a faint milky aroma, probably the smell of cigar. Master Chu is here, come, let me give you a back massage. Ho Xinping stood up and greeted Xu Feng. Xu Feng smiled and ignored this funny guy. Has the contract arrived? Xu Feng asked Pan Boyi. Here I am. My dad is working nearby. I just sent him a message when his assistant came up with the contract. He has already drafted it for you. Check to see if there are any omissions. Pan Boyi picked up a file bag on the table, handed it to Xu Feng, and spoke. Xu Feng took the document bag, untied the coils on it one by one, and pulled the contract body out of the document bag. Although it is a house rental contract, it is worth 750,000 yuan. The contract was concise, just 2 pages long, stating the rental date, price, and a series of notes and disclaimers. Xu Feng read it carefully and signed his name after making sure there were no problems. Then he carefully put it into the file bag and handed it back to Pan Boyi, who sent a WeChat message to his father. After a while, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Qi, it's signed. Pan Boyi handed the briefcase to the young man. The young man nodded, took the file bag, and turned to leave. I'll transfer the money to you directly? Xu Feng asked. Let me give you an account number. Public is public and private is private. Pan Boyi fiddled with his phone and the bank card number was sent to Xu Feng's phone. Xu Feng transferred 750,000 yuan directly. Fortunately, he increased the bank card limit to 5 million yuan on the day he left, otherwise he would have to go to the bank every day. It's over. Xu Feng sent a screenshot of the expenditure voucher to Pan Boyi and spoke. Pan Boyi nodded and said, Okay, I'll send you the receipt when the money arrives. Okay. Xu Feng nodded, then turned to look at Pan Boyi, and said jokingly, What big thing did you guys get together to discuss today? Hee hee, you guessed it right, it's a big deal. Ho Xinping chuckled and continued, The bar will be completed soon, but I haven't decided on a name yet. Ho Xinping scratched his head a little embarrassedly and spoke. Xu Feng was stunned. It had only been a few days since the last time they discussed this matter, and now the decoration was almost completed? I will borrow this construction team and use it in my own coffee shop. At this speed, if the effect can meet the expectations, then this construction team is truly no ordinary construction team. Construction teams like this have no shortage of work to do, so you have to come quickly, otherwise you'll have to wait. You haven't decided on a name yet? Xu Feng was helpless about what they were talking about. These three were college students after all. Although some of them were bought and some dropped out of school, they could always think of their names, right? I had thought of a SS bar before, but they wouldn't let me use it. I feel pretty good about it. Ho Xinping said with a frown, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. Your rubbish name is not as good as my perfect window. Wang Tenchang laughed disdainfully. What the hell? What are you talking about? Love brother Pan Boyi seems to be a military general and doesn't he seem to be very fond of this kind of English name. Xu Feng was confused as he listened to the argument between the two people. What was going on? SS bar, it sounds like a low-end bar. What is perfect window? If you are illiterate, you can't go to this place. When people ask us, where are we going to play? You hemmed and hawed, go to that, what the hell was that? Forget it, let's go to Live House. The name of the store should be both high-end and catchy. Ho Xinping's is obviously not grand enough, while Wang Tiancheng's is too grand, but it lacks catchiness. As for the military general Pan Boyi, he didn't even mention one idea. Xu Feng didn't respond and just let them fight. It has to be catchy, high-end and elegant, and at least it has to be accompanied by marketing. What should we name it? Got it. Chapter 49 Bar Name. Xu Feng looked at the people who were arguing, waved his hand, and attracted everyone's attention. I have a little plan. Xu Feng said. What the hell? The three of them were a little confused when they heard this. What do you mean by small? It's a scheme. Xu Feng explained. A few people didn't care, but wanted to know what Xu Feng had come up with. How about Harbor of Lucidity? Xu Feng spoke. What do you mean? Ho Xinping asked. It means a lot. Let me tell you slowly. Xu Feng spoke. The main reason I came up with this name is because it rhymes. Xu Feng thought of a perfect check-in spot, just like Goose stepping into the billiard hall. Young people nowadays regard this as a meme. What Xu Feng thought of was believe. The best rhyme is Hong Kong. And what port? The contrast is a bit, so it is called sober port. After all, how can you be sober if you come here to drink? Moreover, the name Sober Harbor might become a meme. Let us go to Sober Harbor to wake up. Walk. In a disguised way, it also added a wave of popularity to myself. And welcome to the harbor of sobriety. Believe, such a check-in point will surely attract people to take pictures. By then, with the addition of Wang Tiancheng's internet celebrity team marketing, a lot of publicity and promotion costs can be saved. Of course, in China, the Chinese name is the best, and the name Qingxinggang is also catchy. The English name Sober Harbor is also catchy. The icon design is good and it looks advanced. Xu Feng put forward all his ideas and won praise from everyone. As expected, he went to college on his own merits. He has ideas. Ho Xinping joked. Screw you. Xu Feng scolded with a smile. How about we vote and then confirm it? Xu Feng looked around and spoke. Ho Xinping waved his hand and said, Why invest in this? It's better than my SS bar. What the hell are you doing? You're still talking about a SS bar. Why don't you go to a SB bar? Just go by yourself. You're a SB. Pan Boyi cursed with disgust. Okay, just book it and contact the designer as soon as possible. Wang Tiancheng seemed a little anxious and urged. Okay, I'll find a designer and I think it will be ready tomorrow night. As the leader of the team, Ho Xinping was the one who should do this kind of thing, so he agreed readily. The next step was to take out his cell phone and send a message to the design team he had contacted previously. Previously, this design team only designed decoration, such as lighting and wine cabinets. However, space is also reserved for the logo, which is just right for the three-word sober port. Now we need to design the font. The speed should be very fast. By the way, I added you to the group. I've been thinking about it before, but I kept forgetting. Ho Xinping first sent the message to the designer team, and then pulled Chu Feng into the small group of 3 of them. Alliance of Fathers? Chu Feng looked at the name of the group chat and couldn't help laughing out loud. I have a pretty comprehensive understanding of myself. Chu Feng suppressed his laughter and joked. Go to hell, I'll post the news in the group as soon as I have it, and if you're not satisfied, feel free to tell me and I'll contact you. At this point, Ho Xinping paused, then slapped his forehead and continued, I'll just bring the head designer in. If he's not satisfied, I'll just ask him to make changes. Ho Xinping operated his mobile phone and pulled in the leader of the designer team. Okay. No problem. Although they are second-generation rich, they are still quite concerned about their own business. This bar should be considered the start of their career, so of course they all take it very seriously. By the way, Lao Ho, can you lend me your decoration team? Chu Feng spoke. Okay, I'll push it to you. Without saying a word, Ho Xinping pushed the decoration team leader over from WeChat chat. Designers too. Now that we have a decoration team, we also need a design team. We have to let the design team design it first. In the group, you can add it yourself, they are all from Xiao Pan's family anyway. Ho Xinping raised his eyebrows and spoke. Chu Feng just realized what was going on. Damn, old Pan's family is in the real estate business, and they have designers and decoration teams. Moreover, the design team is definitely top-notch. Okay then, thank you brother Ho, thank you brother Pan. Chu Feng smiled. It's okay, it's okay. It's what I should do. Pan Boyi waved his hand, thinking of the 150,000 yuan from yesterday. In fact, even if there is no 150,000 yuan, the designer team and the decoration team will give it. After all, it doesn't matter who the decoration is for, Chu Feng will not give less compensation anyway. All pigeons. Chu Feng added 2 more people and sent the store's floor plan to the designer team leader. The team leader said it was no big deal and that the design drawings and renderings would be sent over before the end of the National Day holiday at the latest. Chu Feng first transferred 1,000 yuan to the team leader so that he would have the strength to work. I'll buy you guys some coffee. Come sit down when the business opens. I'll pay for it. Chu Feng said. We'll talk about the remuneration when the time comes. Even if Mr. Pan's family's team of designers is top-notch, their asking price won't be too high. 1,000 yuan per square meter is the maximum. It's close to 200 square meters, which is 200,000 yuan. This price is within Chu Feng's acceptable range. When the time comes, just let Pan Boyi discuss the specific quotation. Although I am starting my own business, this kind of thing is also mutually beneficial. If you don't use it, it will become invalid after expiration. The team leader readily accepted the transfer and jokingly said that the time could be advanced by a few hours. Chu Feng smiled, encouraged the team leader, and put down his phone. Let's go and have a meal. I'm starving. It's already past 12 o'clock and Chu Feng hasn't eaten yet after getting off the plane. Walk. Several people went straight to one of the top restaurants in CC City, CN number 8. This is a very famous Cantonese restaurant. Although Ho Xinping was born and raised in the Terracotta Warriors province, he really likes to eat sweet food. Therefore, Cantonese cuisine is his favorite cuisine. Several people drove directly to number 8 CA on Taihua North Road. Although the distance is a bit far, but for the sake of delicious food, it doesn't matter. Before coming, Ho Xinping had already booked a private room. As an old customer here, of course I made the reservation directly. Several people went upstairs directly and came to the private room. Here you don't order by scanning a QR code on your phone, but from a menu book. Each page above is a separate dish with its name and price marked on it. Behind the name is a clear large picture. Chu Feng also loves sweets, so when he looked at the pictures on the menu, his mouth was already watering. It was Chu Feng's first time here, so he ordered a dish that looked delicious, star barbecued pork, which should be delicious judging by the name. Chapter 50 Preparation before the mission. The other 3 people each ordered something they liked and handed the menu to the waiter. The waiter took the menu and left the room. Although it is one of the top restaurants in CC City, the prices inside are actually not very expensive. For example, the star-rated barbecued pork that Chu Feng ordered just now was only 98 yuan. Of course, it's not cheap. At the Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant, 98 should be enough for 2 people. Here it's just the price of a dish. The dishes arrived very quickly and looked really good, roughly the same as in the pictures. But the amount of food is really touching. But it's okay, it can be solved with money, at worst I can just order a few more. If something can be solved with money, can it still be called a problem? The other 3 people ordered almost all of the restaurant's specialties. Crispy roast pork, braised pork platter, Cantonese shrimp dumplings, pineapple lava buns, black pepper slow-cooked beef ribs, and a dish of grouper with scallion oil, weighing about 5 pounds. This piece of grouper alone costs more than 1,400 yuan. Chu Feng took back what he had just said. How could this restaurant be cheap? However, the ingredients used are of the best quality. It is also good value for money. If I have staple food, I shouldn't eat any more dishes today and I should be full. After the star-rated barbecued pork came up, Chu Feng realized that this dish was not really a dish but one of the staple foods. Chu Feng only ordered 1 serving, but fortunately the rest of the people ordered 1 too, so there was no embarrassment. This thing is actually a portion for each person? The barbecued pork is reddish-brown in color overall. This is not paste, but the sauce that is applied. It is covered with barbecued pork sauce, and the middle part is white with a little red, which makes people's appetite increase. Chu Feng cut a small piece with a knife and put it into his mouth. The whole piece of meat was soft and tender, with alternating fat and lean parts, and the lean parts were very chewy. The whole piece of meat is covered with soup, which tastes slightly sweet and then has a light salty fragrance. It is Chu Feng's favorite taste. Another dish, crispy roast pork, is probably made with roasted pork belly. It has a crispy surface, and when you eat it, you will find the skin is crispy, the meat is tender, the taste is rich, and it is full of fat, but not greasy. This is what it means to be fat but not greasy. A high-end restaurant is a high-end restaurant, and the taste is really impeccable. The presentation is also very exquisite. Chu Feng had never eaten here before, but he heard that it has 2 Michelin stars and is the cheapest 2 Michelin star restaurant in the world. That Michelin 3-star taste. Price. Chu Feng was a little bit afraid to think about it, but Chu Feng is now completely different from before. He still has nearly 700,000 yuan in his card, so he can afford anything he wants. Several people cut a piece of star barbecued pork to whet their appetite before eating other things. The beef ribs are also stewed until soft and tasty, and are topped with black pepper sauce, which is chewy and flavorful. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, there was nothing left on the table. Loved brother Pan Boyi held his stomach, lay on the chair with his arms and legs spread out, and exclaimed that the food was delicious. Although Ho Ximping brought Chu Feng and the others here today, this meal was for Chu Feng. Moreover, Pan Boyi and Ho Ximping had helped him so much, so he should treat them to the meal himself. Chu Feng went straight to the front desk and got the bill. Wow, the meal cost nearly 2,500 yuan, which included 10% service charge and table fee. It's quite good, the taste and everything are pretty good. Chu Feng readily signed his name on the bill and then swiped the card. Several people also knew that Chu Feng had paid the bill. After Chu Feng returned to the room, they said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Chu." It should be discussed by several people. Chu Feng smiled and said nothing. Chu Feng had basically finished his work. Now all he had to do was go back to school and bring the spicy bullfrog in his bag to Jiang Sichuan. When those people were here just now, Chu Feng was reluctant to take it out. He could only wait until Mushanghua arrived in CC City and then let them taste it. Chu Feng said goodbye to a few people, got into his car, opened his mobile phone, and checked the balance. There was still 730,000 yuan, which was not a small amount, but enough for the time being. However, you need to be more active, trigger more tasks, and earn more rewards. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to spend. Now Chu Feng is no longer satisfied with $1 per second. After all, the cost is too high. Oh, By the way, I also have to open a milk tea shop to take care of my family. Payables are payables, but profits cannot be reduced at all. Then join one. Wangbachaji is pretty good. College students like it, and the unit price is high, so the corresponding profit should be able to increase. Chu Feng sat in the car, took out his mobile phone, and searched for the way to join Wangbachaji on a certain audio platform. You don't know until you see it, you'll be shocked when you see it, this. Including the equipment costs, the first batch of material costs, a series of management fees, rent, etc., the official quotation was as high as 1.2 million for a 3-year contract. This price completely exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. Chu Feng thought that a milk tea shop like this could be opened with around 500,000 yuan. Chu Feng looked at the balance of nearly 700,000 yuan in his card and felt a little worried. I didn't expect that after getting the system, I would still worry about money. But this is not a problem. The 700,000 yuan cannot be touched for the time being. It is all used to open a coffee shop. After opening the coffee shop, there will be a 1 million reward from the system, and then only 200,000 will be needed to complete the task. Well, you can earn it in 3 days. It's not impossible. There is no rush for this. My father and mother probably want to come to CC City to play for a while. Just get it done before the holidays. Ding. System task. Open a Wangba tea house. Reward system upgraded. The long-lost system voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind again, almost making Chu Feng burst into tears. Although I just heard it yesterday. This time the system reward is extraordinary, system upgrade. When Chu Feng got the system before, he heard it, money saving system, level 1. At that time, Chu Feng was wondering, could this system be upgraded? I didn't expect it to really come. I can upgrade by just opening a Wangba tea house. What does it look like after the upgrade? How much money can you give in 1 second? These are all unknowns. Even if he was paid 2 yuan per second, Chu Feng's daily income would be close to 170,000 yuan. An astronomical figure. No. The sooner you upgrade, the sooner you can enjoy it. This matter cannot be put off any longer. Let us open the cafe first. But designing takes time after all, so for now we can only wait. Chu Feng thought for a long time and finally started the car. The Mercedes-Benz G63 let out a roar. Chu Feng shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the school. Don't worry about anything else for now, just send the spicy bullfrog to Jiang Sichuan first. Chapter 51 Back to School. When I arrived at school, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I just had a long meal and there was a traffic jam on the road. The temperature in CC City has dropped a lot in the past few days, and with the October 1st holiday, there are countless tourists from other places coming and going. The road was very crowded and the journey that was supposed to take less than half an hour took more than an hour. Big cities are just different. Chu Feng parked the car in front of the school gate. School was about to start, so he had to ask the counselor to get him a vehicle pass, and he could also apply for a day school permit. At that time, you can pay 1,000 yuan for dormitory fees every year and live wherever you want. When I have time, I go back to number 9 Zhengda University. When I don't have time, I stay in the dormitory and argue. This day is quite comfortable. Chu Feng sent a message to Jiang Sichuan. According to Jiang Sichuan, she had no classes this afternoon and could accompany Chu Feng around. Chu Feng asked Jiang Sichuan to go downstairs, and Jiang Sichuan readily agreed. There are still 2 days left in the holiday, and there are more people in the school, coming and going. When Chu Feng arrived at building number 3, Jiang Sichuan was already waiting downstairs. Jiang Sichuan turned around and saw Chu Feng rushing over. She immediately smiled, walked up to him quickly and hugged him. Missed me? Chu Feng asked with a smile on his face. Aha! Jiang Sichuan didn't say anything else. She rubbed against Chu Feng's arms like a clingy kitten, with a faint blush on her face. Given her conservative personality, hugging a man in public was already considered outrageous. But couples in the honeymoon period all know that they will miss each other after being apart for a while, let alone the fact that 2 days have already passed. Jiang Sichuan couldn't help but miss him so much that she fell directly into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng reached out and gently stroked Jiang Sichuan's head. The hair is very smooth, probably just washed. A beauty is a beauty, and she pays attention to hygiene. In fact, Jiang Sichuan knew that Chu Feng would come back today, so she got up early in the morning, washed her hair, and put on light makeup on her face. However, Xu Feng, a straight man, didn't see it. Xu Feng took out the spicy bullfrog that he had packed from Mushanghua Hotpot restaurant early this morning from his bag and handed it to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan took the lunchbox and asked, "What is this?" Xu Feng smiled and said, "Spicy bullfrog, it's not leftovers, it's a specialty dish from the hotpot restaurant over in Linshui, it's super delicious, so I brought you one portion." Jiang Xishuan was a little surprised. "Bullfrog? Is this edible?" "A little scared. Many girls are afraid of this kind of thing, especially the bullfrog, which looks ugly and disgusting, but its meat is delicious. The dishes made are super delicious. It's eaten cold, so you don't have to worry about it getting cold. Take it home and try it," Xu Feng added. Jiang Xishuan bit her lip and nodded hesitantly. Xu Feng shouldn't lie to her. It should be delicious. It should be fine to go back and try it. "Don't worry, it's delicious. We only have 50 servings a day, and we can't even get one." Xu Feng saw the hesitation on Jiang Xishuan's face and smiled. He also knew that girls didn't like it very much, but as long as she tasted it, Jiang Xishuan would definitely fall in love with this dish. Xu Feng still has one portion in his bag, and he will take it back for his roommate to try. "Mainly because my roommates come from all over the world. Yuan Zhengyang is from Hunan and can eat spicy food. If he says it tastes good, then it must be good. The taste of Beijing Master Zhao Haiquan is a bit lighter, I don't know if you can accept it." Xin Chang, on the other hand, is a local and his taste is the standard terracotta warriors and horses province taste. Xu Feng is now preparing to open a branch in CC City. Therefore, the evaluation of Xin Chang is extremely important and can basically represent most of the people in the terracotta warriors and horses province. "Then I'll go back and share it." Jiang Xishuan spoke. Xu Feng nodded and said, "There happens to be another copy. I'll bring it to our roommate." Jiang Xishuan nodded, watched Xu Feng leave, and then returned to the girls' dormitory. "Babies, I'm back." As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Jiang Xishuan shouted to her roommate. When several people heard Jiang Xishuan's words, they turned around and immediately noticed the lunchbox in Jiang Xishuan's hand. "What's this?" Yao Shaoqing asked. Xu Feng said it was spicy bullfrog. "I'm a little afraid to eat it." Jiang Xishuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and spoke. "Why wouldn't you dare eat this? There's a hot pot restaurant in Dekong province that makes really delicious spicy bullfrog. I'll take you there to try it when I have time." Tang Ruoxue is from Hunan, and is not far from Linshui City, Dekong province where Xu Feng is. The journey is about 3 hours in total. So Tang Ruoxue went to Linshui City and was impressed by the spicy bullfrog at the Mushengwo Hotpot restaurant. "After returning from Linshui City, I couldn't stop thinking about it." At first she was a little afraid of bullfrogs and felt disgusted by them, but after taking one bite, she completely fell in love with the taste. So when Jiang Xishuan mentioned spicy bullfrog, the first thing Tang Ruoxue thought of was the Mushanghua Hotpot restaurant. "Really? Bullfrogs are kind of disgusting." Jiang Xishuan had a look of disgust on her face. Of course, she was not disgusted by the delicious food Xu Feng sent her, but the bullfrog was just too ugly and disgusting. Tang Ruoxue didn't care about that and directly took the spicy bullfrog from Jiang Xishuan's hand. He opened the box, took a piece of bullfrog with his hands and started eating. A strong salty aroma instantly fills the taste buds, and the spicy soup makes the bullfrog meat rich in flavor. It's a familiar taste. Where did your boyfriend buy it?" Tang Ruoxue had only tasted this kind of flavor at Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant, but it was really hard to get a seat at Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant. If bullfrogs of this flavor were available somewhere else, he would definitely buy them. Well, it seems like he brought his own hot pot restaurant from his hometown. Jiang Xishuan answered truthfully. "Hot pot restaurant? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Where is his hometown?" Tang Ruoxue continued to ask. "Linshui City." Jiang Xishuan replied. "Oh my god." Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but swear, it was such a coincidence. Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant only has one store in Linshui City. The spicy bullfrog they make is really unique. Tang Ruoxue told Jiang Xishuan her thoughts, and even exaggerated how delicious the food at the Mushanghua Hot Pot restaurant was. The taste of the spicy bullfrog was particularly praised. Jiang Xishuan, who originally didn't dare to eat bullfrog, was somewhat tempted by Tang Ruoxue's description. "I picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of bullfrog meat, and dipped it in the soup at the bottom of the takeaway box. Although this spicy bullfrog is eaten cold, you still kept it for too long. The soup that was originally hanging on the surface has long since flowed to the bottom of the takeaway box. Jiang Sichuan put the bullfrog meat on the chopsticks into her mouth, and a ferocious look flashed across her face. This bullfrog is really disgusting and looks so ugly. However, when the taste exploded in her taste buds, Jiang Sichuan's eyes lit up. Chapter 52: Sharing Bullfrog. This disgusting bullfrog is actually so delicious. Oh my god. Jiang Sichuan couldn't help but swear, the taste was truly beyond her imagination. It seems that this should be the signboard of the Mushanhua hotpot restaurant that Tang Ruoxue mentioned. With such delicious dishes, no wonder even 50 servings are not enough to grab. Yao Shaoqing, who was standing aside and was somewhat hesitant, also saw Jiang Sichuan's performance. Fighting back the nausea, I picked up a piece of bullfrog from the takeaway box with chopsticks and gently put it into my mouth. The taste was simply amazing. Damn, ask your husband to make more, this is so delicious. Yao Shaoqing spoke while chewing a bullfrog. Jiang Sichuan nodded, then took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Feng. This bullfrog is so delicious. Do you have any more? My roommate wants some. Jiang Sichuan typed quickly and sent the message directly to Chu Feng. At this time, the boys' dormitory was in chaos. Qin Chang had returned from room 9 of Zhengda University a long time ago and had even gone back home in the middle. Everyone in the dormitory is now scrambling for this box of spicy bullfrog, and even 2 people from the next dormitory have joined the battle. Now it seems that this spicy bullfrog is very popular wherever it is, but it is still a bit unfriendly to some people who can't eat spicy food. We have to ask Boss Lu to quickly develop a dish that people who don't eat spicy food can eat, preferably one that is as popular as the spicy bullfrog. After all, Chu Feng had already eaten it once in Linshui City, so he didn't compete with these people for it. However, from a preliminary perspective, this dish is very popular and can suit the tastes of most people. I just don't know how the other dishes will be received. However, Chu Feng believed that just by relying on the spicy bullfrog dish, the Mushanhua hotpot restaurant could save a lot of publicity and promotion costs. Coupled with the service that is not inferior to the one found on the beach, we should be able to gain a foothold in CC City soon. Although I am short of money now, there is no rush for these things. The only thing I am anxious about now is to open a Wangba tea house and upgrade the system to level 2 first. Maybe you can make $2 per second, and your money saving speed can be doubled. Soon, all the bullfrogs in the takeaway box were cleared out by several people. Chu Feng then took out his cell phone and saw the message from Jiang Sichuan on WeChat. Well, in a few months we will open a branch in CC City, and we will take care of you then. Chu Feng replied. After all, the contract has not been signed yet. Boss Lu has just arrived in the United States and doesn't he know when he will return home. It would be better to discuss the matter of opening a branch with Boss Lu. Really? Looking forward to it. JPG. Chu Feng replied, of course. Baby, you are awesome. Jiang Sichuan praised that for college students, starting a business is already a very remarkable thing. Last time at Chaiyun, when Chu Feng first met Ho Xinpeng and the others, Jiang Sichuan was there too. So, she knew that Chu Feng now owned more than just a hot pot restaurant. There is also a bar that has not yet opened. If you manage the bar business well, it's not difficult to make tens of millions a year. Moreover, Jiang Sichuan also heard the idea proposed by Chu Feng at that time. How could such a concept lose money? Although all the money was given by his family, for Chu Feng, as a rich second generation, it was not easy for him to think of starting a business. However, these are Jiang Sichuan's ideas. Chu Feng's idea is to complete tasks, earn rewards, get rewards, and make a lot of money. Chu Feng is not some rich second generation, he is just an ordinary guy with a system. Chu Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly and replied, it's okay, it's just to make money. I just sent a message to Jiang Sichuan, and then in the Fathers Alliance group, designer Xiao Wang sent a few pictures. Designer Xiao Wang is the designer team leader that Ho Xinpeng brought in today. The first version of the Sober Harbor logo has now been completed, and the pictures have been sent to the group. There are floor plans, 3-dimensional lighting effect diagrams, and renderings placed at the bar location. Well, it is professional, but it still did not meet Chu Feng's expectations. In this version, the overall color and lighting effects are in line with the overall style of the decoration. The lighting effects of the entire bar are red and purple, and the logo sent by the designer is also purple. In this way, it blends in with the lighting effects in the room. Although it fits well, it lacks some heaviness. There is no focal point in the whole house. At a glance, there are only red and purple lights, and the yellow and pink indicator lights on the table. Although spotlights can emit different colors, Shufeng really can't stand the design of the same color. However, the overall design of the logo is quite good. The three characters of Sober Harbor are designed in a dancing style, and the Sober Harbor below is also written in connected strokes, just like they were written by a foreign calligrapher. Very ostentatious. Change the color, it's a bit more in line with the color. Shufeng pointed out the problem directly, typed it in the dialog box, and then sent it directly to the group. Ah, I feel fine. Pan Boyi also popped up in the group. I think it's a bit too colorful, how about changing the color? Wang Tianchang also said this in the group at this time. Xiaofeng is really amazing. I was wondering if something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Once Xiaofeng explained it, I understood. It was missing the point. Ho Xinping has a strong ability to understand. Even though Chu Feng didn't say the reason, Ho Xinping had already thought of it. Boss Chu, what color do you think is better? Designer Xiao Wang also realized this mistake. A bar is a flashy place and there is no need to pursue any particular style or color. Just need to be bold, domineering, cool and awesome, no need for any color matching at all. I was overthinking it. As long as I add cyberpunk elements, I should be able to give a perfect answer. Chu Feng thought the same thing. Since it was a bar, electronic and metal styles were of course cyberpunk styles. How about, switch it to green? Chu Feng said tentatively. Although it is said that red and green look like shit when paired with each other, this is one of the most important ways to highlight the key points. The collision of contrasting colors will definitely create different sparks. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go and change it now. Designer Xiao Wang spoke in the group again. And then there was no further news for a while. Chu Feng called Jiang Xishuan, opened a MOBA game, and started playing right away. It is quite early now. Although the temperature has dropped, the sun is still scorching and the ultraviolet rays are still quite strong. Jiang Xishuan was afraid of getting tanned, so she didn't persuade Chu Feng to go out and play. Chapter 53 logo is finalized. Chu Feng logged into the golden spatula in the dormitory. Since I got the system and recharged several $1,000s, I haven't played it for several days. I'm busy with this and that every day. I happen to have some time today, so I'll log into Golden Spade and play for a while. He greeted Qin Chang and a few others, logged into the account directly, and started playing. Chu Feng thinks the most interesting season is Fuxing. The mechanism for collecting vegetables after consecutive defeats is the most perfect, and it is estimated that they will return to the factory during the Chinese New Year this year. This season is the donut season, and Chu Feng wants to quit the game. It's a shitty plan, so he might as well do it himself. After playing for a while, as expected, Lao Chi was eliminated, and Chu Feng simply quit the game. It's a rubbish game. You spent so much money on it for nothing. Geneva, give me your money back. Damn the dealer. And Qin Chang, I saw the dealer coming out of Qin Chang's room with my own eyes. What a mess. Chu Feng quit the game and opened WeChat chat. He had just forgotten to turn off the Do Not Disturb mode on his phone. I saw that in the Fathers Alliance group, designer Xiao Wang had already sent the second version of the manuscript, including three-dimensional logo design, renderings of the entire bar. The speed is not slow, worthy of Pan Boyi's top designer team. Of course, it is also possible that the current team of designers only serves them. This one is pretty good. Wang Tianchang replied in the group. Yeah, I think it's okay. What do you think, Xiaofeng? At AAA Egg Wholesale. Ho Xinping said. At AAA Egg Wholesale. At AAA Egg Wholesale. Several people took turns bombarding the group. Not replying to messages? It seems he has returned to school. Ho Xinping said in the group. Open the door and let Xiao Pan go. Wang Tianchang replied and sent a vicious dog emoticon. Chu Feng almost died of laughter. The tattoo on this dog was exactly the same as the one on Pan Boyi. I don't know which genius did this. Of course, apart from Wang Tianchang and Ho Xinpeng, there was no one else. FKU, if you post this emoticon again I'll beat you to death. Pan Boyi, who had been lurking, responded. Go find Xiaofeng and ask him to reply as soon as possible. I can't get through on the phone. Ho Xinpeng urged. Fuck you, how would I know his dormitory? You won't ask? I see you don't want to go? Don't be so lazy. That's right. I don't know where Chufeng is, but I know where you are. Just wait. I was wrong, Pan. Brother Pan, I was wrong. Chufeng was dying of laughter at the conversation between these people. Although Pan Boy didn't seem to be that smart, in terms of fighting power, he was definitely the best among these people. In reality, there is no tank that can only carry but has no damage. As long as it is fat, the damage is not low. Everyone, wait for me, I just had something to do. Chufeng replied in the group. Yo, there's still stuff to take care of, go kiss your girlfriend. Ho Xinping replied. Brother Pang bullied me. Chufeng immediately called for help and complained to Pan Boy. After all, Pan Boy received 150,000 yuan as a thank you fee. As soon as Chufeng sent out the message, Pan Boy sent a picture of the entrance of Zhengda No. 9 community. Ho Xinping lives here. Picture. I'm here, brother Ho, wait for me. Wink.jpg. No, are you serious? Ho Xinping was immediately frightened and replied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chufeng opened the picture sent by designer Xiao Wang. Yes, it is indeed the effect Chufeng wants. This green is not completely fluorescent green. It is more like the green of Tuborg beer, very fashionable and high-end. The whole thing is glowing, and the high-grade green color is abrupt but not out of place among the red and purple lights. Now the whole bar seemed to come alive. Chufeng said in the group, this is fine, what do you think? I think so, too. Aha! Both of them responded, but Ho Xinping remained silent, presumably because he was subdued by Pan Boy. Brother Ho said he agreed, too, right? Yes. Ho Xinping then sent a voice message in which two people were having a conversation, but it sounded threatening. Is this really okay? If not, we can use this one? Ho Xinping replied in the group at this time. Okay. That's fine with me. Okay. Several people expressed their opinions. Okay, Xiao Wang, send the pictures to the construction department. Okay, Mr. Ho. Xiao Wang also replied quickly. Transfer 1,000 yuan to designer Xiao Lu. Ho Xinping also transferred money to Xiao Wang in the group. It should be said that Ho Xinping is quite capable of doing things. Brothers, you have worked hard. Buy them some coffee and pay more attention to Xiaofeng's coffee shop. Ho Xinping replied in the group. Don't worry, Mr. Ho. Designer Xiao Wang also knew that Ho Xinping did not lack this, and the 1,000 yuan was not even as good as a meal for others. So I accepted it without saying anything. If I didn't accept it, people would be angry. Come out for a drink tonight? After dealing with these things, Ho Xinping proposed in the group. Of course, it's not all about drinking, but to examine our opponents. Then, as if remembering something, he added. Okay, where to? Live house? Walk. Several people agreed. I won't go. I'll accompany my girlfriend. Chufeng originally wanted to agree, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken Jiang Sichuan out to play for several days, so he simply turned it down. TSK, love slave. TSK, he's a henpecked man. Ho Xinping and Wang Tiancheng expressed their disdain. The military general Pan Boyi did not express any opinion, probably because he could not think of anything. Sons, I'm going to find a date. You single guys can just hang out in the dorms. Chufeng ignored everyone and sent a message to Jiang Sichuan first. Then he turned off his phone and looked at his roommates who were playing games. Seeing several people looking at him with angry eyes, Chufeng realized that he had angered everyone, and then he ran out of the dormitory as if escaping. Jiang Sichuan finally doesn't have Olympiad math class today, so of course she wants to have some fun. Chufeng went straight to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory in building number 3. Jiang Sichuan was also very fast. Not long after Chufeng arrived, Jiang Sichuan came down from the building. Come on, I'll take you to eat something. Chufeng said. It is already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Chufeng feels full from what he ate this morning, it is a little chewy and he gets hungry soon. Although the food in the school cafeteria is delicious, there will be plenty of opportunities to try it in the future, so there is no need to rush. Okay, where are we going after dinner? Jiang Sichuan asked with a smile on her face. Chufeng thought for a while and answered, let's go to the movies first, then have a drink, and finally go to my house to watch my cat do a backflip. Chapter 54 Japanese Food. A good one needs to eat 3 pieces. Jiang Sichuan's pretty face turned red in an instant. I don't know if the last time in the cinema left some psychological trauma on Jiang Sichuan, or if Chu Feng was too blunt. No way. Jiang Sichuan pouted and hit Chu Feng on the shoulder with her pink fist, then walked towards the school gate first. Chu Feng felt pain, but before he could say a word, he saw Jiang Sichuan leaving and quickly caught up with her. When the two of them arrived in front of the G63, Jiang Sichuan felt a little PTSD. She looked around like a thief, and after making sure that no one was looking in their direction, she opened the door and got in. Chu Feng found this a little funny, but didn't say anything. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Is bullfrog delicious? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Sichuan's eyes lit up. It's delicious, I want more. When we open a branch here, I'll take you to eat your fill. Chu Feng touched Jiang Sichuan's head and said in a doting tone. I have to find a chance to tell my parents that I have a girlfriend, and I also want to bring Jiang Sichuan home to celebrate the new year. Although I don't know whether Jiang Sichuan is willing. Let's go, what do you want to eat? Chu Feng asked. Jiang Sichuan's brain was working fast, thinking about the delicacies from all over the world. How about we go eat Japanese food? Chu Feng suggested. Japanese food can be said to be high-end, after all, the decoration, service and price are there. As for taste, everyone has their own feelings. Chu Feng thinks that Chinese food is not as delicious. From tomorrow until school starts, Jiang Sichuan might have to spend all her time in the Olympiad class. So take her to eat something different, there is plenty of time after lunch. Yes, yes. Jiang Sichuan nodded and spoke. Chu Feng found a Japanese restaurant with the most beautiful decoration on a certain audio platform. It was called Tamachi, and the name sounded very Japanese. Anyway, the taste is similar, the decoration is nice, and it is quite photogenic. I think Jiang Sichuan will like it more. After turning on the navigation, Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan directly to the Japanese restaurant. This Japanese restaurant is not far from CC University of Technology. During the evening rush hour, it only took half an hour to get there. Chu Feng got out of the car and helped Jiang Sichuan out. This move was quite gentlemanly and also won Jiang Sichuan's favor. The two walked into the Japanese restaurant. The decoration inside was very retro, with all wooden structures. There was no lobby, only small private rooms. A curtain hung from the top of the room to protect the privacy of the guests. As soon as they entered the door, a waiter led the two of them into the private room. The decoration in the private room is even simpler, with a low table and a futon on each side, where two people have to kneel facing each other. There are some green plants around the table, which adds some vitality to this private room. It doesn't seem that comfortable. You have to take off your shoes to enter the private room. Fortunately, Chu Feng washed his feet before, so he didn't stink to others. And since I got the system, I have thrown away the socks with holes. The two of them sat cross-legged on the futon, and the waiter pointed to the QR code on the side of the table leg. Hello, order here. In order to prevent people from capturing the QR code when taking photos, the store placed the QR code on the table legs. This is also a small detail that needs to be learned. Chu Feng scanned the QR code with his mobile phone, and the menu instantly appeared on the phone. Well, it's not very expensive, a California roll is 59 yuan, and it looks like there's caviar on it, so it's good value for money. Chu Feng handed the phone to Jiang Sichuan and asked Jiang Sichuan to order food. Jiang Sichuan took the phone, took a look at it, and felt that this store was not cheap. A serving of shrimp tempura costs 59 new Taiwan dollars for 5 pieces, and a serving of marbled beef sukiyaki costs 198 new Taiwan dollars, which is indeed a bit more expensive than ordinary Japanese restaurants. Jiang Sichuan was a little reluctant to order. A meal costs at least 500 or 600 yuan, which is enough for several days' living expenses. She looked at Chu Feng hesitantly, and Chu Feng smiled back at her and told her to order whatever she wanted. Jiang Sichuan hasn't adapted to this kind of life yet, so she needs to get used to it quickly. After all, I have a little money in my hand now, so I can't let it make me suffer. Jiang Sichuan nodded, clicked a few times on the phone, and returned it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the phone and looked at the dishes Jiang Sichuan ordered. Then, based on that, he ordered his favorite dishes and also asked for a sashimi platter. Chu Feng had never eaten this sashimi platter before, and this time he finally had the chance to try it. Soon after we placed the order, the dishes were gradually served. Wow, this can't be a pre-prepared dish? How come it was served so quickly? The first thing to come out is the sashimi platter. After all, it doesn't require any cooking, just cutting and arranging the food. There are salmon, tuna, sweet shrimps, and scallops, all available, with a layer of ice underneath, and probably dry ice as well. Anyway, it's filled with smoke and looks very high-end. Then there's the sushi, both California rolls and nigiri. There are also onigiri and skewers. The presentation is very good. Jiang Sichuan licked her lips, then took out her phone and started taking pictures. Chu Feng was also included in the photo, and Chu Feng cooperated by making a yeah gesture. Chu Feng also picked up his phone and took a photo of Jiang Sichuan. From the time the two have been together until now, Jiang Sichuan has not officially announced it on her circle of friends. It just so happens that I'll take some photos today and post them on WeChat Moments. Of course, I also have to block my relatives. I just asked my family for tens of thousands of yuan yesterday. Now that it has been officially announced, it is easy for family members to misunderstand it. After taking the pictures, the two put down their phones and started enjoying the food. Chu Feng took the lead and picked up a piece of salmon slice from the sashimi platter, dipped it in mustard sauce, and gently put it into his mouth. Vomit. What the hell is this? After eating it, the whole salmon is a bit greasy, and the taste is a bit strange. The taste and texture are hard to describe. Chu Feng was a little uncomfortable with the food, but he still suppressed his nausea, swallowed the sashimi, and secretly vowed to himself that he would never touch these things again. Then there was the California roll, which looked exactly like the picture on the menu, with lots of caviar on it, and for 59 yuan, it was great value. There are other sweet sauces on top, which are very much to Chu Feng's taste. This dish whetted Chu Feng's appetite. Then I ate a piece of onigiri, the eel sauce blended with the fresh eel, with a rich texture and unique taste. This food isn't that bad. It took them more than half an hour to finish all the food on the table. Both of them held their stomachs and burped a little because of the bloating. Of course, the sashimi was not touched much. Chu Feng and Jiang Sichuan only ate the sweet shrimps and did not touch the sashimi at all. Although the price is relatively high, the cost is there after all, and the materials used are impeccable. Let's go watch a movie. Chapter 55 Watching a Movie. Chu Feng tidied himself up, stood up, and said with a smile, "Are you really watching a movie when you watch it? I don't even want to expose you." Jiang Sichuan rolled her eyes, stood up and picked up her small bag. Chu Feng paid the bill. This time he spent 783, which was rounded off to 780, which was not very expensive. The two walked out of the Japanese restaurant, got in the car, and headed straight to Vadaguacha. Jiang Sichuan bought a movie ticket from her mobile phone. After all, Chu Feng paid for the meal, so of course she had to treat him back. Although the movie ticket was worth much less than the meal, it was a thoughtful gesture after all, and Chu Feng was very happy about it. The two sat in the lobby of the cinema on the 4th floor waiting to enter. There were no good movies these days, so Chu Feng was forced to choose a horror movie. Of course, Chu Feng strongly requested to go and see it. Jiang Sichuan originally wanted to watch a detective film called The Death of Xiongde, the story that Bald Chang and Suihua have to tell. But the name didn't sound very interesting, and Chu Feng expressed strong resistance. The movie started soon, and Chu Feng took Jiang Sichuan to the last row. The movie was not very popular, so not many people watched it and the cinema was a little deserted. The movie started off relatively normal, without any scary plots. So Chu Feng was also very obedient and did not put out his dirty hands. He just gently held Jiang Sichuan in his arms, fearing that there would be any sudden changes in her attitude. To be honest, Chu Feng doesn't quite dare to watch this kind of horror movie. So I kept thinking about other things to divert my attention. Jiang Sichuan seemed to be watching the movie seriously, but her mind was also on Chu Feng. Her original resistance and shyness gradually turned into anticipation. Finally, the movie became scary. A scary doll suddenly stood up, scaring the heroine in the movie and making her scream. Then there is a sudden face shot. Chu Feng was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat and he almost jumped up. Jiang Sichuan instantly fell into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng quickly calmed himself down and covered Jiang Sichuan's eyes. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Chu Feng gently stroked Jiang Sichuan's head with his other hand and comforted her softly. Jiang Sichuan nodded gently and rubbed against Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng gently kissed Jiang Sichuan on the head. Jiang Sichuan was a little puzzled. Has this gangster changed his nature this time? Why are you just comforting me? Why is there no next step? Is there someone outside? But what Jiang Sichuan didn't know was that Chu Feng was waiting for a suitable reason. For example, hiss. Chu Feng pretended to be in pain and took a breath of cold air. Then, before Jiang Xishuan could ask what happened, Chu Feng explained the whole story. You hit me so hard just now, baby, you have to make it up to me, Chu Feng said while holding back a laugh. But the performance was so poor that Jiang Xishuan gritted her teeth helplessly. When I was lying in Chu Feng's arms just now, although my speed was fast, I was also restrained in my strength. You're a big man with 8-pack abs, how could I hurt you? Although his acting was poor, Jiang Xishuan knew in his heart that he was asking for something from him. You? Jiang Xishuan said this with gritted teeth, but before she could finish her words, Chu Feng interrupted her. I won't say much about the rest, it's just like this. You bastard. Jiang Xishuan angrily punched Chu Feng's thigh with her little pink fist. Although it was a bit painful, Chu Feng still shook his head indifferently and stuck out his tongue, looking like a rogue. Anyway, I've kissed you and touched you, what can you do to me? Seeing Chu Feng like this, Jiang Xishuan felt angry. Why do you always take the lead? Why am I always the victim? Thinking of this, Jiang Xishuan gritted her teeth and attacked Chu Feng. This time it was Chu Feng's turn to be shocked. I am a man of several feet tall, but I was. Jiang Xishuan's 2 rows of teeth closed instantly, and a taste of blood instantly filled Chu Feng's tongue. Chu Feng felt pain and moved away from Jiang Xishuan. Are you born in the year of the dog? Chu Feng covered his mouth and said angrily. Last time, it happened again, I bit myself and made me bleed. Besides, I didn't do anything this time. It was obviously you who started the war. Why do you want to bite me? Jiang Xishuan was originally crying out of grievance, but when she saw Chu Feng so embarrassed, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Humph! Who allowed you to bully me? Jiang Xishuan pouted her lips and imitated Chu Feng, shaking her head like a scoundrel. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, but he had no way to deal with Jiang Xishuan. Of course, there is no other way at this stage. I have to find a way to get Jiang Xishuan to go back to Zhengda number 9 with me. Then, the world will be mine. Then I'll show you how I'll deal with you. By then, no one will be able to help you even if you cry out to heaven or earth. Both of them were a little confused and had no mood to watch the movie. They looked at each other and started whispering. The movie ended quickly. It is now 9:20 p.m. Beijing time, and there are still 40 minutes before the dormitory closes. Vadaguache is not far from the SAS Polytechnic Institute, and it is not rush hour, so it takes at most 20 minutes to get back to school. What should I do? I finally got out here, do I have to send Jiang Xishuan back? No, wait a while, maybe you can get some tonight. My stomach hurts a bit, I'm going to the bathroom. Chu Feng put the phone back into his pocket and said to Jiang Xishuan. Yeah, hurry up, the dormitory is about to close. Jiang Xishuan urged. How could I not know that the dormitory was about to close? I just have to wait until the dormitory closes. Chu Feng slowly took a pack of paper from Jiang Xishuan's pocket, then walked towards the toilet. In this case, the longer you can delay, the better. Of course, you also have to waste time on the road. I hadn't been in the bathroom for 10 minutes when Jiang Xishuan called. Hey, hurry up, or we won't be able to get back to the dormitory. Okay, I have diarrhea. I'll be there as soon as possible. Chu Feng pretended to be uncomfortable and spoke weakly. After staying in the toilet for a full 15 minutes, Chu Feng pulled up his pants and walked out slowly. When she walked out of the bathroom, she saw a boy who didn't know his place or why the flowers were so red standing in front of Jiang Xishuan. He showed his phone to Jiang Xishuan, probably asking her to scan his QR code. Jiang Xishuan waved her hands to refuse, but the boy still insisted and even wanted to touch her. Let me scan your QR code. Chu Feng used the curse words of a certain internet celebrity and cursed in a low voice. You touched my girlfriend right under my nose? How could I tolerate this? I immediately stepped forward. Chapter 56 Return Home. Dude, isn't that a bit too much? Chu Feng walked up to the boy, pulled his shoulder, and spoke. When Jiang Xishuan saw Chu Feng coming, the shock on her face turned into joy. What's wrong? What does it have to do with you? The boy spoke with a choking tone. This is my girlfriend, what do you think? Chu Feng also got a little excited and choked back. Your girlfriend? The boy looked at Jiang Xishuan, as if asking about her attitude. Jiang Xishuan nodded, then walked to Chu Feng and took Chu Feng's arm affectionately. Seeing Jiang Xishuan walk to Chu Feng's side, the boy frowned and looked a little unhappy. Beauty, why don't you stop following him? I have money and I will support you. As the boy spoke, he took out the key from his pocket. The key was in the shape of a sports car with a Porsche logo on it. He saw that Chu Feng was young and thought that Chu Feng was just an ordinary college student. How could an ordinary college student have the financial resources to compete with him for a woman? Porsche 718, my family just bought it for me, the boy said boastfully. Hearing the boy's words, Chu Feng burst out laughing. Porsche 718? The dogs don't even drive. Why are you laughing? The boy was a little puzzled. Chu Feng took out his G63 car key from his pocket. Sorry, my buddy drives a G63, so I can buy you 5 of them. The official guide price of the Porsche 718 is 500,000 yuan, and with options the price is about 700,000 yuan. Chu Feng's G63 cost more than 3.6 million yuan, which was just enough for him to buy 5. The boy didn't believe it and wanted Chu Feng to prove it himself, but Chu Feng really didn't want to talk to such an idiot, so he took Jiang Sichuan and left. As he walked, he said, driving a junky 718 and picking up girls is not shameful. The sound was neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach the boy's ears. Seeing Chu Feng's frivolous look, Jiang Sichuan also laughed. She knew that Chu Feng was saying this to the boys. When the boy heard this, his face turned green. 718 is the ceiling for ordinary people, but this boy looks down on it. Could it be that he really drives a G63? The boy who didn't believe in evil secretly followed them and came to the underground garage, where he saw Chu Feng and Jiang Sichuan sitting in a big square car. On the trunk of the car, it was clearly written, G63. The boy was completely defeated. He couldn't win in terms of looks, and he was even more crushed in terms of money. My dad doesn't even drive a car worth more than 3 million yuan, and I bought my own 718 with a loan just to show off. Who would have thought that any pretty girl's boyfriend could be so rich? Sure enough, beautiful women all love money. What a gold digger. The boy complained in his heart. Of course, those who think others are gold diggers don't have much money. When you are rich enough, you wish that everyone in the world is a gold digger. Chu Feng drove the car out of the garage. What happened just now was just a small episode and neither of them took it seriously. He looked at the clock on the dashboard. It was already 21:52. Even if he stepped on the accelerator, there was no way he could get back to the dormitory before 10 o'clock. It's too late now. Chu Feng realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly stopped talking and smiled softly. I'm really impressed by my own stupidity. It's too late, what should I do? Chu Feng pretended to be anxious and said to Jiang Sichuan. Stop pretending. Jiang Sichuan smiled helplessly. Chu Feng just spoke out what was in his heart, and I heard it clearly. I'm going to stay at a hotel. Jiang Sichuan said stubbornly. No wonder this kid stayed in the toilet for so long, it turns out he was just stalling for time. No, we must not let him succeed. Ah. You want to go to a hotel with me? No way. Chu Feng pretended not to understand and extracted the keywords Jiang Sichuan had just said, go to the hotel. Jiang Sichuan held her forehead and smiled bitterly. What should I do if my boyfriend is being a scoundrel? It's urgent. Waiting online. Why go to a hotel? It's a waste of money. It costs hundreds of dollars a night. Let's go to my house. Chu Feng said. This is a sincere act. If you have a place to stay, why do you go to a hotel? This is just like being taken advantage of. Before Jiang Sichuan could refuse, Chu Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Zhengda number 9. You. Jiang Sichuan gritted her teeth and said. What? Bite me if you dare. Chu Feng acted like a rogue again, and by the way, he also taught Jiang Sichuan a lesson, don't go out with boys this late in the future, it's too dangerous. Jiang Sichuan nodded and vowed never to go out with Chu Feng at night again. I thought Chu Feng was a gentleman, but I didn't expect that he was just as lustful as other men. You're lucky to have met me. If it were someone else, they might have sent you back. Chu Feng said lightly. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Jiang Sichuan thought there would be a turning point, but she didn't expect Chu Feng to say such a thing, which made Jiang Sichuan's face turn black. Then don't touch me. Otherwise I'll jump out of the car. Jiang Sichuan pouted and discussed the terms with Chu Feng. She knew that going to Chu Feng's house this time was no different from entering a tiger's den, so the rules had to be made clear in advance. Sure, am I that kind of person? Chu Feng burst out laughing. This girl was even negotiating terms with him. No matter what, he had to agree to it first. I think so. Jiang Sichuan curled her lips and said, "Aren't you that kind of person? You are the best." "That's me then." Chu Feng smiled and said, "You said I was that kind of person. If I didn't become that kind of person, wouldn't I disappoint you?" Jiang Sichuan became anxious instantly. No, of course my baby is not that kind of person. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Chu Feng smiled and didn't continue talking. Chu Feng himself didn't know whether he was that kind of person. He just wanted to see if he could hold himself back. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If Chu Feng was not sure whether he could endure such a thing, he should not have brought Jiang Sichuan home. But sorry, Chu Feng said that he has never been a gentleman. Vadaguacha is not too far from Zhengda number 9. It's only a 15-minute journey. Chu Feng parked the car in the underground garage. The two got out of the car, took the elevator and went directly to the top floor. Chu Feng opened the door with his fingerprint. Jiang Sichuan was stunned when she saw the scene inside. In CC City, a place where every inch of land is valuable, Chu Feng actually owns such a huge mansion by himself. How rich is Chu Feng's family? The decoration style is also very beautiful. It is completely the style of young people, the creamy style of Instagram. Chu Feng's aesthetic taste is still online. Your house is so big. Jiang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. Chu Feng said it's okay in a very pretentious manner. What a Versailles? Jiang Sichuan smiled. It was her first time here, so Jiang Sichuan was a little cautious. Afraid that Chu Feng would break or dirty something. It's getting late, go take a shower first. Chapter 57 Rogue. Chu Feng ignored Jiang Sichuan's embarrassment and spoke softly. Jiang Sichuan's pretty face turned red, she pouted and glared at Chu Feng. Well, go ahead and take a shower. I won't sleep in the same room with you anyway. Jiang Sichuan snorted and said. Okay, I'll arrange a room for you. Chu Feng smiled and brought Jiang Sichuan to the door of the room next to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's room is the center of all the bedrooms, with a room on each side. The one on the left was slept by Qin Chang and his friends. I wonder if the property management has cleaned it up. However, the breakfast takeaway box that Qin Chang bought a few days ago was no longer available. Qin Chang doesn't have the password to the room door, so he probably won't be able to clean up. Then the property cleaning staff should have come here. This was also Chu Feng's first time living in such a high-end residential complex. He heard that the property management fee here was 10 yuan per square meter. In other words, the property fee for Chu Feng's house is 10,000 yuan a month, which most people cannot afford. Go ahead, there's a bathroom in the room. Chu Feng said. What if I don't have a change of clothes? Jiang Sichuan hadn't thought that Chu Feng would wait until now and let her spend the night at home, so she didn't bring any clothes. It's okay. I'll have someone send you a set. What size do you wear? S. Jiang Sichuan's face turned a little red and she spoke. Chu Feng nodded and watched Jiang Sichuan enter the room. Jiang Sichuan locked the door as if to prevent a wolf from coming. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Chu Feng gave a bitter smile. Does he really look like a gangster? Chu Feng returned to the living room and called the property management, asking them to buy him a set of pajamas. The property management company agreed readily. After all, the property management fee is 10,000 yuan a month, which is 120,000 yuan a year. They can't just sit there doing nothing. After doing all this, Chu Feng returned to the room, but did not lock the door. Jiang Sichuan is not like a female hooligan who would blush at the slightest provocation. How could she break into her room at night? However, it is not impossible to break into your own room at night. He. Chu Feng, lying on the bed, showed an obscene smile. Chu Feng lay on the bed for a while, then took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at the vague abdominal muscles in the mirror, Chu Feng felt helpless. Since I got the system, I have been eating a lot every day. I had a hot pot yesterday and Cantonese food for lunch today. I also devoured a table full of Japanese food in the evening. No one can lose weight if you eat like this every day. Moreover, I haven't exercised since I got the system. No wonder my abdominal muscles are not so obvious. I originally wanted to exercise today, but when I thought of Jiang Sichuan being here and having just taken a shower, Chu Feng gave up the idea. Chu Feng had just changed his clothes. This set of clothes also came with the room, and should have been sent by the property management. Needless to say, the property management of this high-end residential complex is great. The owners only need to live there and leave everything else to the property management. The phone suddenly rang. It was the property management calling. Chu Feng came to the door and took the women's pajamas sent by the property management. The property management staff were also dressed quite formally. It was already past 11 o'clock, but the guy who came to deliver the clothes was still wearing a stiff suit. Judging from the workmanship, this suit is not cheap. After saying hello to the property management, Chu Feng closed the door. As for the errand fees and the money for this clothing, they will be included in next month's property fees. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Feng knocked on Jiang Xishuan's door. Your pajamas. Chu Feng said. Oh. Jiang Xishuan replied. She opened the door a little, and an arm stretched out. Chu Feng handed the pajamas to Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan grabbed it, then quickly pulled her hand back and closed the door. As expected, it was locked again. Chu Feng had no choice but to go back to the living room and wait for Jiang Xishuan to come out after changing her clothes. After a while, Jiang Xishuan walked out of the room. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Xishuan, who was wearing a set of purple silk pajamas. Well, Su Song is right, purple is really charming. There was a dry hair cap on the top of his head, and there were still some wet hairs on his forehead. Although she had just taken a shower and had removed her makeup long ago, she was still beautiful with rosy lips and white teeth. A pure breath comes from between the eyebrows. Chu Feng was a little stunned. The pajamas were short-sleeved, and her snow-white arms were exposed to the air, shining slightly under the light. The silk pajamas were held up by her raised chest. Well, it's not small. Chu Feng couldn't take his eyes away. Feeling Chu Feng's gaze, Jiang Xishuan's face turned red. He quickly covered his chest with his hands, cursed him as a hooligan, and sat next to Chu Feng. Chu Feng cried out that it was unfair. Such a beautiful senior schoolmate, dressed so attractively, standing in front of him, a man and a woman alone in the same room, no one can look away. The one who remained calm when a woman's arms were flirting with him, that was Lu Xiaohui. What does it have to do with me, Chu Feng? Chu Feng held the phone and slowly approached Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan immediately became defensive and felt that coming to Chu Feng's house this time was a wrong decision. It really feels like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, and I dare not act rashly. Fortunately, I put on my underwear. Otherwise. What are you doing? Jiang Xishuan's face was full of defense, ready to escape back to her room at any time. Nothing. Are you hungry? I'll order you some takeout. Chu Feng placed the phone in front of Jiang Xishuan, and the phone interface was a food delivery interface of a certain group. This guy actually asked me to order takeout. Jiang Xishuan complained in her heart, has this gangster changed his nature? Taking the phone, Jiang Xishuan scanned the takeaway interface, not knowing what to eat. I am indeed a little hungry now. After all, it was only around 6 o'clock when I had dinner just now. Moreover, the Japanese food is a bit not very solid, so I get hungry quickly. But there are so many delicious foods on this app that it's a bit overwhelming. Jiang Xishuan was choosing over there, while Chu Feng was standing aside, quietly looking at Jiang Xishuan's pretty face. Of course, sometimes he couldn't help but glance down, and then immediately return to Jiang Xishuan's eyes. Seeing that she was still staring at her phone, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After picking and choosing, there was really nothing delicious, so Jiang Xishuan simply ordered a bowl of rice porridge and some pot stickers. Chu Feng ordered a bowl of mutton soup with steamed bun, a specialty of the Terracotta Warriors and Horses Province. Then the order was submitted. Chu Feng put down his phone, looked at Jiang Xishuan and gave a wicked smile. Hearing Chu Feng's laughter, Jiang Xishuan instantly became alert. What? Jiang Xishuan turned around and looked at Chu Feng and asked. Chu Feng swallowed his saliva and said, it's so boring, let's do something. What? Jiang Xishuan opened her eyes wide, a little confused, and asked. Chu Feng licked his lips and said, of course it's what you do when you make love. Chapter 58, The Hateful Takeaway. You. Jiang Xishuan looked at Chu Feng in shock. She knew that Chu Feng was a big gangster and that he could not produce any ivory from a dog's mouth. Do something else? What the hell is that? However, it was not easy for Jiang Xishuan to understand it in seconds. Before Jiang Xishuan could continue speaking, Chu Feng turned over and pushed Jiang Xishuan down on the sofa. The sofa is wide enough for one person to lie down. Just when he was about to succeed, a cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Jiang Xishuan's body trembled, and she didn't know whether she was frightened or reacted, but her eyes became clear in an instant. He immediately pushed away Chu Feng, who had also woken up, with both hands. "Who is the password? I'll fucking succeed soon." Chu Feng cursed inwardly, picked up his phone and took a look. "Password, the takeaway has arrived. How come it's so fast?" Chu Feng even wanted to hit someone. "You bastard!" Jiang Xishuan shouted, "You actually. Jiang Xishuan's pretty face showed more and more aggrieved look, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Feng realized that he had gone too far and quickly hugged Jiang Xishuan. I was wrong, I will never bully you again." Chu Feng patted Jiang Xishuan's back gently and comforted her softly. "Although I was a little confused just now, my mind was still clear, and I was just a little bolder than usual. What was done just now can be said to be the atmosphere, or it can be said to be Chu Feng's subjective approach. Humph. If you dare to do this again, I will take your place." Jiang Xishuan pointed at Chu Feng's crotch, then slapped the coffee table hard with her hand. "That's all," Jiang Xishuan said viciously. Chu Feng took a breath of cold air instantly. Women are indeed cruel and ruthless. If this knife goes down, won't it hurt for half a day? But looking at Jiang Xishuan's cute actions, he touched Jiang Xishuan's head affectionately. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person," Chu Feng assured. "You. No one may be this kind of person, but Chu Feng definitely is." But before he could finish his words, Chu Feng picked up the phone. "The takeaway has been placed at the door." Chu Feng hung up the phone, strode in, and brought the takeaway in as if nothing had happened. The meal for both of them arrived. No wonder they say having sex can help you lose weight. Just a short while ago, Chu Feng was already hungry. Chu Feng placed Jiang Xishuan's copy in front of her and opened it for her. Then he started eating. I have to say, the mutton soup with steamed buns in the Terracotta Warriors and Horses province is really delicious, and the store also gives away sweet garlic. Mutton soup with steamed buns without sweet garlic is really soulless. Chu Feng quickly swallowed the mutton soup steamed bun. Looking back at Jiang Xishuan, she had only taken a bite of the pot sticker, but the rice porridge had not changed at all. Beautiful women really chew their food slowly when they eat. When they were eating together before, they were chatting while eating. In addition, Chu Feng ate slowly at that time, so he didn't notice how fast Jiang Xishuan ate. Considering Jiang Xishuan's eating speed, it's fortunate that they are in Westlake Province. If I were in the province of Green Onions, I would have to go to class as soon as I took a bite. I heard that people who eat slowly grow thinner, and looking at Jiang Xishuan, it is indeed true. However, Jiang Xishuan's figure is also quite good, fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin. While waiting for Jiang Xishuan to finish her midnight snack, it was already 12 o'clock. Chu Feng woke up early today, then rushed for 2 hours without stopping for the whole day. So he felt a little tired at the moment and was clamoring to go to bed. I'm so sleepy, do you want to go to bed? Chu Feng asked. TSK, are you going or not? Of course I need to go to bed, good night. Jiang Xishuan said good night and then walked towards her room. Seeing this, Chu Feng thought to himself that this was not good. I went through so much trouble to trick you into coming to number 9 Zhengdai tonight. You can't just go back to your room and sleep. So he quickly called Jiang Xishuan and said, do you want to sleep in my room? My room is big and the bed is big too. Humph, I don't believe you. Where's the cat you said you had that could do backflips? Jiang Xishuan snorted, spoke, and then fled back to her room. He was afraid that if he ran a step slower, he would be caught by the big bad wolf Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. Is he that scary? Since Jiang Xishuan was so determined, Chu Feng simply did not try to stop her but let her go. After all, there was still a long time to come. Then he cleaned up the garbage on the table and threw it at the door. The property should be cleaned up. Chu Feng returned to his room, lay on the bed, and turned on a certain audio app. I just opened it and saw the internet celebrity I had rewarded before, Xin Yue. Chu Feng had just entered the live broadcast room when he heard the host Xin Yue say, Welcome Egg brother, Egg brother, my sister sent you a private message, why didn't you reply? Chu Feng was a little confused. Egg brother? The password is, I'm called AAA Egg Wholesale, am I talking about myself? Chu Feng just felt a bit socially dead. After all, there were nearly 30,000 people in Xin Yue's live broadcast room. Chu Feng felt a little shy when being called out by his online name under the eyes of so many people. I should have chosen a cool and awesome online name earlier, something like Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Chu Feng exited the live broadcast room and came to his own Douyin message interface. Sure enough, Xin Yue sent him a private message. Brother, you gave me so many tips in the live broadcast room today. Cindy doesn't know how to thank you. How about we add WeChat in chat? The password is really about myself. Fortunately, Jiang Sichuan didn't check her phone before, otherwise, if she saw it, what would happen? I was really careless and didn't pay attention to the news. Thinking of the knife move Jiang Sichuan had just made, he felt a cold wind blowing across his lower body. If he was seen, he would be in danger. Chu Feng quickly deleted the message. Not only that, when he was giving gifts in the live broadcast room, he also attracted a group of prostitutes, who all sent him their WeChat chat numbers. Chu Feng quickly deleted them all, then breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't matter if Jiang Sichuan saw this. After all, she posted photos of her body on TikTok, and it wasn't unusual for some shy girls to send her private messages. But after all, it's a bit inappropriate. If Jiang Sichuan saw it, she might feel resentful. So it's better to delete it. I had just put down my phone when I heard a knock on the door. There were only Jiang Sichuan and myself in the whole room. I was in the room, and the person standing outside the door was Jiang Sichuan. I'm a little scared of this movie today. Can you sleep with me? Chapter 59 Doing Bad Things. Chu Feng smiled. It seemed that today's plan worked. Today he has been trying to find a way to let Jiang Sichuan rest at home, so he set up a small plan. Watching horror movies doesn't just allow Jiang Sichuan to lie in his arms while watching the movie. There is another reason. It's nighttime now, and judging from the looks of it, Jiang Sichuan must be very timid. Whether you come tonight or not, you won't lose anything anyway. But everything is going according to plan. Chu Feng got out of bed, walked to the door, opened it, and saw Jiang Sichuan, who looked pitiful, at the door. Jiang Sichuan held a pillow in her arms, glanced to the side, embarrassed to look into Chu Feng's eyes, pouting, her lips trembling slightly. Just now she was in the room, just about to go to bed. After turning off the lights, the plot of today's horror movie emerged in her mind. Especially the scene where the black and blue doll pops up. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became, and the more scared she became. She can only turn on the light and toss and turn, the plot of the horror movie still lingering in her mind. There is no other choice but to ask Chu Feng for help. Although this is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, but rules must be established. Come in quickly. Chu Feng made way with a wicked smile and quickly let Jiang Sichuan in. Jiang Sichuan looked around Chu Feng's room. Well, it is worthy of being the master bedroom. It is indeed bigger than the room she just lived in. The bed was still the same size though. Jiang Sichuan had a sudden idea and came to the closet. Humph. If you have another woman, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After all, if there is another woman, the first thing to check is the closet, and the second is the bathroom. It's not very obvious, but there will definitely be traces. First of all, there will definitely be other girls' clothes in the closet. Even if it has been tidied, there may still be long hair in it. This is unavoidable. Moreover, most boys would not check their own clothes when they clean up. They would just put away the girls' clothes and that would be the end of it. Jiang Sichuan opened the wardrobe with lightning speed. Fortunately, there were only a few of Chu Feng's pajamas inside. The clothes were very clean, without a trace of dust, not to mention long hair. After all, Chu Feng doesn't live here often, so the property management only prepared pajamas for him. Why are you rummaging through my closet when I'm asleep, you pervert? Chu Feng pinched his throat and spoke teasingly. Humph. You're the pervert. Jiang Sichuan pouted and spoke. Tell me, who is that bald girl? Chu Feng? Oh my god, where did this bald girl come from? Thinking carefully about Jiang Sichuan's actions just now, everything made sense. He looked in his closet to confirm whether there was any other woman. Is this the reputation of the rich second generation? Ah, that's my wife. We've been married for 3 years. Chu Feng laughed and teased, what's wrong? Did you see some of her hair residue in the closet? You. Jiang Sichuan glared at Chu Feng in frustration. What a stubble of hair, quite disgusting. Jiang Sichuan turned her head away. She knew Chu Feng was joking. How could he have a wife? She pouted, then threw the pillow and herself onto the bed. The bed was as soft as my own. Xiao Chuzi, come and sleep with me. Jiang Xishuan was in a dramatic mood and waved at Chu Feng while lying on the bed. Chu Feng immediately got excited and rushed towards Jiang Xishuan. This girl actually dared to seduce me. She needs to be taught a lesson. Jiang Xishuan seized the opportunity, rolled over and changed positions with the pillow next to her. Chu Feng missed and fell directly on the pillow, looking back at Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan looked at him with a smile. Chu Feng was about to crawl towards Jiang Xishuan, but was blocked by Jiang Xishuan, who pushed the pillow with her hand. This is the 38th parallel. Don't come over here, or you'll be a puppy. After hearing this, Chu Feng thought, the one who crossed over was a puppy? I'm direct. Woof woof woof. Chu Feng shouted a few times, then rushed towards Jiang Xishuan again, but was blocked by Jiang Xishuan again. No, just go to sleep. Jiang Xishuan said anxiously. One kiss, one kiss. Chu Feng pouted and said. Jiang Xishuan kissed Chu Feng on the mouth lightly, and then covered herself with the quilt, fearing that Chu Feng would make the next move. Chu Feng smiled and said, since Jiang Xishuan was not ready, then forget it for tonight. Anyway, it's still early and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chu Feng moved the pillow to the middle and turned off the light. Darkness fell in an instant. Chu Feng lay on the pillow and smelled the unique fragrance of Jiang Xishuan's hair. The images in my mind kept reappearing. The beautiful senior schoolmate was sleeping next to me, and it was hard not to have wild thoughts. Chu Feng resisted the urge to pounce on Jiang Xishuan and went to sleep peacefully. Have you not seen that the water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, rushes to the sea and never returns? Chu Feng had even started high school, trying to divert his attention to something else. Jiang Xishuan's breathing gradually became steady. She must have fallen asleep. Forget it, let us go to sleep. After Chu Feng finished reciting the text, he finally fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng was awakened by a leg pressing down on him. He looked towards Jiang Xishuan. But he found that she was like a koala, with her entire body coiled around him. What a sin! I couldn't help myself in the first place, and now I couldn't fall asleep at all. Chu Feng turned over and faced Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan has very long eyelashes and her beautiful face is full of calmness. Chu Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Jiang Xishuan. Jiang Xishuan felt a little uncomfortable with Chu Feng's actions and moved slightly. Her movements were a little strange. Password, are you playing with fire or with me, Chu Feng? No, I can't stand it anymore. Don't want. We played until almost 5 o'clock last night, and when it was almost dawn, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Feng woke up first, and the benefits of fitness were reflected here. After playing for so long, I still felt refreshed the next day. Seeing that Jiang Xishuan was still asleep, Chu Feng ordered some food through the food delivery app. After playing for so long yesterday, Jiang Xishuan must be hungry. I'm awake. Chu Feng had just ordered the meal when Jiang Xishuan stretched and spoke. The voice was faint, but full of tenderness. Maybe I was too tired last night. Chu Feng reached out and touched Jiang Xishuan's head. Does it hurt? Chu Feng asked. I was really a bit rude last night, it's all Jiang Xishuan's fault. It was clearly me who said it, but I can't cross the line. Whoever crosses the line is a puppy. Now it seems that Jiang Xishuan is the puppy. Jiang Xishuan nodded aggrievely. Chu Feng's fighting power was so strong last night that his body was about to fall apart. Hey. Chu Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Will you always be nice to me? Jiang Xishuan hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and asked. Ding. System task. Make a promise to Jiang Xishuan. Award for Aston Martin DB11 purchase money of 2.8 million. Chapter 60 Aston Martin. The system's voice sounded from Chu Feng's mind. You are finally here. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's lips. It's still the same. When Chu Feng was about to do something, the system popped up to give him a reward. This time, Chu Feng's promise was on the tip of his tongue, and the system came out to issue a task. However, the 2.8 million purchase fund should only be used to buy this Aston Martin DB11. However, the reason why the system did not send it directly was probably to let Chu Feng give it to Jiang Xishuan. The system is pretty good. Don't worry, baby. I will be responsible for you and I will always treat you well. Chu Feng hugged Jiang Xishuan and whispered in her ear. Ding. Mission accomplished. The reward has been issued, please check it carefully. Hearing the system voice coming from his mind, Xu Feng smiled again. 2.8 million has been received, but now that Jiang Sichuan needs company, Xu Feng definitely cannot go to check it. Anyway, the system won't deceive itself. Jiang Sichuan's eyes were slightly red. She didn't know whether what she did last night was right or wrong. I don't know when Xu Feng can fulfill this promise. She knew that most of the rich second generations would never be devoted to one woman for their entire lives. I just don't know if Xu Feng is that kind of person. She only knew that at the moment, she liked Xu Feng very much and she was willing to give her body to Xu Feng. That's enough. Xu Feng's idea was very simple. Before, he was a poor boy from the countryside, so he naturally didn't dare to say such words to such a beautiful woman. Of course, I don't dare to do such a thing. After all, I can't afford it. My family has only saved less than 100,000 yuan so far, and I can't even buy a house. He is different now. Xu Feng now owns a hot pot restaurant, a small coffee shop that is under preparation, and a bar that will open soon. These are all small things, and the system gives you $1 per second, and there are many task rewards. Now, as long as he wants to take responsibility, he can definitely do so. Does Xu Feng want to take responsibility? The answer is yes. After all, this is the first woman in his life. Although he doesn't know if there will be another one in the future, Jiang Sichuan is worth his cherishing. Jiang Sichuan leaned lightly on Xu Feng's shoulder and nodded. The pain in her body still made her take a breath. Damn Xu Feng, why are you so rude? Would you like me to give you a massage? Xu Feng heard Jiang Sichuan's voice and asked. Jiang Sichuan bit Xu Feng's shoulder hard. You bastard! Get out! How dare you scold me? Xu Feng pretended to be fierce and pressed Jiang Sichuan under him, pretending to start another round of battle. I was wrong. This action frightened Jiang Sichuan so much that she screamed repeatedly and spoke while struggling. Don't you dare! Xu Feng kissed Jiang Sichuan on the lips and said viciously. I don't dare anymore. Jiang Sichuan said aggrievedly. After all, Xu Feng's fighting power was too strong last night. If it happened again, her body would not be able to bear it. Was this guy a cow in his previous life? After hearing Jiang Sichuan's answer, Xu Feng gave up and got up from Jiang Sichuan's body. Just in time, the takeaway arrived. Xu Feng brought it in and fed it to Jiang Sichuan bite by bite. Jiang Sichuan just felt very happy and satisfied in her heart. After eating and drinking, Jiang Sichuan got out of bed and went to her room to change clothes. Although there is still some pain, it is much better than before. It's just that the way he walks is a little weird. Come on, come with me and buy some things. After Jiang Sichuan changed her clothes and came out, Xu Feng stood up and said. If I tell her directly that I'm giving her a car as a gift, Jiang Sichuan will definitely not accept it, so I can only coax her and lie to her. Jiang Sichuan nodded and followed Xu Feng. The two went down to the basement and got into the car. Xu Feng first opened the Huaxia Bank app and checked the balance, which was close to 3.7 million. Among them, there was more than 800,000 yuan that he had saved before, 60,000 yuan transferred by his father, and 2.8 million yuan in purchase funds. Not a penny less. Xu Feng took a look at the map and found that there was an Aston Martin store in CC City. In fact, Xu Feng's dream car before was Aston Martin SDB11, but he never had the money to buy it. When I was in high school, I would watch it on a certain car app many times a day. Although I am buying it this time, it is also for Jiang Sichuan. Where are we going? Jiang Sichuan was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at Xu Feng who was driving, and asked. Go buy some stuff. I just moved in, so the house is a bit empty. Xu Feng said gently. Oh. Jiang Sichuan nodded and spoke. The Aston Martin 4S store is not far away and can be reached in less than half an hour. Jiang Sichuan saw that this direction did not seem to be going to the mall, and she was a little confused, but she did not ask. On the way, Xu Feng asked Jiang Sichuan indirectly. I'm a good driver, right? Yeah, it's okay. You didn't get carsick this time? No. Can you drive? Yes. I already have a driver's license. Jiang Sichuan pouted her lips as if to show off and spoke. Okay, as long as you have a driver's license. It was not until the car stopped in front of the Aston Martin 4 store that Jiang Sichuan began to guess, is this guy going to buy a car? Let's go, there's an empty parking space at home, let's go buy a car. Xu Feng smiled and spoke. Jiang Sichuan felt helpless. This guy really had so much money but didn't know where to spend it. The two got out of the car and went straight to the Aston Martin 4S store. Hello, welcome to Aston Martin. Do you have a favorite model? Let me introduce it to you. The receptionist at the door perked up when he saw that the visitor was driving a G63. These people have purchasing power and must be taken seriously. Do you have DB11 in stock? Xu Feng asked. Yes, this way please. The salesperson made a gesture of invitation and then took Xu Feng over there. There are many cars in the showroom, including an Aston Martin F1 racing car parked there. The dark green car body looks fierce and menacing. Not far away, a DB11 was parked there, its milky white body shining brightly under the star-like lights. As expected of a British car, it exudes elegance, but the muscle lines that cannot be hidden still give people the feeling of a thug in a suit. This DB11 coupe is equipped with a 4.0 T V8 engine with a maximum torque of 675 Nm. Sales professional introduction. Xu Feng also knew these things, and even knew more than the salesperson. The 0-100 km/h acceleration is now 4 seconds, which is already among the best among mass-produced cars. The salesperson went on to introduce. Xu Feng nodded and asked, "Does Volante have it?" Volante is a soft-top convertible, while Coupe is a hard-top sports car. The other configurations of the two models are the same, the only difference is that one has a hard top and the other has a soft top. Between the two, Xu Feng prefers the hardtop, and he doesn't particularly like the convertible. Volante doesn't have any cars in stock in the store right now, but there are pictures. You can take a look. The salesperson said. Is this car nice? Xu Feng looked at Jiang Sichuan on the side. Jiang Sichuan nodded. This car really suited her aesthetic taste. She didn't really care about the muscular lines or the wind-breaking shape. She just knew that the car looked very elegant. Which one is better, the hard top or the soft top?